Hello there, heroes. I'm the Orange Ranger, and welcome to a special charity live stream. We're going to have some fun today watching Power Rangers Zeo and raising some money for Georgia voter registration for the Senate runoff. I am just hosting the stream. I will not be the MC. That is going to be my good friend Jake.
Power Charity Zeo live stream. I know we had the Mighty Votin' charity live stream the last couple times. This time it is the Power Charity Zeo live stream. I'm not good with this naming.
It's early. It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
It is a delightful Saturday morning. And together we will be raising funds to help with the Georgia Senate runoff races. This is extremely important to the future of this planet that we are all on, specifically because at this time we are looking at an extremely narrow Senate where these two races will determine who has control of the Senate moving forward. And whoever has control over the Senate will have control over the direction of all of the legislation moving forward, etc. Now, because this is so important, because this matters very much to climate change and all the other issues the world is facing, we want to make sure that everyone in Georgia has the ability to vote in this runoff election, which is coming up at the beginning of January. So we are going to be donating funds to fairfight.org, which works to protect people when they have their voting rights challenged, and the New Georgia Project, which works to help get new voters registered. So that way everyone's voice gets heard and we get our best decisions made possible. And I have organized this with some delightful Georgian Ranger fans. Obviously, Orange Ranger being our wonderful hosting service today. But also on our tech, here we have our masked audio only,
our Phantom Ranger,
second Batgirl, helping out big time. So you may not see her, but she's always there.
Here. Trust us.
Always
always watching, always judging. Indeed, yes.
And we also have, and yes, you may know second Batgirl from the Toku Ladies podcast.
Yes.
And we also have here today good old Eric Berry of Ranger Command Power Hour.
Woo!
Hey everyone. And I do not live in Georgia right now, but I was born and raised in Georgia. So
yeah,
Georgia is very important to me, even though I haven't lived there in like 20-something years, but it's fine. Let's save the world.
I'm actually the other way around. I was born in Florida, but I live in Georgia now.
Nice.
So we have somebody who came from Georgia, and people who moved to Georgia, and somebody who moved to Georgia from New York, and somebody who's from New York and just still in New York.
It's in New York. That's okay. You're putting this all together, so that's the best part.
So what we are going to be doing today is we are going to be watching all 25 of the first half of Zeo, Power Rangers Zeo. We'll be watching all 25 of those episodes today while raising these funds. And we've got some big goals. The way we're thinking of it, we're like, you know, what can we charge for this? What can we charge for this? Like $20 an episode, I think seems pretty reasonable. If you talk to, you know, like iTunes or whatever. And so what our big goal is for today is to see if we can get $600 in donations. There is the lovely donation link right down there in the description below. That will be through my Streamlabs service. So that way, whenever somebody donates, we'll get to see a lovely little Starman do a little swirl, which will be great. And once we get $600 today, that will guarantee that we will be continuing this tomorrow. We only continue tomorrow if we hit that goal of 600 today. Now, if we do pass that goal and we make it all the way to 1,000, that means that we will have all 50 episodes of Zeo. Everything after 600, that guarantees the first 5 episodes for tomorrow. But we need to keep it going throughout all of tomorrow to make sure that we hit the end of the series, because we can't leave this on a cliffhanger. We left it on a cliffhanger last time with the command center exploding. We can't do that to the audience again.
Not a second time, no.
And if we make it to 1,100 tomorrow, then we will be seeing
that glare.
Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, to follow to cap off
the movie.
And if you people are feeling tremendously generous and we manage to hit 1,500 by the end of tomorrow, that means that we will be continuing this next Saturday and Sunday after everybody is all full knocked out from the turkey, get settled in.
Thanksgiving fun.
Shifting into Turbo. Try not to get car sick while shifting into Turbo when you're full of Turby.
Turco?
Power Rangers turkey.
Shift into turkey.
Shift into turkey. That's what we're doing Thanksgiving.
Shift into drumstick.
Now, so those are our big goals. We're going to try and see if we can get 1,500 this weekend. But at the very least, we want to aim for 600 today so we can keep this rolling. Now, I always like to personally, when we're doing live streams on my channel, I like to kick things off with 3 phrases that I feel should be considered equally non-controversial. So, for those of you who are familiar, feel free to join me in the chat or say it with me. So I will speak and then you can repeat. Okay. So the first one, Black Lives Matter. Say it with me.
Yes.
Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Next up, say it with me. Fascism is bad.
Fascism is bad.
Fascism is bad. I can't even say it. That's how bad it is.
And the third one, that should be considered equally non-controversial to these other 2. Superheroes are fun.
Superheroes are fun.
I think these are 3 things that we should all be able to agree are equally non-controversial as we move forward through this lovely charity live stream. So I have been yammering on for 10 minutes already. I'm sure that you guys are Power Rangers. So does everybody have on their Netflix, DVDs, or what have you, Power Rangers Zeo, Season 1, Episode 1, a Zeo beginning?
Get Zeo Episode 1 queued up, chat. By the way, hi everyone in the chat. We see you there. Hello. Welcome.
Welcome.
Very glad to see you all.
Plenty of people from me. I'm actually going to be using my little headphones this time because I'm watching it on my desktop instead of my TV. So is everybody ready for this?
Yep.
All right. So I'll give us a ready and go. All right. Ready and go. Zeo, go. Zeo.
Oh, Zeo, all right.
Stronger than before. Go, Zeo. Powered up for more. Go, Zeo. Rangers at the core. Zeo. Power Rangers. Zeo. High notes can't do. Everything can soar. Go, Zeo. Fired up for more. Go, Zeo. Even up the score. Zeo. Zeo. Go, go, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers.
Oh, it takes that classic MMPR theme and steps it up a little bit. Gives a little extra something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I see it. It's coming. Oh, we got
We have to run through fire. Oh no. The command center was burning. Hey, do you remember Goldar?
Yeah.
I miss teleportation effects.
Yeah.
Tanya has already been, agreed to be a Power Ranger, and Alpha's just going over. So morphing is like, I have no idea what she just signed up What?
Oh, I think so.
I don't even think that's the worst day that a Yellow Ranger has had starting as a Ranger when you consider Maya lost her whole planet.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair.
That is very fair. I always appreciate that.
I forgot how epic this intro was with the Tommy voiceover.
I also forgot
the Rangers had no chance to survive and make their time.
Like, it's also
all
kind
their
of
base belong to dead.
They are very much vamping for time here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure Billy in that faithful sparks matter.
I'm gonna go with second longest. Wasn't there like 5 seconds until Namek was supposed to explode? And I feel like that's a little longer on in Dragon Ball Z for those.
Yeah, this is true.
I flat out was making plans to build a spaceship at 10 years old to go to the moon to get the Zeo crystal back for the that was my plan. And we were all just like, I feel like we were all just wondering, okay, how are they getting the Zeo crystal? How are they going to get it?
Right.
What's going to be what's the new quest to get the Zeo crystal? And crystal.
Rita and Zed were always so musical. Happy dancing.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's amazing.
The timing of the Machine Empire here is just so ridiculous.
It's like, I don't want to ruin your celebration, but we all are going to die, so you might want to look up.
I love Finster. Yeah.
I just want them all to be in the Lightning Collection. All of them.
A really subtle thing that they did there to just sort of emphasize the oh man of that moment is that's the first time that we've ever seen Rita's telescope treated as a usual telescope until like she's always looking down, or her having
found shiny
time in like 155 episodes. That's terrifying. Oh man, what we got under the rocks? How many rocks are here?
Don't worry, I'm sure none of this stuff is radioactive.
Yeah.
Prepare the RV.
The RV. I talked to the dealer. He won't let us take it out of the lot for at least another like 20 episodes.
Yeah. that totally reminds me of like Spaceballs.
Oh yeah. Yep, that's what came to mind for me.
Man, Mondo
King
himself.
Mondo, you magnificent gentleman.
It's great that they followed up with a new set of villains that also just always had an Earth in the background.
Some good visual continuity there.
Yeah.
We just moved right in.
Nothing but a set of happy accidents, it seems.
Oh, it was
turn out the lights. The party's over.
I see.
Yes. Moonbase.
I wonder who bought that place. Like, definitely motivated buyers there. You probably could get a pretty good bargain. They're just still moving.
Still
20 minutes later.
Wait, what?
Boy, that was a lot of rubble.
I remember actually being like, really? I was planning to make a spaceship for you. And it was just there the whole time.
They dropped it.
Mm.
They must have dropped it while teleporting, because that's a thing.
I think it's less that it's glowing yellow. It's more that it's glowing gold. Foreshadowing. Yeah.
Hey, both are valid.
Don't worry, Goldar and Rito are probably dead.
But yeah, just the fact that Goldar and Rito just literally dropped it.
We dropped it.
It's like
it's so on brand for them.
That is such. It's very on brand, but it's also like feels like one of the cheapest outs on a cliffhanger in like Power Rangers history. It's like, oh no, how will we get back to Zeo Crystal? It's the most powerful thing. Oh, they dropped it.
Oh, they dropped it. It's right there. Don't touch the important thing. Just set it down. Well,
I love this bit. I love that they added in the effects of the glowing feet so that they couldn't move, and then they're still stumbling around.
I was just gonna say. I just realized that Billy like stumbled halfway across the set.
Jenny asks, "How do you drop something while teleporting?" Well, here's what I think is that it wasn't that they dropped it while teleporting. Keep in mind, Rito and Goldar could only teleport in and out of the command center from directly underneath it. So they teleported back underneath the command center, and then there was the implosion, and they must have dropped it then.
Yeah.
Right.
They had to have run out of that ridiculous labyrinth they spent 10 episodes, or what was it, like 5 episodes marching through.
I remember that was Linkara's theory too. Something about the command center's defenses.
Yeah, that was the whole point of that very long labyrinth and plot detour. There we go.
Pew! Or both.
They really got so much use out of these Zeo ships, out of that footage.
The Quadra Fighters were great. I have one. That's one that I don't have it here. All my Zeo stuff is in storage, but I did have a Quadra Fighter.
Nice.
Oh, nice box carrying there.
Or you could just.
She has a fan, but she doesn't really sweat because she's a robot.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're gonna get to Pyramidas. Ain't no worries about that.
I can't move my feet. Yeah. I can't move my feet, even though I'm very
incredibly slowly. Oh, here we go.
Shake the camera and move at the same time. The Star Trek way.
The Star Trek method, absolutely. Bump. Jimmy. Oh, no.
As she's screaming.
The incredible power of rewinding the footage.
Oh man, Rocky was he landed on like a mattress. Everybody else landed on like boxes of gum.
Probably.
Or maybe some Alpha drones like we've seen in the comics.
Oh, yeah.
Could have been Alpha 4. We saw Alpha 4 boxed up everything, including
himself.
Yeah.
Well, here I go.
Yeah.
Everything is boxed now. Everything is finally boxed. Well,
a place for everything and everything in its place.
love the foam recreation of the command center.
Oh, there they are.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I got there. All right. Fresh. Get that to the cat.
This was just a fun.
Oh no, your wings are gone again. His wings got blown off.
A skull ache.
Goldar and Rito becoming just these comedic partners was just a wonderful thing. Like it's really sad that this is what Goldar's character became during the later years of his character, but at the same time, it's so much fun.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's all ridiculous. Like this is just an insane sitcom premise. It's like when these two teenage cops adopt their very own monster butlers, whack do.
Yep. Me too.
I mean, aren't we right now? Isn't this what the whole show?
Like.
Ability to drive.
Yeah.
I'm saying that like it's entirely possible he may have just absconded with that limo.
Choo choo. That makes sense.
And it's fun that we're just discussing this right now because I literally just got a Facebook notification of somebody messaging me that we might be speaking about right now.
At this point, Zed and Reed are realizing they're going to run away, but where are they going to run to? Where are we going? Rita says we need to go run to her daddy.
No, I refuse.
No.
I'm not going to move in with my father-in-law. This has been.
Listen, Zed, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
It's like, Zeddy, I don't care. You're 10,000. You're 12,000 years old. You are a millennial. Your age is literally measured in millennia.
You are a multi-millennial.
You are a multi-millennial.
This is a lot of hallways underneath what was just like one big room.
Yep. You do realize that it's literally one of the things that I have come to realize as somebody who realizes the value of reusing sets. It's just one hallway.
Yeah.
They just walk out
yeah.
and come back in the other way.
Walk down it one
That's
way.
also the Star Trek method.
Like, do you realize how many shots from Power Reviews I've had of people running down hallways? And it's literally just, okay, now we just got to tweak the camera so it's pointed this way, and now run around this way. Like, this room that I keep having, this is a like 10 by 11 foot room. And I keep having to build hallways in here, and it makes no sense. There's so many sitcoms that Zeo could be and should be. Yes. So okay, so maybe that doesn't work out the best financially speaking. Yes. Like I also just love the whole Look at that CG though.
Oh,
That CG though.
Mm.
That CG.
That door is absolutely real.
That was amazing.
I never really got the point of the goo portal.
They needed to stretch this out into a two-parter is the reason for the goo portal. Like
not just the CG door, but the goo portal. We need it to be slimy.
We need to just stare at this thing.
Tension. Oh.
Yeah.
After I draw the tension out for a minute. It's slimy.
It's actually gooey. No.
Rangers.
Yeah, it's actually the
Rangers,
goo portal.
To the vortex.
Rangers. Yeah, to the goo. Hi, I've known you for like 5 minutes. Friends forever.
Now you see that's a ship we could have explored.
Rocky's the smart one. Rocky's like, I don't know about this.
Of course. I love the CG door.
One there.
Like back in 1996, I'm like, oh, Power Rangers has CG. This is so cool and fancy.
This was such a glow up.
Yeah, big time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like maybe we can use a whole set.
Yeah. Oh.
Alpha even gets a little alcove.
Up to. Ladies and gentlemen and Ranger fans of all ages, we have actually already reached $125, and we're not even
Whoa!
This episode. Thank you so much to all you out there.
Rocky's like, Alpha, what the heck? Well, you think when they moved into the power chamber, it's like, well, now we got to start working on another backup.
And then
he's fine. No.
Oh yeah.
So much padding in this episode. It's amazing.
Almost at the end of the. Oh yeah, there to be continued.
All right, are we watching?
That is pretty padded out.
Credits, gotta keep the blooper.
Oh, the bloopers.
Yeah, I had to click on watch credits to make sure that it wouldn't skip the bloopers because we can't. This
can't
is
skip the bloopers.
You can't skip the
Watch credits.
vast. Which is awful. Saban Brands.
On brands.
All right. Go. Next video beginning part 2 and.
How to set the okay.
It skipped past the opening. Okay.
Yeah, it skipped for me.
Yeah.
Credits. I did not realize you can do that. I love they totally just rewrote the scene twice, where she asks, "Is he?" and then he says, "I'm sorry, Rangers," and then that was like the plot line for the episode. And it's like, "Is he?" "Oh no! Oh no! No! I'm sorry. Sorry."
It took me 3 minutes to get down to this new tube.
You Rangers wouldn't believe the traffic from here to there.
It's great that there's literally no reason for him not to have already been in that tube when they walked in, other than for the dramatic tension that they were just, stretching out like
out.
They were stretching that thing out like a floppy arm stretch Armstrong. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I will say I kind of prefer that to how they do it today, where they seem to shove episodes that should be multi-parters into one episode.
True.
Alpha's freaking out. Alpha, are you supposed to be doing that? I don't know, because I just met you.
I think that moment is even funnier when you imagine that Richard Horvitz must have been off to the side in the recording studio. Hey, Serpentera. Why are you standing?
What?
I just realized Serpentera. It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
It's up like the.
It's up on a little mountain.
Why? Have you noticed what its owners do to their monsters all the time?
It was a beautiful blue sky spring day on the moon, by the way.
I still need to get a Serpentera.
Forever Red. Power Transport. Forever Red. It's a great. I really need to. I still haven't been to the House of the Book yet. I feel shame.
I haven't been there either. I gotta get to that at some point.
It is the pilgrimage of every Power Rangers fan. Oh,
oh, Clank, you're great.
So what we've learned from this episode is robots emit sparks when they get frustrated or anxious.
Yes. For normal monsters, they get sparks when they're hurt. For the leaders, it's when the hurt comes up here that we see this.
Quite possible. Just hammer the seat and we'll open that right up. No, that BO isn't quite my smell.
Oh my god.
And it's just amazing.
You hear the sitcom audience. Woo! Woo!
Oh.
The bulk and shining armor.
Mm.
That reminds me of when I did.
Why on that model?
A stage show where basically we had to write a show and then perform it in 24 hours. And we did an Indiana Jones spoof, and the entire like temple traps scene was basically entirely improvised. Where like I was running around with me and this girl were running all over the stage, like we were avoiding traps, and I'm just like grab her, I'm like, we need to stick together, and then we just run off in separate directions. And that's what that felt like. Audience, have you picked up that things have escalated? Things must be really bad if they.
They must be completely dismantled to be destroyed, which means kind of punch them pretty hard and it'll probably work out.
I mean, It won't destroy them, but it won't. Now, note, they do need to be completely dismantled.
Note that destroyed and defeated aren't exactly the same thing.
Will run away.
Okay, Zordon just said our solar system is the final link in a chain of galaxies.
Yep.
Our solar system is not a galaxy.
Yes, yeah, those are not the same thing, Zordon. So, like, even our galaxy is like 99% conquered.
If we have if it has to do with like intersections of ley lines thing where it's the chain that connects the galaxies.
Yeah.
I just noticed rockets will grow for some reason. Oh yeah.
We've already established within the world of power reviews that obviously the rift surrounding Earth is very important to the multiverse as a whole.
Oh yeah.
Like, they just
that was just the thing at a time. I remember from
just going, nope, don't do it, nope.
The final link in a chain of power
and it's like it's still in its standing mode, but now it's just on its face because it's still got the shoulders out.
Ah, the waking up power of body odor.
Yep. I do not know who they are. I've met them on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Especially Goldar. Like, that's something you don't forget when you get picked up in a bus.
Like, you guys were in a conga line with these guys.
This might sound weird, but wasn't I in a hostage situation on a bus with you?
Now, actually, here is a good question. Because I don't know if we've addressed, because I can't recall if it was addressed. Considering their confusion right now, do the citizens of Angel Grove remember the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Considering the messing around with their
time. Yeah.
I would think so.
Well,
everybody just kind of sitting around Serpentera is kind of cute. Like, well,
but yeah, there's definitely a lot of questions to be had there. Like, even if they remember the Alien Ranger timeline, they should still remember Rito and Goldar from that timeline because they tried to abduct their bus. Now, no, in that case, it might be a long time ago from their perspective, but I would imagine that would be a pretty formative memory. I think it would be much better.
Oh, right.
No,
powers.
Never actually got your name, so who are you? Dun dun.
In phantom form.
The Zeo Crystal. Don't worry about it. Oh no. Billy.
Billy.
I do love that Tanya tries to give her powers up. I'm like, oh, by the way, I've never been a ranger, so you should probably take the yellow one. No, the writers didn't want to do that.
Yeah, it's like could you explain what you realized? Just a long pause there.
I realized I'd be more of use to you here, even though I've been a ranger for 3 years and have a lot more experience. We apparently need to have 2 alphas in the command center.
And you also do not know this person. You know that her name is Tanya, and that is literally all you know about her.
Aisha put in a good word.
Yeah, I don't know why Billy says it was his subcrystal. It never really was his to begin with.
Like,
right.
This easily been one.
Yay.
Like, I appreciate that they wanted it to be a 2-parter to really deliver the impact of what was happening,
Mhm.
But this could so easily.
More Billy. Moving on.
Can you?
Sure you can, buddy. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Anytime you want. Anytime you want. You just ask.
Everybody's attending. Congratulations.
We can do about it.
Congratulations on your Ranger retirement, Billy. Tony, you get to be a Ranger after all. Uh-oh.
There's so much weirdness about all of this.
Zordon, we have installed the new red alert system.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a twirly blinky light. You like it? It's purple and orange.
like there were so many clear skills that the like original team of Rangers had when they were selected. And it's like, Tanya, you're a Power Ranger now. I'm like, what? Like, I'm sure she's a great person. I'm sure she's nice. She seems nice.
Rocket's little blow.
She did prove to be a great Ranger. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know what you're bringing to this team, and I don't know if you can fight robots when they show up at your birthday party, which, you know, is just what happens to Power Rangers.
Vote for Bulk.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is great.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are we voting for Bulk for?
And tying that back to Billy, that's like when Billy in the first couple seasons was like, you know, training with Tommy and everyone and kind of learning karate and all that stuff.
Yeah. The Zeonizer.
Zeonizers.
I would have loved to get some I was keeping an eye open for him, and I almost got him, but I think they sold out like right when I finally decided to bite the bullet.
Yeah. I was a little back and forth on getting these, and I was like, yeah, they're pretty neat. I still can't do it though.
I do a little bit add that as far as power reviews goes, the only 2 episodes of Zeo I've actually covered have been pretty much 2 of the worst episodes of Zeo. Another song and dance and Season to Remember, which I think are the best in other ways.
We're switching up the colors here, y'all. Pay attention.
Wait,
Ross,
what?
you're wearing blue pants, so you can be blue. Oh, Billy.
Actually, no. Because
I like how especially Tommy was kind of wearing red anyway.
More muted colors that would be appropriate for a Black Ranger.
Oh. Love helmetless scenes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Feel like we had our faces washed and our hair combed.
Snark and fun aside, this is a really like kind of regal, really well done new power scene.
Yeah, and I love that they have the suits in the back.
Yes.
Oh, the back.
If I had a ton of money and my own house, I would totally try to recreate that display.
Oh,
yeah. I also like Scott here in the chat is just like gone forever.
Right.
Oh, yeah, the Rangers of the past, you knew them were gone forever. Gone forever.
I'm keeping an eye on it over here.
Rocket's little bow. I love it.
Such an original plan.
Yes. We have a massive robot army, so we'll do the exact same thing Rita and Zed did.
What?
Purple and orange alarm.
2020.
Billy's like, oh, good time. Okay, this always bugs me. We're morphed, so let's morph.
Z-O! And then they never did that again. Oh, it's a beautiful morph sequence.
Oh, yeah.
This holds up so amazingly well as a morph sequence. I love the wireframe. I love the transformation. I'm not really sure that any morph sequence is really properly topped.
I like how Tommy's is a little bit different. It's a little bit like stronger, bigger effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do try to put some fun acrobatics into later ones, but
I know the Rangers are around this quarry somewhere. Here we are.
This is where we see how different the cogs are, because they have the ability to actually ask questions like, "Who
am I alive?"
What is love?
Nice.
Nice.
I like
some of the different
Oh yeah.
Big Bang is a great bop. But
This fight is amazing too.
Oh yeah. Nice little intro fight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never really succeeded.
The goal. But their big goal here was, there we get that Zeo flying power kick.
Yep.
It wasn't to really emphasize the threat of the cogs. It was to emphasize how much more powerful the Rangers are now. For the whole thing with it spent the whole rest of the two-parter building up the Machine Empire as a big threat.
And that little pose. Huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to see that Rita and Zed were like terrified of something.
Yeah.
That's a good establishment of the threat.
Yeah.
At least he admits it.
I like how Mondo Machina there at the end are basically like, this could be fun.
Yeah. we could do 50 episodes of this.
I'll mess with these Rangers for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, darling.
It could be entertaining to actually struggle for once. There's purple and orange again, by the way.
And yeah, they've just straight up swapped their clothes around. It's great.
Yep. New colors.
I find it funny how they got like, haircuts like somehow during all this, like before they aged back up. Like,
and I just love how the wardrobe thing like isn't even mentioned. We're just changing the colors we wear just because. Oh
yeah. Cat's parents.
And yet we're moving in. Oh God, the girls moving in with each other gets all kinds of confusing.
So
who now?
No.
Yeah.
Kimberly had been with Aisha.
Like Tanya just takes over Aisha's life. Whoop. Are we going right into the next episode?
Yeah. Trying to watch the, here we go, because I gotta get those bloopers.
Oh, were we watching the bloopers?
I try to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Netflix just jumped straight into the next episode for me.
Yeah, mine did.
So I got playing. I'm at 118, 112, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Boom. Beautiful. And kicking off, Power Ranger Zeo, episode 3, Shooting.
Back up and play. Planes and quadrifighters.
And we are kicking it off. We are 1
Okay.
minute into this.
These jets are incredibly maneuverable. Oh, but never mind. That
I love the quadrifighter. Okay, little childhood story here. I had a quadrifighter, and I was carrying it around with me, and I was at the supermarket with my parents. There we go, the shooting star. And I.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause for like 4 or 5 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. So right now mine is about a minute and a half in. Written by Jackie Marchand has just popped up on my screen.
Okay, I'm synced with you now. Oh, this guy is getting too close to her. Dude,
like,
back.
Yeah, we all know with Sean, but at the same time, it is a pretty great. He's a pretty well realized character in his while being a terrible person. Like, he's a more complex person. Yep, Billy's on doing a
zapping things.
Zappity zapping, wearing black.
Wearing his Steve Jobs outfit.
Adam's wardrobe had to go somewhere.
Billy's got just one more thing to tell us about.
Those turtlenecks.
Oh, God.
There's a story there.
I mean,
clearly a Toku lady needs to write.
That's I mean, the same thing happened with Brody on Ninja Steel.
Yeah.
Goes back up and got into the school.
What? How very dare.
Stepping off screen for a second, guys.
All right, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah, apparently Mara is upset that I'm providing plot bunnies right now. Because you do it too often. Good. I've got too much to write anyway. I still have, 10 episodes of Power Reviews to finish. Not 10 episodes to write, but 10 episodes to finish. Oh, now I remember what. It's a great stupid bike. I don't even know why they have it. It's just great.
I just love the fact that it's bulk in the sidecar.
But yeah, I lost my quadrifighter in supermarket, and my parents actually did end up getting me a new one because I missed it so much. I love that quadrifighter figure.
Did you see what was said in chat, Jacob?
But
no, I don't need plot bunnies from Jacob too. Yeah. Not enough Bass does that to me.
Yes. But I suspect that my quadrifighter incident where I lost it was probably one of those early signs of me being on the autism spectrum, because the reason that I lost it was because I was buying books display in the supermarket, because there were those Goosebump book displays everywhere, and I put it down because I needed to put all of the books in order. And so I was so caught up with putting all these like 100 Goosebump books in order that I left my toy behind in the supermarket. So that was probably a good sign of me being on the autism spectrum.
Poke, poke. Why did...
Yeah, I buy that. Oh, Sean. I love how Tanya has so little context for the life that she's living now, and yet she knows what's up so fast. No,
Right.
no, parents were explorers. She um what was the name of the island that her parents were on? Somewhere near an island. Oh. Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, it's like Sean is so offended right now, despite being clearly in the wrong.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
But she's also like, really excited about it because she's never got to say it before. This was definitely a good, first focus episode for Tanya to establish her as a someone with strong character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. 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 Unmore fights definitely add something special to the show, and it's one of the things that is really memorable about the first season. After the
Yeah.
first season, it started to slowly decline, and that was a big part of the appeal, was those unmore fights and really seeing those people at the top of their game. Tara?
Mm.
Yeah. Ironically, as I'm thinking about it, like back then when you were just producing something that was going to be 40 episodes and done, it's like, oh yeah, we'll just burn these actors out, it'll be fine. And then when it took off, it's like, oh, maybe
we got to
need
keep them
them
around a bit
for a while. Maybe we can't just let them, kill themselves trying to do all these stunts. And that may have been part of it. They just realized that it wasn't a sustainable model for them.
Yeah.
As amazing as it was.
I figured our internet stream could use a little cat.
Mm.
Hey, Kitty.
This is Junior.
He's a junior.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, hi, Junior. You go down.
She sets such strong boundaries, and it's great. Yeah.
Tanya's
It's
amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he is not okay. He's not a cool dude. But you know what? I know that there are I know I've encountered students who feel that way in certain regards, just as a teacher. Oh, and now we're seeing Jason. Not Jason.
Johnny M. Bosch.
Johnny Young Bosch.
Man, he got that special red gi on quick order.
It together now. This is where they really started to gel. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes to talk to her friends about it. That's great. And yes, Hit People Guy. That is a Trekkie V47 in here.
I am here. This is me.
That is one right there.
Oh, totally.
It's great.
By the way, I will note it is the same name as mine, but he spells it differently, so he is not an example of the type of Sean that I am.
I do like Tommy rocking the red gi. That's very nice.
He got that special order. He got it shipped quick.
Classy. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna need a red gi.
Looks. That being said, you know, it's also probably that's also
Rangers don't want to worry you, but King Mondo is launching an entire robot invasion.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Just maybe take care of it.
You don't want to fight a guy wearing a red gi, though.
Woo!
You don't want to fight.
Ooh, is that a dono?
Oh, did we just get another donation?
Is that a dono? What happened? Woo, dono!
Thank you very much.
Hi, Delta.
Quick reminder: we are continuing to raise funds. Oh, every time that you can make Starman dance, it makes me happy.
Oh, look at the little star!
Isn't he cute?
The Zeozords are great. The theming doesn't entirely make sense in Power Rangers, and they don't really give us one, but
yeah,
they're neat nonetheless.
They felt very alien in their designs.
Just like as far as Power Rangers, it's like 3 animals and 2 cannons.
Yep, basically.
It is a very good cause, Hit People Guy. Jacob, you want to do another little spiel really quick about why it's important?
We are raising funds for Fair Fight, a new Georgia project, to help with the Georgia Senate runoff races that are coming up at the beginning of January. This will be very important since this will decide who controls the Senate moving forward for these United States, which obviously has a lot of impact on the world as a whole. So Fair Fight makes sure to combat any acts of voter suppression or denial of voter rights. The new Georgia project is working to get people registered and ready to vote. These are both important because they help make sure that everyone's voice gets heard down in the state of Georgia, as they will be the ones deciding the fate of many of us. So let's. Yes. And you can, if you do live in Georgia, you can order your absentee ballot now. You can apply for it now.
Georgia is actually really good about absentee ballots, and you can request it entirely online. And there's a very good My Voter portal that lets you check on the status of it, if it's been received and properly counted and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's so many great. Yes.
Right. And now the Zeozords, I was going to say.
Oh, the Zeozords.
3 animals and 2 cannons. It is kind of neat that there's 2 Zords that are just giant guns.
Yes. And also when everything else is prepping, like, you know, you have the animals roaring, and the 2 Zeozords 1 and 2 are just like chunk chunk. Like, oh, they are locked and loaded. And it's the girl Zords too, which is extra.
Yeah. I love the Bull Zord just ramming through these little.
Chomp.
Speaking of Starman, by the way.
Oh man, did we get another one?
No, I was saying.
Like literally a Starman.
Sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Let's see if we can get another Starman for Starman.
Hey, donate for the Starman.
Yes. Boom. I didn't have the Zeozords per se. I didn't have the standard deluxe Zeo Megazord. What I had were those little Zeo mini playsets, the Zeozord mini playsets.
Yeah.
That still combined into a Megazord.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
You know what?
That's
Actually,
right.
Me. I should dig out.
Thank you for being here. And I will take that opportunity to say, by the way, just in case, if you can't donate, we appreciate you folks being here. Yep. Share the stream around. Let people know about it. Everybody that finds out about the stream is somebody that could possibly donate. Just thank you all for being here and hanging out, watching Zeo with us, and having some fun.
Yes, thank you so much.
Da, 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 da.
And don't forget, you can also do other forms of volunteer work. If you can't volunteer money, you can volunteer your time. Phone banks are absolutely a thing that you can absolutely do. Yes, you can. It's a really smooth process. They set you up right. They make sure that the people that you're calling are people who are usually along the same party lines as the ones you're volunteering to help, so that you don't get yelled at too much. It's postcards, which you just love.
Postcard drive.
Yeah. So calls.
Little side note with this thing. I love that this comes out, by the way. It's one of my favorite little features of the Legacy Deonizer.
Yeah, I still love those little Zeozord mini playsets actually all combined into a Zeo Megazord. Like, that's a toy set that I would love to see happen again. Yes.
Where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Zeo Megazord is pretty.
I love how we keep.
I just really like the color balancing on it.
Voter information, really important voter information. Oh, the toys are so shiny. But voter information, Oh, the shows raise funds for good cause. Oh, shiny toys.
And you can buy this Megazord now as part of Hasbro.
Yeah, Hasbro's selling.
Yes.
The helmet, battle helmet.
Let's see for Schmick. Wait, grab. Ooh. Oh.
Okay, it's gonna reform. I was like, that wasn't a finishing slash.
Yes. All right. Wait,
I've always found the Zeo Megazord cockpit to be incredibly cramped.
Yeah, it's weirdly cramped.
Like, it's kind of claustrophobic.
Like the cockpit of my spaceship set is larger than that, and it's literally just something in this tiny room.
That is definitely not social distancing.
Right.
Although I guess we are wearing masks, so it's all right. Oh, well, we lost, but we'll do the same thing next time, and I guess it'll work.
Go away, Sean.
If looks could kill. Don't touch her.
Yeah.
Bad touch.
Yes, you were.
This dude is a letdown to Sean's everywhere.
Somebody should contact Jacksepticeye. But by the way,
I'm try to be smooth and play it off.
Anyone who would like to see join us in the Skype chat, who if there's any Power Rangers alumni or major or other major figures you would in the Power Rangers fandom and beyond that you would like to see part of our stream, feel free to message them. Don't pester them. But if you give them a heads up what's going on, it's absolutely welcome. So
watch credits. Wow, I just caught.
But see this. We're doing the bloopers, but this isn't a blooper. This is like a continuation.
Yeah. a little extra. We didn't want to put this in the episode. We cut it, but we wanted to use it. So.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Kamen Rider 64. Hey, what's going on? We're watching Zio, doing some charity stuff. It's a good time.
All right, we gonna hit next episode?
Or let it scroll through. Oh, hit next episode.
Yeah, sorry, I had to rewind mine to get it to the right spot. So
I'm paused on the title graphic.
And next episode, go. There we go. Target Rangers.
Target.
You can find a lot of Power Rangers at Target.
Stuart Singh.
Your mileage may vary depending on location.
All right, so I managed to dig it out. My childhood monster sketchbook.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Right.
wow.
Remember that from the last stream.
So I'm going to keep
We're
pulling
going to
in.
build a monster.
I started doing it regularly.
This can only end in good. Cogs with lab coats because... Orbis was acting like that it was being tortured just there. Orbis was like, ah!
Just to remind everybody, we are on episode 4 of Power Rangers Zeo, Target Rangers, and we are continuing to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. So if you would like to donate, the link is below in the description. That'll be through my Streamlabs link. And we are currently working towards our goal for today of $600. That's just our goal for today. We only continue through Sunday if we hit that goal. So if you want to see us cover all of Zeo, we got to keep those going.
Quality video games.
Those leaked graphics, yo.
That PlayStation 5, dang it.
That
Xbox One X?
Goodness gracious.
thing have cross.
Oh, computer gaming. I had a feeling Rocky was PC Master Race.
I'm fairly certain that those controllers are not hooked up to that computer. The wires are running off. Just out of the frame.
Okay, Rocky.
Like, Rocky, you are not
smooth.
smooth.
And she.
Oh, look, this paper says I have to go.
So it's like, yeah,
Ready to
no.
wipe the main hard drive?
Are you sure?
No, don't.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to erase everything on this computer. When did this become a trivia game?
In what year was Angel Grove established? 1775.
Well, smooth Rocky.
It really is interesting how, like, they didn't really know what to do with Rocky, I think, during his first season, and then they just slowly evolved him into the doof of the team.
Well, I kind of like it because what Ryan is doing with Rocky in the comics, kind of taking his Zeo personality more into Mighty Morphin.
Yeah.
There's a scene, it's not super spoilery, but there's a scene in Power Rangers #1 where Jason and Rocky basically have the conversation we've been waiting for about Rocky being the Red Ranger but not the leader. Yeah. And Jason telling him that doesn't matter. It's excellent.
Nice. Well, I mean, we will have if we make it to tomorrow, we will have our good friend Mark Litton on for Mondo's Last Stand. So you definitely want to get to tomorrow if you want to see the good rock.
Where do I tell him so he'll let me leave? Or maybe I'm writing down my number. Never mind.
Here's my number.
Call me maybe.
If I sound like an Italian man asking for your pizza order, it's just because I'm playing around. It's a game. It's a game.
Yeah. Just play along. Order pizza.
Yeah. She's not into you, dude.
Take the hint.
Rocky's like, she loves me. this episode is Rocky being that guy.
I know it'll be the perfect.
Oh, look, Rocky is working on it. That's a good idea.
A high school computer project. That's the most advanced thing imaginable.
Oh, 2 doggos. the green with purple stripes is a look though. Oh, we'll just step through this wall.
This one cog just being like, my
Yo.
Right. I just
careful. Careful.
That was awkward. I'm sorry to everyone. That was really awkward for all of us here.
Zeal. It's really early on, so we're still gonna morph to deal with you guys.
Yep. Also, I find it interesting that just on a very slight note, is it just me, or is this when Adam really started to get his habit of rubbing the back of his neck?
Oh, the anime thing.
I feel like that's a recurring character tick.
Kind of funny that he would go on to be such a prolific anime voice actor.
Yeah.
Considering that's a thing. We'll steal this backpack.
I've been he literally puts it on as a backpack. It's great.
Oh boy, is this a Jan sport?
But when Adam was doing this just now on the side of true love thing, it made me think of Once a Ranger, where I was like, I can't believe he's a doctor.
Still doing that. Oh no.
Yeah, how do you tell your high school project partner
go back into the high school
your password? I mean, nowadays it's just like I thought it.
It was password.
My password, but that wasn't the excuse back then.
I could swear the password he typed in was MOOK.
Yep, it was.
That's funny. That's funny.
Wait, what was it?
Mook. MOOK.
Oh, that's great. That is amazing. I guess
I'll just jab this into not a port.
This is trash. See you later.
This floppy disk holds all the necessary information to run an advanced weapons system.
Pile of trash into a monster somehow.
Now, is the monster just going to ask inane trivia questions or what?
Yes.
I feel
Rangers have to defeat it with the power of Angel Grove trivia.
I feel personally attacked right now by this monster.
Excuse me, what year was Angel Grove established? It was a little warm for the turtleneck, so I went with a t-shirt.
Hey, I'm fine with it. Yep.
Like, yeah, now that we've got the cannons ready, all good on Zeozords 1 and 2. Let's take a look at these
cannons ready.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're doing good. Okay, yeah.
Zeozords 1 and 2 are nice, but here's the real gun show.
Oh, what
arms back, kind of like. Speaking of the gun show, here's 3 more hotties.
Have we shown you folks how physically fit our Rangers are?
What's up with your backpack?
Yeah.
What's a computer? No.
Oh, computer. Hey, Rocky, stop all the downloading.
Exactly.
Oh, computer. We're just gonna morph in the hallway.
Why
that
is
always got
running so slow? What have you been doing on the internet, Rocky? It's like nothing. I'm just downloading like the theme song to my favorite sitcom. It only was supposed to take 3 hours. I
Hi, Mondo.
we didn't have internet until I was like 15.
Rock all and everyone dies.
So one of the early days of the internet, we had AOL at home,
Oh
and
yeah.
I one time accidentally changed the phone number to not a local number. And the next month, my dad got this like $1,000 phone bill that he had to fight with. I think it was AT&T at the time, and I don't think he had to pay that because that was still when it was like,
around and away we go.
Internet's a thing. So
You just killing it on the hammer toss there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
A moment of appreciation for Clank's Scottish accent.
Oh, here we go. Silo.
Oh,
Around and away we go.
These drawings should slowly get better as we progress. At this point now I'm like I'm more than 8 years. Now I'm 10 years old instead of 9 years old, so I should be better now.
Jump.
I'll keep revisiting as we continue. Oh, here come the shinies. There's
yeah.
The gold aesthetic really sells it really well.
That's true.
Like that was really the aesthetic of Zeo, was the gold trim on everything.
The gold, yeah. Gold's kind of the tying together color.
Yeah. The gold and the look of circuitry just created a really great look to everything.
That Megazord transition is just that transformation. It's so clean. It's so fast. I love it.
Just boom, boom, boom. Well, I mean, especially with Zeo Zords 1 and 2, where they're just like, we are feet.
We're legs.
We are cannons. And
it's just, I love the model work so much, and it's so smooth. As soon as Red Zord passes, it like flies with it. It's so clean.
One thing that was funny with the
I'm just going to stand and observe.
Before is like they did a pretty good job of recreating most of them, but then the Sphinx Zords the place that they didn't like, because they went super simple. It was just like the body, and then the two arms were just shoved on the back with no other legs, so they were just like up like this on the back of it. It looked nothing like a Sphinx. So it was a toy.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Sun goes down. Take out 3 water cards.
Oh, he's going full Icarus. Flying right into the sun.
Whee! Oh no!
It's going to take at least 8 minutes at light speed. Oh, wait.
We're turning red now.
A fast 8 minutes.
Now we're a delicious cinnamon flavor.
Maybe this will help. Is this helping? I'm doing this. Why isn't this fixing anything? I've got all these computers around me, but this should surely do something. Now
you the superimposed footage. What?
Yeah, like, hey guys, got a problem?
Couldn't help but notice you're falling into the sun. Oh no, we haven't tested it. I hope.
What if we send down the hats and they wear them backwards? What'll happen?
This is the 90s.
It's the 90s. All hats are backwards. You don't equip backwards
I'm sure glad there's no interference from massive solar radiation.
Also, what is
Time
Zeo?
for bull hat.
Does anyone ever explain what Zeo pyramid power means?
It's all it does is just summon Pyramidas like that. Oh, nice.
And already they don't have the names consistent because Zeo Rocket Power became Zeo
Right.
now.
VR helmet hat.
Whee!
Head engine. Head engine.
I like to
Well, I've
imagine
just been standing here after the Rangers were gone and defeated,
wanna
and
see
that's not good.
who flies via rockets attached to their head, so they are always flying into everything feet first.
Yeah. And we swapped back the helmet while we were flying, just because.
Good old Bob Pappenbrook. By
the way, I loved when sword fights were this long.
On the
That's another bygone thing.
It's a slightly like take. This one, okay. This one is the most forward out of the bunch. Oh, I'll let Chris in. Chris was trying to join earlier.
Wait, pyramid power. Here we go.
Pyramid hat.
I'm not sure.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Chris. Welcome.
What up?
We are continuing through episode 4 right now. Oh, that pyramid power.
Pyramid power.
Yeah, power.
I love the pyramid power thing.
Wing hat.
Does anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Chris.
Hello.
All right.
We hear voices.
Chris is a loyal fan here who loves to join in. Anyone else who's interested in joining us, absolutely feel free to reach out.
Yeah.
Kaboom!
We've got the whole party going right now.
Oh no! Oh no! I'll shake my staff and leave. Not gonna teleport away. I'll just walk off the set.
I'm going to teleport to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
By walking off to the left. My right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I guess I really do need to
So I forget what he explains to get out of this nonsense.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's because I broke it, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain this?
Mm-hmm.
How do you get out of this? I totally forget. No.
More like it was stolen from me, but
Back. I mean, that's fair. He hasn't really seen this.
Mm-hmm.
well, I got the disc. Of course, it's blue.
It's
Yep.
like
Mm-hmm.
not. Please.
Rocky.
Rocky?
Did the thing.
No, this is not
Rocky,
the end that you want.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Rocky, gonna need you to slide about a foot to the side. Oh, sorry, the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Time out, Bluetooth. She's laughing. She just about laughed at it there.
Yeah.
Whoa, little
right.
lip right there.
Ooh.
It's because you keep hitting on her, dude. That's why she's giving you the cold shoulder. And the fact that you're making her have to explain herself is really not.
I mean,
cool.
apparently she was waiting for him to stand up for himself. She said,
Apparently.
like, oh, you do have a backbone. Okay.
No,
See, stop biting your lip, lady.
okay, but still, that just should not entitle you to asking her out when she clearly is not into you. That was not correct behavior on your part. Yeah, she's really just. Okay.
She just doesn't want a guy that she can run over.
I really am busy Friday, and I shouldn't have to give you that explanation.
Yep.
Is what it that's one of the things where the
Yeah.
previous
Nice
episode
freeze
was
frame.
really strong on the whole setting boundaries thing. And this one,
Watch credit. Now we got some bloopers.
we're getting the hang of this.
Now we got some bloopers.
I still find it amazing that Queen Machina went on to be Lois on Family Guy,
Wow.
and is on the Marvelous Miss Maisel as well.
Line.
All right. I got to bow out. I got some Ranger Command I need to edit to get out today. So.
Gotcha.
Well, thank you for
Yes.
Stopping by.
I'll pause before mine jumps into the next episode, so we can.
For crying out loud.
All right. See ya.
We're crying out loud. We're losing the berry here.
Crying out loud, this ketchup ain't working.
But everyone continue to donate, support the Georgia runoff election, support the power of voting, and just get everyone out there. So thank you again.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Bye.
And we look for.
Come on, yeah.
All right. So yeah, as Eric was saying, we'll keep those donations going. We're $135 towards our $600 goal for today. We're only 4 episodes in, so let's see if we can knock that out nice and quick. And keep things rolling so that next weekend we can give thanks with a little turbo.
Yes. Donate.
Doesn't
We got to get to the comments.
We need to get to 1100 to hear those stories for tomorrow evening. No, we will until tomorrow evening to get there.
They killed the cowboy
for the movie.
Oh, are we not?
I had to hit play.
I'm halfway through the motorcycle sequence.
I'll back to right after the opening.
I'm at 2:35.
Play on mine. All right, ready and play. Ernie's Juice Bar. We are for crying out loud on episode 5. For crying out loud has just appeared on the credits. We've got Lieutenant Stone asking where those knuckleheads are. Written by Al Winchell. And there are the knuckleheads on their motorcycles. Robert Radler directed a lot of these early episodes.
Patiently waiting.
Nothing is getting in your way, not even like safe driving. Aww.
What?
I'm watching the stream, so everything's a little delayed on my end as I'm seeing things. Second.
Donation! Thank you! Woohoo!
That was another $25 from Jen.
Nice!
There we go. I love making All-Star Man.
Loving it.
Yes. There we go. $160 now. Wonderful. Woo! Jersey Girls. There we go.
Thank you!
Respect.
Woo! Are Bulk and Skull wrecking up the barn yet?
Yes, they are. They've got
Probably right about here. They're beating a cat. Oh, okay. So I got a couple seconds.
And back to Stone and the cat. Tomato cuts.
Let's step like this. There we go. Okay, I think I just caught up with you.
Okay.
Cool, groovy, good.
This whole scene was insane and ridiculous. Just.
Yeah.
How indeed? How is a very good question.
How? In general.
Hey, at least they finally knocked the Ketchup loose. That's nice.
they might need some. There's a chicken and an egg.
So
Some
is there
minor hospitalization, but don't worry about it.
oh, that's cute.
What?
Yeah, they're really well here.
So, Rocky's dying. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, because they're long distance right now. Yes. And they even got the music. Even the music is trolling them now.
Oh, the baby. Oh, this is this
So
episode.
it's just like, I'm not comfortable.
This is child endangerment.
I'm just and just
Cat goes to her friends and is like, hey, can I borrow your kid for a bit?
it's
I
okay.
volunteered to watch him for a couple of days.
I just need him for a sham marriage. That's all.
Oh, yeah, it gets a little worse. But it's up there.
This will be me in another couple months. Not honestly, not even a couple months. We are MJ and I are only 5 weeks out.
Tommy, don't be a deadbeat dad. Handle your responsibility, sir.
Villains get ideas from the weird things.
This gives me a magnificent idea.
Ooh.
Yep.
You know, I do kind of I hate this a little bit to say, but one thing that I've learned over time is that the villains that we grew up with on TV that we always thought were just like comical
Oh yeah.
are.
Oh, that's a funny little situation, and now it's like, whoa.
And now the idea of a bumbling blowhard who watches TV and gets all their ideas for how they're going to pursue their goals from watching TV. Oh yeah, that's completely unrealistic. As
Whose room is that? Did they also take over their house? Yeah.
that thing is so terrifying. Boo-hoo,
But that shot right there is basically why they had to do that, since they had Japanese footage of the bedroom.
Yeah. Junior police.
I just zapped the baby. We're the Junior Police Patrol. Da-da-da-da.
Good. Boo-hoo the clown right here. I'm gonna keep forgetting you.
Tommy's just like, forget it.
That is, it's a two-step.
You hear cries with your eyes. They've had a baby for 1 day, and he's losing his everything.
Yes. Now that, to be fair, that baby is now causing.
Wait, yes, hang on.
Maybe.
I would consider that a coincidence at this point. The earthquake is making the baby cry, not the baby's cry is causing the earthquake.
Which, I mean, that is a fair interpretation if this was a reasonable world.
I think but there you go. I think the baby's doing it. Yeah.
If I'm just gonna say, if in another month, if in about another month and a half we start experiencing earthquakes in upstate, apologize in advance.
You had Joey, the earthquake crying baby. Let's take this baby where there's less to destroy.
I mean,
come on.
Yeah, let's take this baby where there's fewer things to destroy. That is usually.
And then Tommy and Billy will just teleport to the command center in the middle of the room.
Nobody else was in that room. Everybody left during the earthquake.
Nobody doubled back or was looking through the window or.
Nope. Those windows are all frosted glass.
Of course. Increase the destructive power of the baby.
Also, everyone in that room was also both legally blind and legally deaf. It was and in fact, none of them could see or hear or anything. They're in fact, if they were able to even speak aloud, they would have to pay extra, and that can't exist in this universe. So. Both the frequency and the amplitude.
They put on the headphones and played that cry for like a quarter of a second.
I somehow suspect it's not both the frequency and the amplitude, because that didn't sound any higher pitched.
Yeah.
Like greater amplitude. I'm not sure about
They just made it louder.
Unless it's also engaging in some sort of hypersonic thing in addition to, like, if that, I guess maybe if it's layered on top.
Scream at the baby. Parenting. Ooh.
Oh yeah. I want to. The Spider-Man PlayStation games make me kind of wish I had a PlayStation a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what was that for, Tommy? You just teleported in.
Okay, teleport glide, Tommy.
But yeah, no. Yeah.
The cat, go take.
We have, I think, recently learned that Scott
there we go.
Doesn't have the greatest judgment. Oh, thank you, Jenny C, for the compliment on my sketches, my 25-year-old sketches. Not sketches from when I was 25 years old, but sketches that
be right back.
They're almost 25
You
years
know.
old. They're like 20. We are.
I know they did as well as they could, but sometimes these transitions into Sentai footage
little
nowadays can be painfully noticeable. I mean, you like
Alpha.
there's
No.
just a difference in the video quality.
Yeah, it's really become for some reason it was very noticeable with Zio.
I mean, I didn't notice it at all at the time. You know, I'll say that.
I think at the time I noticed that the footage quality looked worse, but I didn't know why. It was just an odd shift.
Alpha.exe is frozen. Please to reboot. No, to Alpha. I shouldn't make technical error jokes. Like what? What? According to my perfect plan, this baby will destroy the power plant. Denying it. Yeah.
I love that thing.
Clearly, the problem is with Alpha's legs.
They zapped him in the chest, so we need to do the leg scan.
Yes.
Actually,
Alpha, don't blame yourself.
I mean, to be fair, if it was a human, then that is actually something you would do. If somebody was having chest pain, you might actually scan their
Oh yeah, it could be looking for blood clots, data clots.
well, yeah, but
Oh, the Power Rangers are light.
oh, it looks like there
If
was.
only we could balance the baby on, or like at the very edge of a staircase. It's probably fine. Kids could like, hey, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Shunk. Don't worry, you can understand us because you can.
Oh, it's been years. Zio, I will admit, as much as they did escalate a lot of things and do a lot of world building, etc.
That would be ghastly.
A lot of the individual episodes. Well, I did find, however, that a lot of the
Tommy will go take care of
episodes, in Zio and in Mighty Morphin Season 2, do actually have a lot of padding back then. Yes.
I don't remember this song.
Stop them. Stop those villains, Ranger. Evil enemies beware.
Zio.
Zio Rangers are here. Yes.
Yeah.
If its eyes.
Scary clown turned up to 11.
Eyes are just. Yeah, I know.
Whoa! Oh no! I might fall like 15 feet.
It's you gotta also.
Sure do wish I was morphed.
What's the deal there with what they were seeing?
Okay, yeah, you definitely grabbed that ledge.
Be right back, y'all.
I think a Power Ranger walking up to a baby would probably cause. Yeah, there you go.
I think it was milk.
Zordon, I need you to teleport me a bottle.
Hello, Shadow Nova Productions. Welcome to the. Oh my goodness. That stroller is falling so slowly. That baby is. It's a good thing that baby's no longer in the stroller, because that baby would be dead.
Oh, they're not in the stroller.
Like, do you realize how much security goes into just putting a baby seat into a car? Like, you need to get that inspected by the fire department. So, yeah, the change in momentum of falling through the air like that would kill an infant.
Our plan's done. What do we? I don't know. Quadrifighters.
I love the Quadrifighters.
And now the Rangers are just shooting them down with their guns.
Yes, it is. The Zeo Power Sword is.
The Zeo 5 Power Sword.
Oh,
why they made sure to include it with the Lightning Collection figure.
This makes me want to dig out my my fencing saber. Because I did use to fence, and I did use to actually fence saber, which is the style of sword that is. Lightning Collection. Oh, I'm sorry that you regret it. Like, if that was okay. Even so, I miss fencing so much. Right. Yes. Nice. Yeah, I took forever. I got involved in Taekwondo back in college, and then I sort of tailed off when I was graduating, etc., and got very busy, and then was searching for jobs, etc., etc., etc. And so I finally went back, and I finally got my black belt last year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Right.
Well, yeah. For me, I oddly enough, I am one of the only people like in the area who actually practices the original Taekwondo, apparently. Like at my college was the local Taekwondo, the original Taekwondo style of Taekwondo. Yeah. But my first step up through Brown, I got from the original Taekwondo Grandmaster, which was cool. Like the guy who brought it originally to the U.S. and then I got my black belt from his daughter, because he passed away a few years ago. Yeah, Scott. Eric had to run off to work on Ranger Command Power Hour. He had to do editing. But we are still going strong, still raising funds. And right now, yeah, unfortunately, because we're running things as a group, I couldn't really do the same sort of now playing thing that I was doing before. We just wrapped off episode. We're looking at the we're just wrapping episode 5 for crying out loud.
We're squeezing that catsup.
Thanks. We're seeing the catsup bloopers.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay, we'll do. Yes, I know you are eager. So I will hit next.
I'm gonna hang out for one more. I was signed up for 5, but I'll do 6.
Okay, sounds great. But yes, again, general reminder: we are trying to raise today. That's our $600 goal is for today to continue through tomorrow, and we are raising funds for the New Georgia Project to make sure that people are capable of voting successfully in the Georgia runoff Senate races, which will decide the course of Congress moving forward. So that's
by about 110.
Where we at?
About 110 baseball.
Yep. Time for Rangers in the Outfield, episode 6 of Power Rangers Zeo. Rangers in the outfield, kicking it off, skipping past the opening credits, and go.
Go.
And boom, hitting
Racing
that
ball.
Looking alive out there.
Oh, the splitty.
Ooh, look at that. Who does that? Looked painful.
They've got a very
flexible
and athletic first baseman.
Rangers in the Outfield is on the screen right now. There we go.
Written by Brett Bourne.
Brett D. Bourne.
I think he popped that up, but that's all right.
Oh yeah, because it's all the baggies. It's just those.
Yeah. Like she called out to the guy at the plate, and Adam runs up like, "Hey, I'm here too."
Yeah, this is.
Check out my bandana, isn't it cool? Ow.
That is.
I don't care how athletic you are, catching a baseball with your bare hand hurts.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. Take a shower. Take a shower. You. The fact that she caught that.
Come here. Come here.
And I just imagine her like.
She could not do a leg kick for a pitcher.
Yeah, exactly. I like that was, and it's crazy how often Ranger girls have had like that style of skirt and had to fight in it. Like, it's just like, does my bat work?
By the by, being a sports geek in the situation, which I know is very rare for a Ranger fan, him not being able to hit her pitches could just be a matter of not being adjusted to her. She's a brand new pitcher.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I'm mad because you make me look bad.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if in the 90s you could put a girl on the boys team.
Fair.
By far the most progressive city in the United States.
I mean, they do host like peace conferences and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Also, I mean, she only pitched for like 2 minutes.
But then you got struck out by a girl.
I mean,
what girl was ever good at baseball? It's not like Olympic softball's a thing.
Oh man. This is also just such a good exploration of toxic masculinity, like right here. Like, and like Zio, it's interesting that Zio really worked to try and step up its game with its messaging, compared to like seasons 2 and 3.
Good moral. Good moral.
Yeah. 96. Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Rockets freak out.
It's fantastic. And I feel like really where they were at their peak in terms of that messaging. Like Turbo kind of it trailed off, and it trailed off for a long time as far as that, that moral of the day.
Where have I heard that?
But yeah, but I don't feel like we ever really topped Zio in terms of the messaging, which is interesting. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The nuance is there. There is nuance to that. Like
don't give them
not a ton of nuance, obviously, but there is nuance there, and it is looking at a maturity of morality that you didn't really see before. Like you look at season 1, it's really about self-confidence is most of their sort of morals of the day kind of thing. But this is dealing with how your relationships operate. And I would love to see Power Rangers do more of this sort of thing. It's been far too long since they've been able to do this reliably and well.
Mm.
Yeah. And it's I know.
Meanwhile, the Machine Empire is being the universe-spanning evil force that's letting the 7-year-old come up with the plan.
Yeah. Again, nepotism, totally not a real thing by real villains. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine not only that blustering blowhard I mentioned, who gets all their plans from what they watch on TV, also deciding to hand off important policy decisions to their child or like son-in-law or something like that?
Sure, I'm glad that doesn't happen in today's day and age.
Yeah, I've never been a sports guy. Not gonna lie.
Sure, I'm glad that machine's still not pitching.
I like that Rocky's just like fed up with their nonsense.
Doing the whole umpire.
Yeah, I mean, Bulk and Skull were bullying them as well, especially in the very early ones. But yeah, they did by season 2. They were starting to turn it around and bullying them instead. When Bulk and Skull weren't really antagonistic, but just trying to find the Rangers' identities, and the Rangers were messing with those goals.
Rocky, back up off the plate a little bit, dude.
We are on episode 6 still, Rangers in the Outfield. We are about halfway through at about the 10-minute mark.
Omega Res Archive, yes. We also have second Batgirl with us. She's not using her camera, just vocal. But that is the other person.
Yeah, second Batgirl of the Toku Ladies being our wonderful stream queen here.
Stream queen.
Yes.
Rocky's dead. Oh, wait.
As we are doing a truly cooperative stream here.
Super cooperative.
No. I want to say no, but I'm also not 100%
Okay,
sure.
guys, we got to talk about backpack security.
We need to think more deeply about it.
That's even a thing going back to Mighty Morphin with Kim.
Yeah.
When are the Rangers going to learn not to keep their morphers in their backpacks?
Adam really stepped it up this season.
Actually, since when has keeping a morpher in the backpack been a thing with the Zeomorphers? Can't they just, Right. Just wiggle your wrist, Adam. You'll get it right back.
Didn't we have the same discussion in the last stream about what the power coins were doing in the backpack when Kat stole?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. The Rangers need to work on backpack security. And maybe not keep your all-powerful morphers in there.
Let's see. Let me break out the old sketchbook again. Oh man, this thing is so like old and dead. Oh, there we go.
What's his name, Jake?
We got People Pitcher.
People Pitcher.
Yes, I believe that was his.
What? I thought he lost his morpher. Oh. That's Rocky's backpack. It's an interesting way to write him out of the battle.
He was a one-eyed, one-horned.
Somebody else lost his morpher.
One-eyed, one-horned, purple people pitcher. One-eyed, one-horned, purple.
Yeah, that hurt.
Strange to me.
Wait, that's too late. Yeah.
His isn't.
The Rangers are like, that's an idea.
Play with the Zeonizer. That's great.
They might be on to something here.
Some of the
Oh, now they're bumper cars. Bumper cars.
That was just legitimately great Sentai footage right there. Why is she fast-forwarded through this playground?
Yo. Oh, water's not good for robots.
Also,
I like how they're tossing around one thing when the Xeomorpher is clearly two pieces.
yes, but also these boats, though. These boats are amazing. And the way that she just threw that should have just fallen right into the water.
I will say they are tossing around the part with the crystal, which I guess is the important part.
Everything about this setting is amazing.
Yeah, just dump up, wig, grab Tommy. Hey, original footage.
Also, where
that's kind of a nifty set for original footage.
Clearly Japan. Was that like a park in Kyoto in the original footage? I don't know.
I would imagine it seemed like an amusement park episode.
Yeah.
Little dune buggies, go-karts.
The thing about Rocky's helmet, though, is that he clearly, while he can definitely see, he has no peripheral vision.
Yeah. Yo.
And then you have Tanya, who just has a line right through the middle of her vision.
Yeah. Tanya's helmet is kind of like bifocals, where you have to kind of look at the top part of the bottom part.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a good basher weapon.
Whee!
Woohoo! Woohoo! Whee! I learned this from the brand new game Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes. Ole.
Ole.
Yeah. Around and away we go, Crash. I love that he stopped driving the go-kart there to toss it, and it just slowly crashed into the wall.
Amazing.
2 hands on the wheel, kids.
I also just love that each season we had a different means of growing monsters. It's just
oh yeah,
that variety. Like,
although by the time you get to like Samurai, you're kind of out of ideas, and it's like they just grow. It's just the thing that they do.
And then what? Super Mega Force through
the Mega Laser.
Yeah, Super Mega Force through Super Ninja Steel. It was just space lasers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fire a laser about it. Okay, this feels a little bit more like a quick smackdown sword fight.
I feel like Go Busters was, one of the few to really innovate the way that they dealt with their giant monster battles in a long time.
Yeah, with the timer and
with it being a
kind of SPD, and that it wasn't growing the monster; it was just the data from the monster. But yeah, with the timer and everything.
Yeah,
I was kind of disappointed that Beast Morphers never really brought that in. They looked like they were going to bring that in.
Yeah.
I remember they had an episode that kind of established this is the detector for when they're coming, and it'll tell us how much time we have. And they just never did anything with it. Also, like, it's here now.
Also, I'm kind of jealous that they have like the master footage so that they didn't need to work around the timer. Because I had to flat out create a new timer to go over the timer for when I did grid defense.
Oh, yeah.
I love that Ernie is the commentator here, because of course he is. I mean, you know what? Give Ernie some
I like
love.
the Teespring baseball jerseys, by the way.
That was a bit odd there.
Oh no, yeah. I don't think even softball games, just with women and all, like I don't think they go 9 innings.
I'm also I guess. She's also picked up all of this very quickly, which is kind of fun. Like her stance and everything, yelling things out to other people. She knew nothing about baseball before now.
Considering the timing of everything, this would have to be like her first game.
Yeah, exactly. Which
and she just got two down, first and third.
If we understand how baseball works from home run coda, her first day means that she's gone through like half a season already.
Do her baseball pants have pockets?
The
Yeah, if there are any Star Trek fans in the house, I don't know if this quite lives up to Take Me Out to the Hollow Suite, but you're gonna do a baseball episode.
Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, instead it's saved by this guy. I guess
that guy. It's Rocky, aka that guy on the team.
That guy jumps up and made the catch there.
Good.
The only thing I can really think is I guess they figured it wouldn't have been quite realistic for her to be that tired and get a strikeout, but it happens.
Oh, come on, man.
He's a jerk, but he kind of has a point.
There we go.
I
need a negative.
I mean, he doesn't need to be busting her case for it, but I mean, like, we're not carrying her off on our shoulders because Rocky made a great catch of what would have been a game-ending grand slam.
And Adam is just like, you are amazing.
Adam is supportive. Tanya's baseball pants are really high-waisted, by the way.
Yes. That's a 90s look there.
And it has a back pocket for some reason.
Hey. If they're given pockets, you take those pockets. Hey. Don't dismiss pockets.
I'm not dismissing any sort of pockets at all.
They're all making silly faces right now.
Yeah. All right, folks, before we go on to the next episode, I'm going to step out. Kind of like Eric, I have some editing that I'd like to get done, some middle of the day stuff. But I am going to be popping back onto the stream later on.
Wonderful.
I don't remember exactly where, but just later on, the last like 3 hours or so, I'll be popping back in. Donate to the cause, everybody. It's a wonderful thing. Save the state of Georgia and the rest of our nation. Keep on donating. Keep on watching, and I will see you all later on.
Thank you very much, Sean, and thank you for letting us have this on your channel. It's very
absolutely. The stream's still going on, folks. Just because I'm leaving, it doesn't mean it's ending or anything. Stream's still going to be running. I'm just going to be going off doing some other stuff.
And we will be having other guests popping in and on throughout the day.
Yeah.
I believe
Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate it. All right, I'll let you folks move on to the next episode. May the power protect you until I see you again.
Thank you so much, Sean. Thank you for making this happen. Very much appreciated. All right, I've messaged somebody who should be joining us probably in a little bit. We'll see. I know that it looked like their schedule changed up a bit. But I'll make sure that they will be joining us soon. I haven't hit play yet, so. Yes. I'm just messaging one of our fellow Ranger fans who was hoping to join us today, so making sure that he's able to pop on. Once again, for those of you who are just joining us and are wondering, why is this strange man's face on Orange Ranger Videos channel? My name is Database Ranger. I'm here with the second Batgirl, our stream queen from Georgia, working to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project for those Senate runoff elections that are happening right at the beginning of January. So we're making sure that everyone is getting registered. The registration due date is, deadline, not due date. Sorry, teacher in my spare time. The registration deadline for voting in Georgia is December 6th, December 7th. So we're making sure to donate to Fair Fight, which protects the rights of voters, takes care of legal funds and fees on those counts, and the New Georgia Project, which reached out to voters to help them get registered, because this Senate runoff race is going to decide who has control of the Senate over the course of these next 2 years, which will absolutely determine what the course of legislation for the United States is going to be moving forward. And because of the United States' impact on world events, this could really make a very big difference for the fate of the world, which obviously all you Power Ranger fans should always be concerned with protecting. So if you are capable of donating, these donations keep this stream going. So the way that we are doing this is basically $20 an episode. We're kind of fronting you the first half. But if we don't get to $600 by the end of today, then that'll be the end of things for this weekend. But if we reach $600 by the end of today, we will continue into tomorrow with the second half of Zeo, and then $20 after that for the remaining 20 episodes. So if we get to $1,000 by the end of this weekend, we'll see all of Zeo. If we get to 1,100, we're going to toss in Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, at the end of that. And if we get to 1,500, that means that next weekend we will be continuing with Power Rangers Turbo. We will shift into Turbo after shifting out that turkey. So that is a quick update for where we are right now, as we are. Thank you for that reminder. Always good to know how to donate. You can donate through my Streamlabs link, and that will, again, everything we raise will be split between Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Now, we have watched the first 6 episodes of Power Ranger Zeo, and we are about to kick things off with episode 7 of Power Ranger Zeo. Skipping past the opening credits and jumping right into Every Dog Has His Day. A minute in now. Pulling up those Zeo laser cycles. There we go. Zeo star cycles. Zeo something cycles. I gotta keep my brain working. I can keep my brain working. Hey, Smokey. So, Every Dog Has Its Day there on the title card. I find it funny how, like, Cat's arc right now seems to be adopt cute things. Like, this week, oh, we've just adopted a baby. This week, oh, I'm adopting a dog. Don't set the pizzas on fire. A lot of smoke. It's a lot of smoke. And as we've established from my previous live streams, it takes a lot to burn a pizza like that. I accidentally left a pizza in the oven for like 2 hours of the live stream, and it was crispy, but it was not that. That does not, not that that speaks well for me, but it really speaks poorly of Ernie right there. Kat, she's working it. Like her hair was very straight during Mighty Morphin, and they just started building out that body and volume during Zeo. Oh, and Pan Global Olympic level swimmer. Diver, yes. Yeah. Also, she's just very tall. Like she's like the tallest ranger short of Tommy right here. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I'm sure she's wearing some heels of some sort. But she is on point right now and taking center stage. Sure. I'm going to say yes. That was totally intentional. Also, for whatever reason, this is the only actual Zeo toy that I have here with me. Cat's Zeo Ranger key. All the rest are in storage from my childhood, my younger years. I love Digster's little mini Digster in his helmet. It's great. They're very creative. Bulk, what are you doing? Why? The dog has been promoted above you. As he rightfully should be. Let's see, do we get Digster here? Let's get out some Digster. This sketchbook is falling apart, but yes, we've been through People Pitcher, now Digster. Boom. Yes, and they have instead lassoed a fire hydrant for reasons. This poor sketchbook is so dead. What hasn't happened to these two? And also, if you are not capable of donating, feel free to spread word of the stream. You can share the link to the stream to all of your social medias, your Twitters and your book faces and your talk ticks and your space mice and your whichever other social medias you have access to. The our textbooks. No, that's a different thing. That's not social media related. That's my job. I do kind of love that the cogs can talk. It's so rare that you have mooks that can talk in this show. Dooba 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 doo. Just follows a bunch of cogs to lava. Tommy! Gotta love the, well, you know, a big part of it is just the Sentai footage, just, you know, being very cruel to the Pink Ranger. Oof, that's a bad fall. For stepping. Oh, it smashed her communicator. Now, she should have called them beforehand. Now, I will amend this, though, with, you see, one of the issues here is that we were just talking about her heels a moment ago. She should not be wearing these out in the forest. Oh, are people not able to hear Batgirl right now? I know you were a little quiet for a while as I was rambling. Speaking right now. Hopefully you can hear. Yeah, I just saw the volume get turned up there. Oh, that ankle. Take off that shoe. There. Yes. Why are you scared of a dog? You are robots. Robots, why you fear dog? Like, okay, for some reason, apparently your audio isn't coming through, they say. I don't know why. Okay, so that's awkward. I don't know about that. Well, yeah, as Sean's saying, this is the prerequisite tech issue. So I do have an idea for that, though. I'm going to do a thing that has occurred to me just in this moment, because I'm all about that improvisation. If I plug in my camera should be able to hear you. Here we go. Sorry that I blinked out for a moment there. I'll be blinking back in a moment again. I got to plug in a thing with a thing. There's that thing there. And then here's this thing here. I'll blink out for a moment. Sorry. And let's see if I should be back any moment. There we go. There we go. So, try speaking again. So, hopefully, even if they can't hear your input, they can hear your output out of my laptop into my camera. Maybe? I mean, it's possible that right now I am just speaking to a voice in my head. I don't know for certain, but I'm pretty sure you're still there. Yeah. Yeah. So hopefully that's good. Smokey, you are top dog here, bringing in that communicator. You're on track. Yeah, so yeah, we can see the read on your mic there because we're looking at your computer. You mean with things working properly, right? Yeah. Hopefully I've managed to fix it just now. Hopefully. We'll see. I'll also try repositioning my camera so that hopefully it's a little bit nearer the speaker. A little crooked there. I mean, I encountered plenty of issues in the last few streams, and then I just talk and talk and talk, and then there's just different noise during the issues. But you know what? This looks like this still looks pretty professional, I think, with me with my Askew headphones and just chilling out here in this chair with all of you lovely people out there in internet land. Catherine. Oh, found the Zeonizer. Yeah, like I have your audio coming out of the laptop. It should be going into the audio of the camera. Like maybe I move it a little bit closer. Good old Digster. Digster's got a great voice. So yeah, this is a fun little experiment in trying to see if you are on. It's interesting that we could hear you before. I thought everyone could hear you before, but it occurs to me that I don't know if we ever actually double checked that. Just to double check. So you still can't hear? What? No. That's so weird. Why? I like how they just end up just doing different arm movements like every time. They have not settled into any specific arm movements at that point. It's just like sweeping arms. Do this. There we go. I mean, the chat as a whole is also quite quiet. So now I'm wondering if anyone was ever able to hear you, which is interesting if that was the situation. Oh. Hey, Ray.
Hello. 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 Sorry, I'm a little late.
Yes. Shadow Ray of Shadow Ray 22 of Morphin Legacy has just joined us in the Skype call.
Howdy.
So audio only, so may or may not exist, may be a figment of my imagination. But welcome to the stream, Ray.
I'm secretly a voice in your head. Hi.
Like, yeah. Yeah. What was that?
Okay,
Sort of-
hopefully people can hear me now.
Yes. Well, I can hear you anyways. Not sure about the YouTube video.
Well,
I have no idea. Okay, yes. I just heard you. I finally set up the audio okay, I can hear both of you.
Okay.
Okay, so this might have been my fault. I had to add an extra stream so it'll capture directly from my mic. So that was on me for the last 6 episodes. Go me.
Entirely possible. So could anyone ever hear Batgirl? I mean, we've been talking to her for almost 7 episodes straight. Were you able to hear her before Sean left? Or no? And if not, I will find it supremely ironic that the podcaster was the one person that couldn't be heard.
Well, as long as people can supposedly hear me now well, that means they all missed my speech about why Tanya is so great.
I know! That makes me sad. Oh, I'm so sad if that was the situation. I gotta wonder what we'll have to take a look. So Mara, could you never hear Batgirl the whole time until just now? Oh wow, that's gonna be fun to look back at.
Seriously, Mara, you should have texted me.
Oh my goodness.
It's okay, I still love you.
We must have looked so insane for like the last 2.5 hours, where we would just have these random pauses, and it seemed like we were talking to somebody who was not there.
That'll be interesting for a rewatch.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
I gotta wonder what that was all about. That's bizarre. Because people were asking if there was somebody who they couldn't see, but they should have been able to hear you. Oh man, I'm so intrigued by whatever that was.
I don't know, but it seems to hopefully be working now, maybe?
Huzzah! All right, I'm gonna reposition my camera a little bit more, just because. There we go. That's so convenient. It's like, congratulations, you blew up the monster, and it also healed and prevented an environmental disaster, because that happens sometimes when you blow up a monster.
And now her ankle is
Everything goes back to
miraculously
normal.
fine, which goes with the theory that, the suits have healing abilities.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're on the Smokey episode?
Yes.
Yes, it's
Oh.
it's kind of rad.
The first of many times where Kat twists her ankle.
Oh, that ankle. It was also it's actually kind of interesting because it was one of the first times that you ever saw a Ranger experience an injury while in Ranger form. Like prior to that, I can't think of really any time when a Ranger had like turned an ankle or suffered any other sort of specific injury that impacted them while they were morphed.
Well, you'd know since you watched all 3 seasons a few weeks ago.
This is true. Bum, bum,
Bum
bum.
bum.
Womp womp. Watching the credits because we gotta see them bloopers.
Yep.
I'm also amused that Kat changed from the long sleeve black shirt with the pink miniskirt to the long sleeve pink shirt with the black miniskirt. And what looks to be more sensible shoes now, hopefully. What? All right, so once again, we are raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project to get everybody ready for those big Georgia runoff elections. This might not seem, if you don't live in Georgia, it might not seem like it impacts you. Oh, we are jumping right in here to episode 8, The Puppet Blaster. If it feels like it doesn't affect you, keep in mind that this Senate runoff race will determine who has control over Congress, and who has control over Congress impacts the legislative future of our country, which in turn will impact multitudes throughout the world. Although it probably shouldn't, a lot of what the U.S. does impacts the whole rest of the world. So we should all be keeping our eye on this, and we should all be working to make sure that everyone's voice can be heard in this election. The secret word was Power Rangers. Who would have thunk it? And the way that we can help is with Fair Fight, making sure that we are protecting people's voting rights, and the New Georgia Project, making sure that we are extending that right to vote to others. You can donate through the link below. That's the streamlabs.com/database-power-reviews link. You know what? I'm going to shoot that into the chat in case you haven't seen it. Here we go. The Power Rangers! So if we hit $600 for today, we will continue through tomorrow. And if we hit $1,100, that means that not only will we finish all of Power Rangers Zeo, but we will also be watching Turbo, a Power Rangers movie. It's very exciting.
And since you can actually hear me this time, I will repeat. If we get up to the Turbo movie, then you guys all get to hear the story of how I got to watch the Turbo movie with Johnny Young Bosch, Jason David Frank, and Blake Foster at Anime Fest Orlando in 2011, and they had some very interesting commentary.
The Power Rangers! Now, I don't know if it's that. Now, with regards to the audio fix, I guess I don't technically need to have the audio coming out of my... Hopefully we're not getting any weird echoes.
hear me this time, I will repeat. If
Hello.
the Turbo movie, then you guys all get to hear
So
the
if you're
story
on
of the
cam, you haven't heard any weird echoes on people.
movie with Johnny and Bosch,
Does somebody have the stream open?
Famous Orlando in
Stream
2011.
open?
I'm,
I hear the stream.
I'm back, y'all.
You have the stream up, and I hear the stream going.
Well, at least I know people can hear me on the stream this time. And
Yeah.
we get another Tanya and Adam training episode, and since you all missed my shipping screaming about how great a relationship those two have, I'll just have to repeat it again, repeatedly, every single time the two of them are on screen together.
Oh, I'm a big Tanya and Adam shipper too. Those two are great.
Oh yeah, this is a great ship. All right. So I'm gonna switch my input back.
Alright.
Does somebody have
Actually, it seems pretty clear. It's not too much echo. I was worried that maybe it might now be receiving input, audio input from both my laptop and your Skype stream,
Can you hear me?
but I don't think that we're getting too much by way of, as far as I've been able to tell,
There's
by way of echo.
definitely an echo, though.
There is? Okay. I'll switch back over to my original input then. Boop. And here I am back over here. So hopefully that clears up the echo. We shall see.
Although, hey, at least I know that people can hear me on the stream. I'm sorry!
Can anyone else hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Uncle Jerome.
I love to see that the tradition of inappropriately young friends continues.
Yep. Oy vey.
There's definitely an echo, though.
All right. So hopefully me changing my input cleans some things up. We'll see. There's too many Power Rangers by the Puppet Man.
Though, hey, at least I know that people can hear me on the stream. I'm sorry! Yes.
Aha!
I love to see that the tradition of inappropriately young friends continues.
Yay! 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 Hooray! Yay! Awkward. They're making their first move. You do things. They're just like letting the cogs do whatever. They're cogs. I guess nobody knows what a cog is yet.
It's early in the
Probably enough
season.
to know.
They're still getting used
Also,
to
that whole
Kangas.
bit was cute.
Is that a PlayStation controller on his tie?
Maybe. That's just stylish neckwear right there. So yeah, since we went 7 episodes without being able to hear Batgirl, I think that people should try and donate like $70 to make up for that. That'd be cool.
Hey, Jacob, check your DMs.
All right, I'll take a look. Oh,
That seriously looks like a PlayStation controller.
Yeah, it does.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not impressed with this Pee Wee Herman ripoff, but
Let's bring in another friend here. Do we have? Yes, we do. Mara Greengrass joining me and you.
Hello, hang on, let me mute my version of the stream. All right, just tell me where we are in the episode.
We are about 8.5 minutes, 8:47-ish.
Okay.
The Puppet Blaster.
Okay, there you go.
So yes, welcome everyone to Mara Greengrass of the Toku Ladies podcast. Welcome.
Hi. Happy to join in, especially because I did not watch Zio, except I watched a couple of episodes with my son. So this should be amusing.
Awesome. And this is a perfect episode to jump in on then, because we're seeing children just running amok and just causing chaos.
That's my favorite part.
Due to an evil television puppet man.
Honestly, this looks like a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese.
It does, actually.
Really does.
Yes. And I would be hiding behind there, too.
Either Chuck E. Cheese or Freddy Fazbear, it's hard to say.
Look at Adam and Tanya on their date.
Their punchy kicky date.
Oh, thank you, Shadow Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
You're welcome. Wanted to do my part.
Thank you, very much appreciated. Always, we gotta make Little Starman dance. Gotta love seeing Little Starman dance. So thank you very much, Ray, for your donation. Again, these will all be split between Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Ah, there he goes. I finally see him dancing on the little beach, and it's beautiful. So there we go. We are at $190 now towards our $600 goal for today. We are almost a third of the way through in under 3 hours, so that is fantastic. If anyone else wants to chip in another $10, that'll get us right over 200. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
And Scott is saying Zio feels like a very comfortable season for Power Rangers. I think I see what you mean on there. There's definitely a lot of there's confidence in what the show is at this point. We know we're doing. We know how these characters interact at this point. We know what the structure and nature is of producing Power Rangers at this stage. Oh my goodness! Oh no! Beware the kids. Also, I don't know if that's how a human shield works, considering...
No, having a shield on the other side of the room, not so much.
Maybe if he had activated his evil kid army in front of him. Okay,
now it works.
They had just had to wait. They're like, oh no, it's a human shield moving slowly.
We'll get there eventually.
Killed him. I love the little girl in front. She is selling it.
She really is. I was just thinking.
Like, all the other kids are just like... She's like... Perfect.
Thank you, Billy. That was genius. How could you figure that out?
Another shot.
I like his sweater.
His sweater is great.
With all of the emphasis on that random dude in the Mandalorian sweater, I also like this sweater.
What will you do when the children attack you?
I mean, I call that like Wednesday around here, so you know.
Like, I'm a teacher. I'm just like, you are a child. I'm not. Go to the principal's office.
It's like,
also, you're not engaging in social distancing. Do that.
Yeah, do that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
I like how he treats all these plans as just magnificently cultured. It's like, oh, absolute perfection, my dear. We will use children to attack the superheroes in the sparkly spandex. Oh, this will be delightful.
So he's got a bit of an ego.
The Posky Squirrels. We are watching the Puppet Blaster.
Yeah.
Just still marching along. And one girl just rolled.
that one girl is just selling it. Like, her eyes.
She's really, really into it. Yeah,
That's why they put her up front.
Oh, is this my lunch? Thank you so much.
Cereal bowl?
Cereal bowl. Didn't I get one back?
See, I just expect the kids to start chanting "Leap to your doom" at this point after
Leap
watching.
to your doom. Leap to your doom. Sure.
That is the worst food fight I've ever seen.
That is really the worst. Come on, I could do better than that.
Really?
No. You gotta overhanding. Have you never done this before?
That is not parenting.
Didn't you just watch the baseball episode? That's not how you throw things.
Actually, yeah, in the baseball episode, she was using overhand, and her throws didn't look that good. I'm not a baseball
Thank you.
Did we get another?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see it in like 30 seconds. It keeps me in suspense every time that you say thank you. I'm like, oh, who donated and how much? I can't wait to see. Thank you to Orange Ranger for that extra $10 to bump us over the 200.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we should have kept track of how many times like it's a transmission they need to block. Like, didn't Aisha have to do that in like one of her very first episodes before they became Rangers?
Yeah, Beamcaster. I think that would have been Z-Waves. Yes, so that was right before the power transfer. Boom.
Oh, rolling here. For some reason, the
It's fight right now.
coordinator really liked rolling. See? Rolling.
Wait. How could I forget my childhood sketchbook? Let's take a look. See a look. Oh, there's.
All right, you went up to like in space or something, right? With monsters, right?
There's good old Puppet Man.
Oh.
I did these a long time. I did these up through. Like I wasn't super on top of them.
What is that?
The Defender wheel. I love the Defender wheel.
A lot of wheels this season. Defender wheel, Warrior wheel.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Ridiculous looking. Oh my god.
No, I did the sketches of the monsters up through Wild Force. I just got less consistent on actually completing them around that point.
Now will the parents show up?
I'm just saying, it must have taken them a really long time to just walk in circles.
Yeah, they were probably in the hallway till this thing got all clear.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. No, he was just like that before.
He's a child.
How did I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what? One time, back in like college, we were doing had a Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And they're the two children in that show. They're dubbed the Little Monsters. And I did publicity for that show. I wasn't in it. And backstage, I kind of babysat them a bit. And when the kid was acting up, when one of the two kids was acting up, and I wanted her to stop, I was just like, okay, here's what's going to happen. I just picked her up, and I just held her. Like, what are you doing?
It works.
Like, nothing. And now neither are you. If you don't behave, you're just going to stay there.
Yep.
It's like, children are not that in terms of what they can, like, I'm sure they can absolutely wreck you emotionally.
But really, you just need to like, they don't have long arms and long legs. Like I did not feel the menace from the kids attacking there. It's like, okay.
Hockey, thank you for that. Yes, somebody please draw Tommy in the Defender wheel as a hamster.
That's really funny looking. I have never seen. I don't remember. I mean, I must have seen that one when Brock was watching it.
Oh, the Zeo battle helmets are still a thing.
It's that gimmick that they only remember for half the season.
Oh. I do like the bullfighting joke there. That was good.
Mhm.
His nose. I love this show so
I
much.
mean, it's a big target.
That's just science. That's just science. Physics. Basic physics right there.
I love Power Rangers.
I love that the whole thing was, oh, you need to cut off his nose to end signal. And they're like, yes, we did it. And then they just destroy him. It's like that. Well, that would have also worked. You could have just blown him up and not cut off his nose. That still would have been fine.
Yeah, just destroying me, break the spell.
Like exploding.
Okay, that takes skill there. Those are some big bowling pins to be juggling. I love that he's just back to normal now. Captain T, you're the best.
So is Puppet Man like an actual robot, or is he like a guy in a costume? Because if this, I want to know the budget for this show. If they're able to make sentient robots for like a little kid show in the youth center.
Right.
That feels right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe that it's an actual robot. I have no idea why. I have no idea how.
Okay, it's true. They
I
probably can't.
totally know kids like that.
Knows the score. Oh, call. Oh, okay. You said the secret word. Oh, pies. I told this. I already told the pie story in a previous stream, but oh, pies. There we got our bloopers. I love that blooper so much when they run into the room and then slide just. Oh, that pie missed the first time. Oh my goodness. Punch. Okay, next up, we have Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers. That's going to be episode 9 of Power Rangers Zeo. My Netflix does tend to skip over the opening credits, so I'm just giving you guys a heads up because I'm about to hit next episode. So this will be about 1 minute in when we resume. Hopefully everybody's ready to go. And after this one, we've got we're going to have a pretty special episode coming up next. So spread the word that in about another
that episode.
Yeah, in about another 20 minutes or so, we are going to be having a very special Billy Focus episode. And I've got somebody lined up, so I'm actually gonna message that person. For that next upcoming episode, and then we'll kick things off with again episode 9 of Power Rangers Zeo, Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers. Ready and play. Boom. See what's faded out. Here comes the mystery men with their magic. These guys list Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers title card is on screen. They've got the monsters that are clearly from O-Ranger. There's a Halloween monster that never actually got used as a proper monster. This is ridiculous.
Yes.
I
What?
love that. I trained at the Royal Academy.
Yes.
Who are you?
That is an amazing mustache.
It is.
I love that they're straight up just rolling away with the monster suit on a rack.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the theme of this movie is. Like, we've got togas, we've got superheroes.
It's the
What
toga
is he
superhero.
wearing?
It's Toga Avengers Assemble.
I love that they're still in their colors, though. That somebody went to the trouble, like somehow they got them costumes.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I mean, they can't
It's
wear.
magic.
They cannot wear their colors. That's kind of against the law.
It is. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many questions about the Junior Police Patrol and what it even is.
I did not see that coming.
Oh, what, the door rolling away?
The door rolling away. I did not. I should have seen it coming, but I did not.
Mm-hmm.
That was a nice beat.
I totally saw it coming and it was adorable.
Be right back.
I love the jack-o'-lantern design there.
Yeah. Good looking. Is that from the Japanese footage? Anybody know?
I don't know, Video Vulture. It's swung around on a string. I love it. He's even holding a director's chair for Sprocket right there.
Yeah.
I just find it funny that Adam is not in this part, considering he's the one who ends up being the stunt guy in Turbo.
Yeah,
Oh, right, yeah, in Turbo.
well, he didn't have this terrible experience to ward him with it. So clearly that's happening.
Oh, can't go bad. Biorhythms. Okay. Never mind.
Okay. How are either of you getting anything from this graph that makes you like, oh, but that looks easy.
Right. That is that is a completely useless.
Oh,
And how is
I'm
he
back.
measuring anything?
I appreciate the let's just randomly have them spar, though.
I mean, fair,
Mm.
but I feel like the
it's
technobabble could have been better.
Science sparring is very advanced.
Right.
I
mm-hmm.
don't even get.
Also, I
what
appreciate
he's
that
even
Adam
doing.
wins.
Also, does
Mm-hmm.
just me, or as over the course of these last several episodes, Billy just keeps like, each time we see him, his sleeves are just rolled up a little bit farther.
Fair.
Well,
And for all of you to underscore America's food insecurity, a recent poll, 26 million Americans said their household did not get enough to eat in the last 7 years. Let's go now for a silver lining in this pandemic nightmare, a coronavirus vaccine. Pfizer has asked the
Okay. So Chris, I just muted you for now because I think you had some background noise coming through. Sorry about that.
I sympathize with him.
I do.
Oh, really?
Oh dear.
Oh, the banana peels.
I see no way that could possibly go wrong. Or
I
right,
still
guess
want
it's-
to know, like, did they get hit with a monster beam in a very early season that, like, made all of the monsters hone in on them? Like,
Yeah, they're
are
just
they the
monster
vortex
populace.
that, is the key to the controlling the
Oh.
universe?
Here's the
Ah.
thing. All right, I was talking over this theory last time, with regards to the nature of Angel Grove throughout time. Is that Angel Grove is actually founded at the confluence of a set of ley lines.
Yeah,
And those ley lines have
absolutely.
shifted over the course of the centuries, starting in New England, moving their way through the Old West, and then eventually settling in California in modern day. And
How we get everything.
there are two entities that keep recurring at this cyclic shifting location. And those are the entities of Bulk and Skull, who we have seen in the 1700s, the 1800s, in the late 1700s, late 1800s, late 1900s. There is always a Bulk and Skull wherever there is Angel Crest.
I like that theory.
Yes.
They were always
That,
focused.
or their ancestors were cursed by witches or something.
Right.
Also that. Why? The cheesy superhero costume is hilarious.
Yes.
Now they're just stealing the monster costumes.
I would just want to know why anyone
It's amazing chaos.
would decide to film in Angel Grove. Like, your insurance premiums must be completely insane.
Yeah, and
There we go.
I'm gonna write the story.
Go time. I love the morph in the wacky costumes.
There should always be more morphs in
There
wacky
should-
costumes.
My goodness. I believe that may have been our first ever Instamorph. Like, in the history of the series. I think that was our first one.
I love that.
And Mighty Morphin didn't do any.
Yeah.
The Instamorph.
Oh, that's amazing. I remember being blown away when seeing that, and I'd forgotten about that when we started watching this episode. That's our first ever Instamorph.
That is like, that's one of those tropes. It's like the slow walk of a line of heroes, you know. It's a great trope.
Now it's just a constant.
Yeah. Well, I still enjoy it though.
Yeah, it's good times. And I think Go Busters really kind of perfected the Instamorph.
Oh yeah.
Handled it so well. I love this morph so much. It's just gorgeous. Yeah, there's a lot of cogs there.
Yes.
I want more nonsense word Power Ranger seasons. Like, Zeo is just a great word. It doesn't mean anything.
Darn thing.
And I would love for there to be more Power Ranger seasons with that sort of subtitle where they don't feel like they need to just be like, you know, okay.
I know something.
Fury,
It's all about buzzwords nowadays.
Something steel, ninja something.
Yeah.
Like
Super Ninja Force, Morpher, Ultra, Star.
Special.
There we go.
Yeah.
Fury.
Fury. Yes.
let's
we forgot
get
Fury.
I don't know, Power
Storm.
Rangers Quibi. That's not a real word. So Power Rangers Quibi. Think that'll take off. I think that's $1 billion idea right there.
Yeah. There
You
you
can only watch it on your phone at like 12 in the afternoon.
go.
Oh no, the video vulture.
Oh no.
I also appreciate random pocket dimensions, so
Yes, I am a fan of random pocket dimensions.
I mean,
Awesome.
I love just having random extra pockets. They're convenient.
Tumbleweed.
What?
Tumbleweed by the ocean.
Out shopping in what? Why are you holding a little shopping basket and a fan?
And a fan. Don't know.
Like, you're just shopping around a Japanese gift shop? What's going on here?
Don't know. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to try and walk off of there. I was like, aren't you guys gonna do the force field? Yeah.
Wait, Mara, I think you might be muted right now. I don't think I've heard you in a little while.
Oh. No, I am not muted. Not
I
that
can
know
hear
of.
Mara.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
All right. I thought I was hearing your voice was out of sync with your movement, and so I was thinking that that I was hearing Batgirl for a moment.
Got it.
I'm sorry. I've just
You got a lot going on.
my brain's a little fried.
good job, Tommy.
I love how that was just like a slow, dramatic. All right, new day, and
Right.
oh no, man, that
Yeah,
did
not a
not
good
know why
idea.
I thought that would work. It's like Clint Eastwood being trapped in like a bank vault and deciding, all right, I'm gonna make my day, and then shoots it, and then like hitting the knee. Like, funny story. I may have once locked about half a wedding party in a bank vault.
Okay, you can't just say that without telling the story.
Okay, so you guys know my good friend Dave. He plays Guy on Database Rangers Power Reviews. He's the reason that I even had a camera to film on, and I was one of his groomsmen at his wedding. And the wedding took place in this lovely, sort of banquet hall. That was a. Why are you pouring tea right now? In a lovely banquet hall that was a remodeled old bank. So all the vaults had been turned into rooms with like couches and everything. And me and the other groomsmen were chilling out in this one bank vault, which was the groomsmen room, while the Dave and his bride to be were off taking their photos. And I was looking at the old vault door, and I'm like, oh, how's this thing work? It's like chung 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 chung, like, and I take a look at the outside of it, and I'm like, hey, I want to see how this thing actually like works. You think it would be okay if I like closed it? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, and then it locks like this, okay, and then it opens like this. Oh no. And I'm like spinning around. Oh no. Oh God. What do I do? Oh no. What do I do? Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me on the other. But could you push? And they're like, "Can stop joking around." No, I can't open it. And it's like the wedding's in like an hour, and we had to get like. And I go to talk to like the events coordinator, and she's like, oh yeah, it's happened again. We just had that happen last week. This has happened to you before. Could you not put it? I didn't think it was functional. I thought it was still there for show. Oh, it's a real bank vault tour. You couldn't have put a sign on there or something. It's like, we didn't think anything of that. And it's like in my head, I'm like, you just said this happened like last week. What is wrong with you? Like, hopefully we won't have to call the fire department. I'm like, the fire department? Oh, no! And what they ended up doing was just getting out these burly guys with arms like the size of my thigh and just brute force it back open. But, oh my goodness. That was scary, because I'm just like, am I the best man now? What has to happen now? I don't know.
At that point,
that was a scary time. Fortunately, it was brief. Dave was receiving the messages and was just like, Jake just locked us in a bank vault. He was just like, not gonna touch that one. Not gonna touch it. So my
Go Buster Red would be having a lot of trouble right there. And now we're on horses.
Yeah.
And now we're on horseback. There we go. Giddy up. Chasing that bus for reasons.
At least there's like an in-show reason for the random scene changes as opposed to we're in the middle of the city, punch, now we're in a forest.
I mean, I guess this is the spiritual predecessor to Movie Madness for Time Force.
I was just gonna say that. This is a precursor to Movie Madness.
I love Movie Madness.
Yep.
That's a great episode.
Nope. There's no real people on this bus, except now you.
Yeah, well, yes.
Oh man, that.
Oops.
So did the wedding still start on time?
Yes, it did. Didn't miss the wedding at all. Just gave everyone a good story.
Wait,
we saw that story.
I thought there were no people on the bus. Where did these people come from?
Yeah, wait.
They're fake.
Where did they just come from?
Are they real or fake? Did they adopt them?
They were fake people.
Just, I don't know.
Back to reality?
Was it a fetch quest?
Are we hitting VR Troopers now?
Thinking about how we're back to
I
reality.
don't understand what just happened, but okay.
Something like that.
I don't think we're supposed to understand. We're just supposed to appreciate it.
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh man, little Sentai Easter egg there. It's Bulldog Studios, and I believe
Oh, that's
of
great.
Sprocket's Sentai counterpart. Are you sure that you're a director and not a producer, sir?
Right.
Do you think that the 7-year-old knows the difference?
Nope.
Oh,
To
fair.
be fair, most people don't know what a producer does.
That is also true.
This one overwhelmed me in terms of the number of monsters. So this one I drew 3 out of the 4 all on one page. I just call them the TV monsters.
Those are very good.
They are very good.
That was little 11-year-old me. I'm still learning about elbows and knees at that time.
Well, it's better than my 11-year-old can do, so.
Or actually, no, I was still 10 at this time because it was my birthday is in the summer, and this was a winter episode, if I recall correctly. Actually, where are we at now? We got to be somewhere in like April or May by now, maybe springtime.
Got the extra cassette there. I don't know what that is, but okay.
It looks like Pocky just was just like trying to Arrested Development my story there with it. Narrator, it wasn't fine. People are talking about the last time there were this many live animals in a Power Rangers episode, and arguing that it was in Spirit of the Tiger in Super Mega Force when they were at a zoo.
Oh yeah.
So, it was probably the best of the tribute episodes, even though they were not really that good at tribute episodes.
No,
I mean, it helps that they got somebody from the season for the tribute episode.
I did have a lot of fun reviewing that for Power Reviews, though, because that was the one where I had Dr. C eat the drugged banana pizza, and he had to just go insane across the course of the episode. So that was good times. There goes the train monster.
Ooh.
Going off the rails, it's a crazy train. It's also funny to me that this episode that has so much like cool surreal imagery and the first ever Instamorph, the plot is utter nonsense.
Yeah, I mean they had to do what they could with this random summer movie.
So he's got to stand in for, but isn't he the
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Really? Like, he just kind of flipped right in there. That was amazing.
That was great. Oh.
That's great. Oh, gotta watch the credits. Gotta catch those bloopers. Gotta catch those bloopers. Oh, and scene. Hiya, hoya, hoya, hoya. Hoya, hiya, hoya. I feel bad that I never drew the pumpkin monster out of all the different monsters that were there.
Okay, I
To
believe
be fair, a lot of them didn't have screen time.
It's true. All right. So,
before we start the next episode, I believe we are expecting more people.
Yes, I do have someone who I've got someone who wants to join the call and someone else who I need to call myself. So first, let's see. I believe there was somebody here who I am inviting to the Zoom call. Where are we at? There we go. I was checking the wrong end of the alphabet there.
Technology.
So let's add in another Ranger fan first and foremost. All right.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. We have sighted a Pocky squirrel.
How should I face myself? Should I be vertical? Should I be horizontal?
I mean, I find that it's hard to stay vertical after this much Power Rangers, but horizontal will probably be a slightly better layout in the actual Skype call itself. But I'm seeing you pop up now, and you're still perfectly visible. So I will leave that to your discretion.
All right, I should be horizontal now.
Okay. Yeah, get some nice rest.
Okay.
Let's see here. I'm checking on this here, because there's somebody who I need to call, and I want to double check to make sure they're ready. So we just wrapped up episode 9 of Power Rangers Zeo, and we are about to kick off episode 10. But let's not forget why we're all here. We are here to raise funds for those truly impactful Senate runoff races down in Georgia. Races that will determine who has control over the U.S. Senate, who has control over the legislative future of our country, and therefore who is going to be impacting the fate of the world. As we know, much of what is being discussed right now will impact how things will be going with the future of climate change and a huge number of other very important issues. So we want to make sure that everyone who is in that pivotal state of Georgia has the opportunity to truly have their voices heard. So we are raising funds for Fair Fight to make sure that those who are registered to vote are able to vote and are able to legally defend their right to vote if there are voter suppression measures being put in place, as well as the new Georgia product, which reaches out to new voters to make sure that they get registered and keeping that going. So they're two sides of the same coin, which is why we are splitting our donations down the middle. We have $200 in so far already today. And we are just having wonderful Ranger fans here as our guests. We have 3 Tohu ladies. We've got our friend Chris here. We've got Shadow Ray of Morphin Legacy, and I am your humble host, Database Ranger, Jake Brody of Database Ranger's Power Reviews. And thank you again to Orange Ranger for allowing us to host this all on his channel, being a real Georgia peach about all of it. We appreciate that. So I am about to call in a very special guest who I will have on. I'm going to have on speakerphone here because he does not have Skype, but let's give it a call here. Here we go. This is somebody who we're going to want to hear from. This is somebody who's going to have some insight into this next episode. Here we go. Hello. Put you on speaker. Hello, Mark.
How's it going today?
We're going pretty well. We've been chugging along at a good pace. Nothing has exploded apart from monsters, to my knowledge.
Okay.
So I think we're doing pretty well. So feel free to introduce yourself to the stream.
Well, hi everybody. This is Mark Linson. I'm the writer of Graduation Blues and a few other episodes.
Yay!
And I believe this time you can hear the people out of the Skype call because I'm actually having the Skype running out of a separate computer instead of out of the same phone I'm calling you from. So
that sounds great.
So people can actually ask you questions directly this time. And hopefully this will prevent quite so much of people speaking over each other. So
that sounds great. Super
advanced technology here. That we've moved over to We're streaming this through OrangeRangerVideos channel, and divvying up our resources seem to have been working in our favor in many regards. So that's been good. All right, so I'm going to be kicking this thing off on Netflix.
Okay.
And it's
queued up.
All right, great. I'm skipping right past the opening credits because Netflix hates theme songs for whatever reason.
Yeah.
All right, and play. Here we go. I'm 1 minute in. Graduation Blues coming up on the screen with Billy walking into Principal Kaplan's office.
Yep, there he is. And this is the return of Mr. Kaplan. We hadn't seen him for a while when we did this.
Oh,
So really, the principal's office.
I know, really.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I don't know what high school the crew went to, but
That's not what my principal's office looks like.
But it was nicer than any principal's office I've been in either.
I love just the Bulk and Skull sign under the detention.
Detention, yeah. That's a nice touch.
This is just hilarious.
Oh, I remember. This one I have actually seen. I remember this one.
He just has the diploma on hand too. Which is
Right.
I know, right? Like what did you do? You just print it off that morning and
like,
yeah, they're all ready to go, you know.
Yeah.
Of course.
Never
I always
know.
have a few lying around.
So, I have to ask, what was the, because this is obviously a game changer for Billy. How did this decision sort of come about? Yeah, go for it.
David Yost had was going to leave the show at this point. Was talking about leaving the show, and they were accommodating him. So they came to me and said, "Would you write the episode that writes Billy out of the show?" And since I was one of the go-to writers for Billy,
yeah.
That's how I ended up with this. And in fact, I ended up with every episode where we wrote Billy's character out of the show.
Yeah, because it didn't exactly take after this episode.
No, it didn't.
So, was this supposed to be his final episode, and then something changed?
This was going to. I believe it was going to be one of his final episodes, or the episode, and then they came to some agreement, and David returned to the show.
Oh, okay.
But
this
I don't know the
so much.
specifics of that. So,
Yeah.
and we certainly didn't hear of any of the things that were going on regarding David at that time. You know, it wasn't until the Power Ranger conventions that we were hearing the stuff that was supposedly happening.
Right. Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
And it just occurred to me that I know you didn't write during Alien Rangers, so this was your first time writing Sestro too, as he's coming on screen.
It was. So we had to. I had to review all the Alien episodes, and they pretty much told me we have Sestro coming back. So I was able to use him for this.
Well, that's
Whereas I was prepared to use him for this.
Yeah. Now, how much discussion was there over whether they remembered the Alien Rangers of Aquitar or not? Because ostensibly, as when they were children, they would have interacted with the Alien Rangers on a number of occasions.
Yeah, they were fans, weren't they?
So, do they have any? Was there ever any discussion on whether the events of Alien Rangers was remembered by the citizens of Angel Grove?
You know, I don't think we did. I don't think we talked about it in any great detail.
This also explains a lot.
You know what? It fits my theory about multiple timelines. So
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, and the Skull just trying to get Billy to bring to the alien. Yeah, because there were a number of things with Zeo where because of all the time shenanigans due to Alien Rangers, I feel like we were kind of unclear on how much of the previous events of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers, the characters were even cognizant of outside the core team who remembered everything.
I was just going to say they don't know anybody else named Billy.
Yeah.
I just noticed, was Adam not wearing green?
I didn't double check.
I just always enjoy watching Jason Jason Narby and Polly work.
Yeah.
Paul Schreier.
They're fabulous.
And I do like how you have that little setup there with the pad on the back. Nice little Chekhov's cut. And yeah, this was another thing we were commenting on in the premiere of Zeo when Bulk and Skull didn't seem to know who Rito and Goldar were. It spelled a lot of pieces that suggested that most of Angel Grove just didn't remember anything before Zeo.
Magic.
Might be the case. I can't remember how many times Bulk and Skull ran across Goldar before.
Right.
And in this case, because I watched this episode just a little while ago.
Yeah.
Just to refresh my memory on it, and it's like I was thinking, okay, Bulk and Skull are treating Goldar like a pet. Like, what episode did that happen in? You probably know because it's happened sometime in the last 9 episodes.
Right.
I imagine.
Yeah, that was part 2 of Zeo beginning. So right at the beginning of the season, they started doing that.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely a change up from their previous relationship, which was a lot of fun.
Considering Giant Goldar picked them up in like their little bus and green with evil, definitely a change up.
Good old space portals, gotta love those.
Oh yeah, I love a good space portal.
Closing any minute.
How they get from one galaxy to another.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm a big fan of space portals. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you put forth that thought.
Portals.
Yeah.
Did you draw this monster too?
Oh yeah. People have been. I've been showing people my little monster sketchbook, and yes, I do have Hydro Contaminator drawn as well.
Ooh. Yay, more Jake art.
I'm glad that you guys have been enjoying that. Oh man, this thing is just falling apart. It's just like I go to look at the page and the previous page just falls off. But I not only drew the Hydro Contaminator, but I also drew his spaceship.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay. I need to ask my brother where we got this spaceship from, because obviously we rented it from someone.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure this is a spaceship it looks like a Planet of the Apes ship.
Oh.
But
That would be great.
That can't be right.
Right.
So I'll have to find out, because Mark Richardson or possibly my brother would know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd be fascinated to learn where that ship came from. Also, I'm pretty sure that hand scanner was totally like a gas cap from a car.
Yes.
Knowing Mark Richardson, yes.
Mark,
Wyatt.
So many random wacky props. It was amazing. And there's the Hydro Contaminator just chilling out behind them.
Handy.
Yeah, I like doing that kind of thing of what I could write in characters behind the other characters. And simply, I think I got that from actually, there was a Woody Allen thing in Sleepers.
Oh.
There's often times where you'll have a moment where characters are just talking in the foreground, and then in the background something ridiculous is happening.
Yes.
I love that too.
It's such a good trope.
It is.
Yeah, it's
always fun.
One of my go-tos.
So the Hydro Contaminators just love destroying water, it seems.
Yeah, and it takes him forever.
Their name.
And you,
we were talking about how
the villains that the Equestrian Rangers have is that they are exactly what the label on the tin says they are.
Yes.
Hydro hog, what does he do? Hydro contaminator, what does he do?
It's handy.
One hogs the water, one contaminates it.
I mean, if you're gonna have a villain from a planet that's made almost mostly out of water, your villain's gonna be aquatic related. So
The monster's
sense.
almost to the lake, still not there yet. So we were
You're
talking
right, it's slow.
a lot of how there are quite a individual episodes of Zeo do have definitely quite a bit of padding here and there when they need to stretch out when you guys needed to stretch out some of the drama.
Some time dilation effects.
No, it's still not there.
Yeah, he's had a
Still
commercial
going.
and he's made it like 2 feet. So, did you find there was anything with Zeo that was a different experience from what you were encountering with Mighty Morphin?
Well, we had pretty much the same characters, aside from the changeover. They're not the original, not all the original. Most of the original characters are there. So it wasn't a huge change in that sense. But I found changing the monsters out though was always kind of an interesting thing. My favorites tended to be Rita Repulsa and Lord Zed. So when we got to the Machine Empire, I was
More episodes throughout, so you can always.
Right. I'll in the meantime I'll check in and see what I can find out.
That'd be great. This is also just a fun side plot for Bulk and Skull and Stone, dealing with this whole side plot of Rito and Goldar.
Yeah.
This was one of the more fun subplots that they got to have.
Yeah.
It's an episode that just has a lot of really nice details in it, both in the A plot and in the B plot.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
And yeah, but we still get to have that. We can always find 5 minutes for a monster to run towards the lake.
Well, yeah, that's the show.
That's good economy of storytelling there. It's like, okay, we need to make sure we can slot in all this plot, but also we don't want to have to spend too much time filming, because couldn't you have this monster just run towards the lake for like 5 minutes just to give us a breather? And then we'll
Stagger toward the lake.
take your time.
Well, we're pretty direct with our exposition. We just kind of move
Yeah.
along fairly fast, I'm noticing.
But I think that the use of Sestro as a means of writing out Billy was just a great idea, honestly.
Great.
Yeah.
He had built up such a rapport with the Alien Rangers across the course of those 10 episodes, and it was still fairly recent at this time.
Yes, it was.
And even prior to that too, like hearkening back to episodes like the Great Bukala Escape, we know that Billy's lifelong dream is to travel in space. So he's been set up for this for a long time. And I remember watching this as it aired, and the emotional impact of it, like, even as sad as I was to see him go, and I didn't know whether he was going to be back or not, I was happy to see him getting to do what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Aww.
And now I've given myself a sad, but fortunately I can't be scared.
You can't see it, but Pocky has a Blue Ranger Build-A-Bear that she is now hugging.
Oh, okay.
Also, I love the fact that Billy is assembling the Zeo cannon by putting together the literal toys that were available for us.
I mean, what genius marketing, though. Use the toys in the show and just buy them at Walmart after you watch the episode.
Yeah.
It's not the first time they've used the toy as the prop.
Mm-hmm. Won't be the last either.
Show the toy, sell the toy.
Sell the toy.
That's what I tell my kids.
Oh, and there it is. The don't mention it.
This was a heck of a
Did a
moment
great
too.
job of just playing up this just. It was the first time we ever addressed that Billy had contacts too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Because he's
no.
trying to stop
They're
wearing
not
glasses.
coming.
Glasses to begin with, and then David didn't want to wear glasses anymore.
Yeah.
So I figured his eyesight is not just going to improve.
Yeah. No, it's great. I really like how you make use of plot threads that weren't really addressed prior, and make them, you know, sources of drama for the episode. It's great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Power Rangers, just by its very nature, ends up being full of holes, and whenever one or more of those holes can get patched, it feels satisfying.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And this is the moment where I shrieked at the television, my little 12-year-old self.
Thrilled to see those old glasses again.
It was nice. If this was the last time, it would have been a nice way to come full circle with Billy and
Yeah.
with his glasses again.
Like this does fit well. It feels like a suitable write-off in a number of respects, even though it ends up not being the end.
I mean, this episode helped having actually David Yost in the episode for his exit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, you were saying the original intention?
No, the original intention was to have this be Billy's last episode.
Yeah.
It would have been great. I mean, obviously we're happy to have him back.
So it was definitely a pleasant surprise when you returned a few episodes later with Mr. Billy's Wild Ride.
Yeah, I'm coming back on the stream for that one, and that one certainly was a nail biter. Oh my gosh. It's not often that you really get to see like Ranger characters in genuine mortal peril.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that.
Because the thing was not a spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
Now, out of curiosity, I don't know if you can remember. Did you have any thoughts to his interactions in the Great Bukala Escape in mind while writing this exchange here?
Probably not.
I think it speaks largely to just the very understandable nature of Billy's character, that independently both you and Chip kind of each had episodes that pretty well established. No, Billy's dream is to go off into space someday and work with aliens.
Just the good consistency of writing.
Pretty clear from Billy.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need his chemistry textbook anymore because he's going to get a much better one on an alien planet.
And the parallels there of the book falling on the ground, and I'm in my feelings. I'm in them.
I'm working on the parents giving him permission. I'm trying to figure out how you go home and ask permission for that.
Nobody's ever written
I'm
that
going.
or have that.
I'm going on a trip.
These parents
Right.
just give blanket permission to anybody. Oh,
It's shown up
someone wants
a
to live
couple
with us?
times.
Yeah, that's fine.
And he doesn't get to say goodbye.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I really doesn't get
that would have really sucked if this was the last time we saw Billy.
And that probably was a scheduling situation.
Oh, yeah?
That's
it
why.
may have been. I'm not sure if that was. I mean, it could have been, but or I could have just decided that this was a better way to go.
Yeah.
It honestly brings the drama more.
Oh, yeah.
But the chemistry book doesn't get burnt.
I was wondering why everything else was burnt and the textbook was fine, but
Yeah, exactly.
fireproof. I mean, you would want your chemistry textbook to be fireproof. So.
Yeah. Yeah, just a
What
little bit.
kind of propulsion do Quish and ships use?
I feel like Mark would have been happy to set that thing on, like Mark Richardson would have been happy to set a textbook on fire. That seems like that would have been within his wheelhouse.
My guess is the book belonged to somebody, and they said, "No, you can't destroy it."
Yeah, that's fair. And of course, the bloopers at the end of each episode are always very fun.
I would really like to hear what the story was with the animal crackers.
Oh yeah, with them filming with the animal crackers in that one blooper, I have no idea what's going on there. I don't know if you were I know you generally weren't on set for any for filming.
Sometimes I was, but not for that.
Okay. But yeah, it was a sweet. It was a very intense, but you know. Oh, I'm trying to make sure mine doesn't autoplay. There we go. Yeah, a tense but very appropriate temporary send off for the character. It was so. Just now that we've wrapped up the episode, does anyone else have any questions they would like to ask Mark? Well, we got him here before we say farewell until the next time he's summoned from the ether.
Well, Mark.
Yeah.
What was your reaction to being hired?
So it was. What was your reaction to being hired? So when you first got to work on Power Rangers.
I was very pleased to be hired the first time around. I was in. My brother had been living in Los Angeles for many years as a first assistant director, and he got on the Power Rangers as a first AD. You can see him in almost every end credit.
Yeah.
And he called, and I was teaching at Arizona State University at the time. And he called me and said that there's this new show coming on, and I think you could write for them. So to demonstrate that, I wrote a spec script for the Rangers, and my brother passed it along to one of the producers, and the producers fortunately liked it enough to give me a shot at one of the monsters. That's how. And at the time, they assigned you a monster, and then you would propose stories for it, and if they liked the stories, then they'd go to an outline, and if they liked the outline, they would go to a script. And that's how we put together the first episode, which was called Second Choice.
Yeah.
And then the second episode, Putty on the Brain, was the one that kind of sealed it for me.
Yeah.
Because they liked that one. The producers really liked that one. And from then on in, I was part of the family.
And yeah, you got to write a bunch of great episodes, and you stuck around for a very long while, which not everybody knows, because I know you changed out your name a little bit.
Right, well, the first round was about 7 years. So after once my name once I stopped using my own name, I used the name of John Fletcher.
Yeah.
So John Fletcher scripts, there's a little something different happening in the background for those, but that's what I used up until the time I came back to the Rangers in 2015.
Right.
For
Dino Charge.
For Dino Charge, and we actually wrote those episodes in the fall of 2014.
Yeah.
And that was a big gap. So it's been about 5 or 6 years since I've written for the show.
Right. Yeah, time flies by pretty fast. I know this year alone has been like a decade. So.
Oh, for real.
But yeah, we're so glad that your brother got you out of Arizona and over to LA, because you delivered some wonderful episodes.
Well, thank you so much.
And it's always a pleasure to talk to you. I love that you make time for these little streams I keep doing.
Not a problem. I'm for what you're the stuff that you're promoting. So
yeah. Right now it's Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, so that people can get make sure that they get the right to vote in Georgia, and that they can hold on to their right to vote in Georgia. For that big
that everywhere,
big time. I know there's it's something that's not to be taken for granted, especially right now. So, thank you. Yeah.
No, I'm just going to say thank you for doing what you're doing, and I will see you later this afternoon.
Yes. For the next big character arc we have coming up for our Red Ranger. So that's going to be exciting.
Ooh, boy.
I'm sure you're going to have a lot of. You apparently had a more personal connection to that than I realized back when I watched them years ago. So I'm looking forward to hearing about that. So that will be we'll be seeing you again or hearing you again for Inner Spirit, which is pretty exciting.
That sounds good. I will see you. Just give me a note, especially if you're running ahead of time.
Yeah, we seem to be flying through pretty quick, so it may be. I know I gave you that schedule, but we may be probably a good half an hour to an hour ahead of time, but we'll see. But yes, thank you again for sharing your time, sharing your experiences, and
I want to throw in my thanks as well. You know, this particular episode has always been a favorite of mine for what should be obvious reasons to a lot of folks watching this. And I think that just having the insight from you, Mark, adds more to the experience of this episode. So I really appreciate that.
Me too.
I very much appreciate that.
And this reminds me that after this whole stream is done, I should get back to work on that spreadsheet that I've been working on with our guidance counselors to make sure that we don't have any other Billy scenarios where somebody graduates without realizing it. But in the meantime, we'll see you for the big Tommy arc later on. So
that sounds great.
Thanks again, Mark, and you enjoy your. It's still morning over there. Enjoy the rest of your morning.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to take and go make my kids do something other than being on electronics.
That's allowed.
Bye.
Bye, Mara.
Bye.
See you again later.
Yep. Bye.
So yes, that was once again the wonderful Mark Litton, who's always a delight to have on these streams. And thank you again to Mara of Toku Ladies for joining us for those last several episodes. So let's keep raising those funds. I'm gonna pop the link back in the chat. Even if you haven't donated yet and are able to, please do so. This will help impact this election and the future of our world. And also, if you are not able to, please spread word of this stream. I know seems like we only have a few people in the chat right now, but if you're able to spread the word via the social medias, the tweets, the faces, the talks, the ticks, the instas, the grams, the chats, and the snaps.
Thanks, Pocky.
Oh, it went through?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Okay. I don't know what that was.
I was fighting with PayPal for the past 20 minutes trying to donate.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to say before, our friend Toby had a theory originally that the graduation early was a thank you because they knew Billy was doing the tech for the Power Rangers, and I went to ask about that. If that was.
Well, we'll have to try and make a note of that for next time, because we will have Mark back.
Someone remind me to ask that, since I will still be here.
But yes, I see that we are that we're already at $210 on our $600 goal, and I think that there is another thing going through, unless I missed the Starman a moment ago. So, are people ready to? Okay, is 210 where we're at right now? Okay, so that was the one you were trying to push through, Liz?
Yeah, that was me.
All right. So thank you, Liz. I'm sorry I wasn't looking when the Starman danced. I love to see the Starman dance. He dances on the beach, and he's just so cute.
Which means if you donate, we get to see it again.
I know.
I was willing to dip out after that episode and come back for Mr. Billy's Wild Ride, but then I noticed that this is the episode with Rocky and the Plant, and you guys, I got it.
Oh, yes. Nicely.
I gotta stay for this.
Yep.
Oh, this is the one we've got this. Come on, people, spread the word. I know we just had Mark Linton on here. We are about to now dive into some excellent Stallone and Schwarzenegger impressions. Quality
Gotta
stuff.
love those monster voices.
Clearly the best possible follow-up, right? So, everybody ready for episode 11 of Power Rangers Zeo?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's kick it off with skipping over the opening credits because Netflix hates intro music because Netflix hates joy. But we're going to start from 1 minute into episode 11 of Power Rangers Zeo, A Few Bad Seeds. Go. Junior Botanical Society greenhouse. Delightful.
Really impressive greenhouse for something like that.
Angel Grove High has the funding. A Few Bad Seeds title just
Like
passed.
a whole society dedicated to just high school kids for gardening. Okay.
Like we've been talking before, how Angel Grove just has an insane tax base.
I still maintain Angel Grove is its own country.
The sovereign citizens of Angel Grove.
I just want to know how Rocky managed to do this by accident.
Because he's Rocky. That's his superpower. Like, he's got this big himbo energy that allows him to do these things.
He is the himbo of the season.
This is just ridiculous.
I wonder if he fell asleep watching Little Shop of Horrors. I love how Adam is like, what the actual... And Rocky's like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
One of my favorite things about this episode is that literally an episode ago, we said goodbye to Billy. And now here we have an episode where having him would be incredibly useful, and we don't.
Literally episode after he leaves.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we have somebody very special about to join our call.
Really?
Oh, I wasn't sure when he'd be here. Spread the word. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a doctor in the house.
What's up, y'all?
Hello!
I'm all sweaty, so I keep like going back and forth between. I'm like, oh, here we go. This looks not as bad, but it's like all wet on the inside. It's like I took a sponge and put it on because I'm like, oh, it's cold outside. I'll put on a hat and then I'll go work out. And I'm like, ew, it's disgusting. What's up, y'all?
Hi!
Thanks for
Hi.
inviting me. So what are we doing?
We are watching currently Seeds of Destruction, and actually you are on the screen right now.
Yeah, of course I am. Here I am right there.
Fighting a mutant plant.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
like
we
they had a
just
plan. It's like Jacob had his stuff together and told me what time they were doing it, and that they were.
Yeah. So right now it is we're on a few bad seats. We're a bit ahead of schedule, and yeah, that hand puppet plant just ate Paulie's badge off his shirt.
Oh, that's traumatizing for one or the above.
Yeah.
Hand puppet. How do I not remember a hand puppet monster?
Well, I'm assuming it's a hand puppet because it's like got him. It's the little
got some mouth to it.
Yeah, they all look like hand puppets, though, right? I mean, I wouldn't know exactly what.
So how are you doing?
Okay, it's that busy time of year, you know.
Yeah, grading time.
Yeah, we're coming into finals. My students, I teach theater at the university, and so in addition to papers, we do plays every year. Well, this year obviously we couldn't do plays, so I did a film with my students instead, which we could do it at a social distance. But now it's the end of the semester, and I got a bunch of students who've never edited a film together. They're doing great work, but it takes much longer than you might suspect, right? So here we are, and we're trying to get it premiere for the cast and crew tonight, so that we can get to the rest of the university by the end of the weekend. So that's where I've been all week. Is I'm like, let me just look at this scene and let me just tweak it a little bit. Click. I'm just gonna tweak a little. It needs to be tightened. Let me and like totally took apart a whole scene and had to put it back together. So
that is how it
So you guys are raising money.
Yes.
Money awareness for to get to aid voter. I was about to say aid voter suppression. It's the opposite. Is what you're doing. The voter suppressants don't need any money. They got plenty.
Yes, they do.
So how are you guys going about that? How's it working out? You're doing it for the folks in Georgia.
Yes. Basically, we have a little donation link in the chat. Mm-hmm. And the way that it is we are raising funds for Fair Fight, mm-hmm. and the New Georgia Project. We're going to split everything that we raise between the two. And as our little added incentive, the more we raise, the more Power Rangers episodes we watch and talk about and bring in guests.
How's that working out?
It's
people like, let me give you money not to show any more Power Rangers.
We have raised over $200 so far today.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome.
If we manage to hit 600 by the end of today, that means that we continue into tomorrow, and then it's like, okay, every $20 after that gets you another episode of Power Rangers Zeo.
Nice.
So if we get $1,000 throughout the weekend, we'll watch the whole series. Get an extra $100 in there at the end. We'll watch the movie as well.
Nice.
1,500. Then next weekend we'll continue with Turbo.
That's awesome.
So basically, we're just going to keep bleeding that well dry as best we can.
Oh, I bled that well dry many years ago. I think that's spectacular. I think it's absolutely spectacular that you guys are doing all that. And you were doing it before the election as well. It's just who would have thought would have to keep raising money at this point.
As the Georgia person in the stream, I'm just impressed that my state is the one that is going to be the tiebreaker for the Senate.
That's awesome. What part of Georgia are you at?
West Georgia, about 45 minutes southwest of Atlanta.
Okay, cool. I have a hankering where you're at. So my in-laws live down in Florida, and I'm up in Chicago, so we have to drive through Georgia a few times a year. I like Georgia. There's a lot of really pretty stuff around there. But of course we can't stop and enjoy it now. But although Kennesaw, where is it? The Kennesaw Mountain Battlefield somehow during the pandemic became a default stopping place for us because it was an outdoor space where we could get the kids out of the car and we'd have lunch there. It's on a battlefield, which is a little bit creepy, but I love history anyway. I'm like, dude, it's a battlefield. This is awesome. You can still see like the trenches, from the Battle of Atlanta and stuff like the guys dug. It's really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's especially fun for me right now because I've got Narvi over here. I've got Narvi over here.
Yeah, it's too much Narvi.
You're mourning the loss of your plant.
Like you do.
Like you do on the battle. It's a whole different kind of battlefield.
Oh, right. Yes, exactly. Completely different kind of battlefield. So you guys just watched Instrument of Destruction?
We have not hit it yet.
That one's the next one after this.
Oh, I was early.
Yes.
I knew it was at 1 something.
Yeah, I know that the times we're a little bit ahead of time on our end. I know we're in, time zones can always be a little tricky.
Mm-hmm. So Jacob, what was it that made you want to start raising money for voter rights?
Well, I've been pretty plugged into everything that's been going on with politics. Obviously, these last 4 years there's been a lot to observe.
I haven't noticed.
And probably, but one of the big motivators is I'm actually in about 5 weeks I am set to become a father.
Mazel tov! Yeah, how you feeling about that?
So I'm like, okay, the world's a mess right now. I've got a kid on the way. I want to do what I can to make this a better place for my kid when they get here.
Right.
And the election seemed like the best way that I could make a direct impact. My largest audience is the people who I am able to reach out to through the Power Rangers fandom.
Mm-hmm.
So I figure I've been doing 8 years of YouTube, watching Power Rangers and talking about it. Maybe I can turn that into something to raise money to help actually save the world.
Yeah.
Just watching others save the world.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Power Rangers, most people don't know this, is that Power Rangers is a fictional program. It's not a documentary.
I know.
Most people don't know that. They thought Ken Burns was the director. It wasn't. Ken Burns did not produce or direct the Power Rangers. Most people don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, we had that little voiceover from Tommy at the beginning of the season, about the horrors of the destruction of the command center, but people will forget that wasn't an actual event.
No, it did. I mean, it didn't really. Wow. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I mean, a command center certainly has been destroyed. You certainly can't visit it now. They had to clear away for another set, didn't they? The spaceship set, I think, from Power Rangers in Space. Was it Space or Lost Galaxy? They cleared the command center. What do you?
Space, because they had wrecked it at the end of Turbo.
Right. So it was the exact. So our set was big, and the physical ground on which the command center sat, I think, was the main set for the spaceship on Lost Galaxy.
Oh, nice.
So there you go. Now, you're also an educator, yes?
Yes. I teach math and physics at the high school level.
And
nice.
I'm a librarian at a university.
Okay,
and
so the person who said I'm a librarian at a university is coming at me as a disembodied voice.
Yes, sorry.
Who's that?
I'm the second Batgirl from the Tokyo Ladies podcast. I am running the tech on the stream. So I am just
how are you? What do you have a name as well?
Margot.
Hi, Margot. How are you? I thought it was God. I mean, it seems like God would be a librarian, though, right?
We have dubbed her our stream.
Like, shh, what do you want? Okay, I've got it right here for you, okay? Bring it back in 2 weeks, otherwise you're lying.
I actually do interlibrary loans, so I'm the one who does send people the things that they need.
Oh, you're my hero. I love interlibrary loans. Oh my goodness, I've got the best stuff in the world. Once I requested, you'll appreciate this. My master's was on Shakespeare, and I requested a book. So there's a guy who published Shakespeare's first poem, The Rape of Lucrece, and his name was Richard Field. And subsequent researchers have found out that Richard Field, or a Richard Field, I should say, came from Stratford-on-Avon and is about 2 years older than Shakespeare. And so a lot of people looked at his stuff and are like, there's a lot of people that argue Shakespeare couldn't have written the stuff that he wrote because, well, he plagiarizes from all these books and he couldn't have afforded the books. But he's got a buddy in the publishing industry, doesn't he? So I found a book that was published by Richard Field in 1600 on Martin Luther. And I was doing research on Hamlet as an archetypical Wittenberger because, Hamlet goes to the same college that Martin Luther starts the Reformation. This is all gobbledygook, but we're getting to the good part. So
No, this is all the good part.
For you, it's all the good part, isn't it? So I requested the book, and it arrived. Of course, it's like I said, I think it was a 1600 printing, so a year or two before Hamlet comes out. Printed in London by Shakespeare's buddy, Richard Field. And I requested it. Of course, you get a book like that, you're getting a microfilm, right?
Yep.
I go to pick it up. It's the actual book.
Oh my God.
Interlibrary Loan sent me the real book.
Whoa.
Yeah. So needless to say,
someone's special collections was generous.
They were very generous, and they never did that again. I'll promise you that. But I was afraid to read the damn book, so I actually didn't do my research as thoroughly as I wanted because I was afraid to touch it.
Yeah, no, reasonable.
So that's my interlibrary loan. This is why we love the interlibrary loan people. They can do far more than we can.
It's the best job.
Oh my God, it is what institution are you at?
I actually can't say since I'm a representative. Oh! I can't, but right. I can talk to you about it later if you would like.
I can hook you up, man. What do you want? I'll get your What do you want? What you want? Early modern, late romance. What you want?
But I actually can't say since I work for a state institution, so.
Oh, yeah. You can't talk about that. I totally get it. You can tell me. I'm a doctor.
And Taki is a social worker, so all of us are involved in education in some way.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so very cool.
Yes.
Well, so how long have you guys been doing this marathon, or if you want to call it the Banton Death March? I mean, whichever you want to call it.
We started at 10 a.m. Eastern, although Database Ranger and I were up an hour before doing tech support. And
So about 5 hours, keeping it strong, keeping it limber.
So this is day one.
Yeah. This is day one. Although I guess for me technically it's sort of my sixth. I did the 2 other streams, which were a total of 5 days before. So my brain is obviously working.
Yeah, Zoom fatigue's a real thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real thing.
To go back to the show, here comes the Rocky moment.
Oh yes, he's got the Rocky has been turned into a plant now. He's got the twigs coming out of his ears and everything.
Got leaves growing out of his ears, and he's high on them for some reason.
He's what? Did you say he's high on them?
Yes.
Yeah, he's like euphoric for some reason as he has plants growing out of his head.
Well, wouldn't you be?
I mean, he did splice together some sort of weird plants.
I'm just like questioning, what kind of mechanism is happening here that's causing this? Are the vines wrapping around his frontal lobe? Is that what's going on?
It's called puberty, okay? It's all metaphorical.
Well, he does compliment cat sleeves.
It's an allegory.
He's getting out there. He's just trying to live life.
Your head goes crazy. So do you guys know how many people are watching your stream right now? Or are you not sure until they give you money?
It comes and goes. It goes up and down. And I just tried to spread a little bit more word on the social media, because we've dipped down to only a handful of people. But I have a feeling once we get word that you've jumped on.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, it's the middle of the day, so I'm sure some people are going about. Like, that's one of the reasons I'm like, I don't know. I'm in the middle of finals. It's going on all day. I could probably jump on at some point. Middle of the day was not likely, but it just so happened that, like I said, that I was working so long this morning that I had to get up and work out or go for a run or something, and so I had lunch, and I'm like, oh look, it's Instrument of Destruction time. May as well go do it.
Yeah.
And we very much appreciate it.
Oh, dude, I legitimately love. I mean, I know you guys, or at least some of you guys, and you're all cool people. I mean, some of you people, not the people that work interlibrary loan and refuse to hook me up. Won't even tell me where they are. Like I'm going to hunt them down and take all their books. I would. That being said, and I think it's a great cause. I mean, honestly, this is one of those years that it'd be great to get more involved with stuff. Of course, when you're an educator, you got your responsibilities both to your students and to your family, as you're about to find out there, Jacob. Is this your first? Is this your first Rugrat or
first? Yep.
Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?
We're gonna be surprised. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
It'll be Steve Cardenas. It'll surprise the hell out of you. That thing's growing out. You're like, is it? Can you tell me about? No. That's the way to do it. For the first one, we allowed ourselves to be surprised. Yeah. But okay, so I'll tell you this. So before we went in, they do a stress test. When you think, oh wait, no, they had to induce for the first one. And so they did a stress test just to see how the kid was doing. And a kid was doing fine, but the lady who stress tested it correctly guessed the gender based upon the behavior in utero.
Interesting.
Well, and it's funny too because I had guesses as well.
Yeah.
And she was dead on. I'm like, look, you're not telling me anything that I wasn't already guessing, but don't say anything to my wife because we didn't find out. We want it to be a surprise. She's like, oh, and she tries to walk back. Oh, I mean, I could be wrong about that. She was spot on. I mean, she didn't even say, you know what? Here's my money. She's like, you realize that's a boy there.
Yeah.
Like, what are you looking at? I'm not. I'm listening to the heart rate. I'm looking at how it's behaving. Like, son of a. So don't listen to them if you don't want to find out.
Yeah, I've heard the occasional slip here and there, but I've never been certain exactly whether that was just their default or if that was actually what was going on. I think I've heard them slip out both, depending upon who was checking both ways. So we're keeping the spoiler free pretty well.
It's awesome. Good for you. You're in for a great treat. Meaning you're not going to sleep for 6 years.
I mean, I don't think I have already. So
good. So you're doing well. You're doing fine. You've gone through your boot camp. Get all the sleep you can now. Here's my advice: don't take any advice from anybody. Everyone's going to give you advice. Don't take it. Don't take it. They're going to be wrong.
Oh, okay.
Right? No, absolutely.
But I can't trust you on either of that now. So now I don't know what to do.
So therefore, now he has to take all the advice because our advice is not to take advice. So he has to not take our advice.
Oh, man.
No is yes, yes is no, up is down.
I don't even know who I am anymore.
I don't know.
Upside down.
Well, remember.
But yeah, we're actually. I'm also trying to figure out how to get things going with the drama club at the high school where I teach as well.
What state are you in? I forget.
I'm in upstate New York.
Oh right, We're in New York. I was gonna say Rochester. No.
No. Up in sort of the capital region. That whole.
Okay, Albany. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that part of the country. If you need someone to start your drama club, dude, I'm there.
Okay, come on down. I don't know how well that works.
When it's not a pandemic, we have great conventions.
That's true.
I did one up there once. Where was it? I don't remember. It was a strange one. It was like in a mall. I'm like, what? Huh. Yeah, very odd. But I mean, it's still cool to be up there.
Yeah, Johnny Young Bosch has done at least one or two appearances at one of our local conventions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did Genericon like, oh my God, that was nearly a decade ago.
I think it was more than a decade ago. Yeah, we just all just collectively just felt old.
Yes, we did.
We made ourselves a little sad.
Yes, we did. Oh well. So you guys don't have a drama club, or you're trying to figure out how to have it going during times of pandemic?
A little bit of both. We didn't really have one until last year. I kind of got it started.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to put on the first. It's still the school that I'm at is a fairly new school. It's only been around for about 7 years. And so last year when I started working there, I tried to get the drama club going for the first time. We were going to do our first ever show. It was going to be Alice in Wonderland Jr. We had everyone cast. We were in the middle of rehearsals. And then the principal was like, I know that you haven't put through buying the rights on the show yet. You might want to hold off on that. Yeah. Because obviously everything shut down in March, and that was the end of that.
Oof.
Now that we're kind of back in the swing of things until we get shut down again, which, who knows how soon that's going to happen.
Any second. New York's doing okay with it, though, I think, right?
We've been doing quite well for the last several months. Our school in particular has done very, very well. I'm very proud of our school. But right now, we're still kind of waiting to see what's happening, because between Halloween and the election and now Thanksgiving coming, everywhere is spiking. I don't know if there's anywhere where it's not kind of on an upswing right now.
Yeah, probably not. So do you guys have like drama classes, or just you trying to start the drama club?
Drama club, no drama classes. I'm the physics teacher, actually. So
right, you were saying physics, yes.
Physics and math. So this year we have a new English teacher who actually has a drama background. So we're coordinate in that she has an actual degree, as opposed to me who just does things.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for just doing things, though.
I have done a lot of the things.
I don't have a degree, and I'm a college professor.
Hopefully you've managed to keep that from the college pretty well.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't say it publicly, but we're not streaming now or anything, are we?
We're keeping our audience small where we can.
Good.
Right. So, a Few Bad Seeds just wrapped up. Instrument of Destruction is ready to go, where you get to literally take center stage, I believe.
Yeah, I do literally at towards the end.
Yeah.
And I was just talking with Johnny about this. What we did? Oh, we did a podcast last week to advertise for Arc Exodus, and we were talking about the fact that Johnny and I ended up working together a lot. I mean, sorry. With the exception of Paulie, Johnny is probably the person I've worked with the most, in and outside of Power Rangers, we became really good friends. We were trying to remember if it was while we were working on this episode that we became really close buddies or what. But, Vicky, who directed this one, was a big advocate of me and Johnny, I think. And she was a wonderful, all of our directors had different strengths. Vicky was particularly good with the actors. She just knew how to work with young actors really well. Again, a lot of the directors did, Terry Winkless, for instance, Bob Hughes, they were all great. A lot of them, actually, more than just them. But that being said, so this was Vicky's baby. Johnny and I worked on this one together. And for both of us, it was one of the few serious scenes we had. Johnny didn't get a lot of, I know he didn't get a lot of front and center stuff. And when he did, it wasn't always great. I mean, I know they tried to, highlight each Power Ranger at least once, but, I don't remember a lot of the really deep stuff with Johnny, So it really helped, though, that we had a relationship at this point, because it's the only time you really see Skull as vulnerable. Yeah. Although there is one where I end up with a girlfriend, kind of, who's a model.
Oh, right.
Episode.
I feel like it's the same season, right?
That's later. Yeah, that's after Austin St. John is.
Right. Wow, I can hear construction going on downstairs. We're doing.
Thank you, Lisa J.
Can you hear that? You hear that? Yeah.
Apparently, Lisa J has just donated. Lisa J just joined our chat. Excellent.
Yay.
You probably know Lisa from No Pink Spandex.
Yes, Lisa J?
She just donated, apparently.
No way! How are you, Lisa? Is she watching?
I don't know.
She is in the chat.
But I know everything's always a little bit of a delay.
I love her.
Oh,
right. She's not terribly far from you guys then. I mean, you're upstate.
Yeah,
down the city. You're at least 2 hours.
A couple hours away.
Oh, there we go. A little star dance. There we go. As we got another $25 in.
Yeah. How's she doing? What's she been up to?
There she goes. She's in the chat.
She was at Tish last time we spoke down in the city. But, I can't see the chat. So if Lisa J is telling you anything, I am ignorant of it. I'm not saying that I'm not normally ignorant anyway. Can you hear that? We're drilling for oil in my basement.
Oh, we were just seeing Digster and it proves you must have gotten Digster on it. It's the jackhammer monster.
Well, it's not Digster. It's Figster, because we're actually fracking.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think it's illegal in this state. No one ever thought they would do it in this state. They've never found oil. I'm like, it's because they haven't fracked.
Oh, that's right.
So we're gonna frack.
Fracking for the natural gas. It's not the oil. But then again, hey, it's your house. I'm sure you know.
Hey, look, man. I'm the king of my castle, right? Yeah. And the king owns all the mineral rights.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's no king right now. I mean, there's no king of England.
Yes.
I think Belgium has a king. Yeah. Look it up. There's a king of Belgium. Go ahead.
I will defer to you, Professor.
Oh no, that's okay. I am not a professor of kingology.
I wrote something again.
What's that?
All right. So I haven't actually hit play yet on Instrument of Destruction. You guys ready for me to hit play on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
No? Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, here we go. There we go. Instrument of Destruction. We are now rolling. It's skipped past the opening credits because Netflix hates music.
Well, you got to be sick of watching those opening credits at this point. You got to be like,
It's such a good theme song, though.
It is.
It's a great theme song.
Yeah, well, yes, he did a great job with those themes, but after once or twice, it's like, come on.
I mean,
there's a reason Netflix.
It's old eventually. I've only been listening to it for like the last 26 years, 27 years, 28, something like that.
Look at those things you got up on your shelf. Hang on, I gotta show you the ones that I got. Okay, hang on. Be right back.
Sure.
Apropos of nothing, this is one of the best openers to a Power Rangers episode, I think, like, ever.
Yeah, where he's just sitting and studying, and out the window you just see dancing cogs. And
He's just trying to get his homework done.
Okay, so
oh, that's great.
These are my favorites.
Oh my God!
Those are so cute.
Creator. Now she also, let me show you. Let me turn this one. Can you see the one I got up there on the shelf up there? That's me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like that. It's also Polly, but my daughter has adopted it. And so she walks around the house with Polly all the time, which is hilarious. You see Polly getting bullied by a 4-year-old, you know? That's my Polly.
That is, that's horrible, and I love that so much.
Dude, look at this. Look, she even made a little. Look at that belt. Look at that detail. Look at that.
Detail, right? That's
right. Right. That's the good folks. And she, I see her every year at. Look at my belt. Look at that.
That's
amazing. She's got the angle on my belt. Correct. Isn't that something else? So yeah, she's Kentucky based. I forget where in Kentucky, but you stay there, Paulie. Stay there, Paulie.
Yeah.
Oops. So did you? No, you were doing stuff for voting. Voter. Man, we got that sun is just in the right place right now.
It really is.
You did stuff for voting rights before you were doing the specifically for Georgia, right? What was the name of the organizations you were working with?
First, we got the votes to help raise funds to pay off the legal fees for people in Florida who were being denied their voting rights if they were former felons, even though they had passed that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bloomberg came in and donated like $10 million and made us all look like amateurs, of course. But we did a good.
Okay. I mean, that's okay. That's okay.
And then a few weeks later, we raised funds for Spread the Vote, which reaches out for making sure that people get voter IDs, registration, that big voter outreach as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we raised about $600 for We Got the Vote and about $1,400 for Spread the Vote.
Nice.
So we're definitely keeping it chugging as best we can. And if we can, get in that same sort of zone for Georgia, I think that would be fantastic.
Dude, that's awesome. That is spectacular.
Sort of moving into that, together we are more kind of deal of Power Rangers as best we can.
Can we talk about Skull bribing the other student out of the drum set right there?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm not watching it, but I do vaguely recall it. I don't know if I have any lines, and if I did, I don't think that they were scripted, right? There's somebody with a drum set. What do I do? Did I slip him money?
Yeah, he was he like relayed a message from the teacher that student wasn't supposed to be on the drum set for some reason. The other student just bought it and walked away.
Oh.
That sounds like an improvisation to me, but
you just did a rim shot on that drum set too.
Man, it was everything I could do to not just whack on that thing. Let me rephrase how I said that. Just bang on that thing. Let me rephrase how I said that too. Play those drums over and over and over. Imagine being on a set for 6 hours and bored. Here's some drums. Here's a drum set. Go for it.
And so you got to run around with the whole cape and everything throughout this.
The cape is so dramatic. Oh my god.
Oh, the whole Phantom of the Opera thing. Oh god, yeah. That's right. That's what we were. was that even a working title at some point? Is this Phantom of the Opera kind of takeoff at that point? Because Phantom of the Opera was still kind of a big thing at the time. Yes, that was definitely a Phantom of the Opera cape.
Yeah.
You know.
We always love it whenever
he takes off the mask. We actually have that whole Phantom of the Opera revealed.
Yeah. Well, we love it whenever you get to do sort of the kind of musical references. It's even back in season 1 when you were in the episode Trick or Treat, and you had the Halloween costume where you were a prisoner, and you had 24601 written across your chest.
Yeah, a lot of musical theater references in the early days. Paulie and I had just come out from doing, theater, and so when you do theater, musical theater is kind of you're doing it all the damn time, and the amount of and of course Paulie and I are not, we were never necessarily the leading guys in musicals, although Paulie's got a great voice. But so being in the ensemble, you learn how to make a character and come up with business and, try to steal the scene, even though you shouldn't. So we owe a lot to that.
This and yeah, we had Little Shop of Horrors basically in the previous episode. Oh, did you just mute yourself?
What's that? What did you say?
I said between this episode and just the previous episode was sort of a Little Shop of Horrors rip. We're on a good run now.
Oh, was there a Little Shop of Horrors reference in that one?
Oh, the previous one, basically the monster was essentially Audrey too.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Metal-eating giant man.
I did do Little Shop of Horrors sometime my last season or two. A friend of mine runs a youth theater, which is teenagers and people in their early 20s, and they needed someone for the dentist because I have a motorcycle, so I was the dentist.
Oh, okay.
And then Audrey, he lost his voice, so I had to do Audrey too for a few shows.
That's so much fun.
Sure that's fantastic.
Ever. But there's also a lot of secret Jesus Christ Superstar jokes that we did.
Really?
Oh yeah, a ton of it. Because we had just heard that album for the first time when we were in our 20s. We're like, what the heck is this thing? So we actually played it in our dressing room because this will tell you the times we had a radio in our dressing room and it had a record player on it. So any old records we could get, and AJ is like, you guys used to listen to a lot of Jesus Christ Superstar. We're like, oh yeah, we did. Did she? She goes, I walked past your dressing room and you Jesus Christ Superstar blaring. Dun, dun, dun. I'm like, whoa, there's a flashback.
One thing that was really funny with when we were doing the season 2 stream was we were joking about the putties as when they
doing the whole West Side finger snapping
as they came in. It's like, wait, why are those putties doing Swan Lake right now? What? And then another episode, I forget what another one of them was, but I was then joking how, wouldn't it be funny if at some point they did like West Side Story? And sure enough, the last episode of that season, they come in with the
Look, man, Alpha Stunts had a hell of a sense of humor. Okay, I mean they did. They had a hell of a strange, bizarre, hilarious sense of humor. Okay, I got the stuff I can't exactly refer to on this. But there was one time we were doing a line drill. And actually, I think it was before Alpha Stunts was our stunt team. But we did have some of our stuntmen that rolled over the years and went from one stunt team to the next. And I remember Jeff Pruitt was trying to do the line drill. Okay, and the Green Ranger goes, "You crazy!" No, he says, "Who are you?" And you respond, "You crazy!" No, your line is, and that's all they would say in their lines. Only they would add profanity. It was hilarious. But those are the only lines they would give him, knowing full well they were just messing with the director. But he's trying to do a good old fashioned line drill. And your line is, "You crazy!" No, your line is, "Hi, Tommy," and your line is, "You crazy!" No, Amy, no, Kimberly, your line is, "It's good to see you." Okay, and then Tommy says to Kimberly, "You're crazy!" No, you say, "Come this way." It was hilarious. Okay, it's not that funny when I say it. Okay,
it was still pretty funny.
It works.
I remember what the third dance move was. They did Fosse too.
Everyone does Fosse. Come on.
Everyone does Fosse. Of course the putties do Fosse.
Oh my God. So I teach a class on the American musical, and I've been watching Fosse all last week. You know,
really?
and it is amazing how much when you compare his choreography and like Michael Jackson, you're like, wow, it's very similar. You know, right down to the hat and all that stuff. But then of course Michael Jackson. Yeah, and of course Michael Jackson goes further, and Michael Jackson has a ton of James Brown and all that stuff. You know, don't get me started on.
No, I will gladly talk musical theater with you as long as you want.
Okay, Jack Cole. What can you tell me about Jack Cole, the choreographer?
Not that much, but
he's a guy. So Jack Cole, actually, Fosse probably stole a lot of stuff from Cole. Cole was this guy who, if you wanted to be a star, you wanted Jack Cole as your choreographer, because what he would do is he'd take people that are not necessarily dancers, and he would do minimalist movements that would make you just look boom. Marilyn Monroe, Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend, with Jack Cole. She's not a dancer, but he knew it. Like, what he could do is have her just move one shoulder, and suddenly, you know, she was electric on film. And he does that with tons and tons and tons of actors. You know, so Jack Cole's an interesting cat. You know, his stuff works particularly well in motion pictures.
Yeah.
So, I got a buddy that worked on the new West Side Story. You know, and that whole vernacular of dance is just fascinating. But watch the dance in West Side Story sometime. Like, I don't know that the whole film dates very well necessarily. Okay. I think Tony Kushner did the update to the script that's just supposed to be devastatingly good. Okay. That being said, that original choreography is still pretty powerful stuff. Anyway, why are we going down this? Oh, right, because we're talking about musical, because it's instrument destruction, right?
And at this point, the monster has now appeared, it has grown, and they're hitting in the knees.
Great, okay, cool. So now they're kneecapping him.
Tommy just rolled out in the giant empowered hamster wheel, and, you know.
Yeah. So now it's just it's a mafia film at this point.
He's doing what Tommy does.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like Adam was just being overwhelmed by this army of cogs, and then Tommy just comes in and just like boom, 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 just knocking them all out. It's just like, okay.
Not have a fantastic day. I don't think I realized that in this episode before.
I'm sure you guys have seen the Mr. Plinkett Star Wars reviews, where he shows clips of Lucas talking about the bad guy, the robot troopers in the first Star Wars, you know, Phantom Menace. And he says, you know, you could these guys you can knock over with a strong breeze. And it's like, dude, so what's the point? Who cares? You know, you need your bad guys to be menacing. Not saying anything about the cogs, but you don't scare me.
I mean, they're at least a little bit more intimidating than the Trade Federation drones.
That's what I'm talking about. The Trade Federation drones. Those are the guys I'm talking about. You're right, yes.
Thank you, Jenny C.
Oh, we just got another donation.
Hey, Jenny C. Thank you so much, Jenny C. Where are you from? Where's Jenny C. from?
We'll have to see. I'll let you know once she responds in the chat. There's always like a 30-second delay there.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah. So
they did a good job making the drones a little more threatening in the Clone Wars TV show, at least.
That's good.
Well, the TV show was great.
The Clone Wars was good. Yeah, the cartoon was good. You know, they did it right.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I know that season 7 thing has hit Disney Plus now. I don't have Disney Plus though, so. But that seems like something to check out at some point.
Yes.
Okay, apparently Jenny's from New York.
Another New York. I don't think I knew that.
She's from the city?
She was born in the city.
Yeah! Yeah! What borough? What borough?
So I have to ask, is this you playing the piano here? Are you actually playing the piano in this?
Well, let me answer that with a little song for you. Hang on. Oops. Ready? Hang on. All right. Good. All right. Ready? Okay. Hang All right, that's all I got. So as you see, I'm quite fluent at the piano. You know, I can do it one-handed. I can do it with my face.
I will tell you right now is your dramatic
What?
scene.
Concentrating.
Sorry.
All right, what you got?
I was just saying right now is the dramatic scene between you and Johnny that you were talking about before.
Oh yeah. I don't want folks to make fun of me. They're not gonna laugh at me. Life's gonna be terrible. And they
It
get
really captures what being a teenager is like, though.
well, okay, so it's very funny. So like someone did like one of those lists, you know, one of those clickbait list type things, and they're like the 25 creepiest things that Bulk and Skull ever did, and most of them are like Skull just to get a date lies about something. I'm like, yeah, it's called your teen years. Don't get me wrong. Some of the stuff they do is, I mean, they like there's like 5 or episodes or something like that. The first, you know, batch of Bulk and Skull stuff when it was written originally kind of is pretty creepy. Okay, but that's also why they recast the original Skull with somebody like me, because he was like really creepy and scary. So when he leaned over Trini, it really was menacing. You know, it was like, oh God. But when I do it, it's like, she gonna kick his ass. That's what
I love the Liberace outfit here.
Oh, isn't that great?
Skull just had that.
Yeah, I just got it in the back pocket. Oh, right. It's more of an Amadeus thing.
Yes, very Amadeus.
Well, and of course that's where I got my laugh from, is Amadeus. You know, as a little kid, I thought that movie was so cool. You know, because they were talking regular and they were looking all 18th century. You know, so when I finally got to actually dress like Amadeus, I'm like, it's appropriate that I end it with a laugh. You know.
I imagine that this is just what you wear when lecturing to your students.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, they don't listen.
Exactly.
You know? Otherwise, they're like, you walk in like that, they're like, watch it. What the hell's he got? Does he have something to say for himself? Is he crazy? I think he's crazy. What's he saying? That's a cry for help. You should write this down.
I am a professional. I can help.
I may have dressed up as a mad scientist for a video lesson for my students this Halloween.
Nice.
I do.
What you got? Like, how else are you going to teach them about applications of systems of equations if not through, you know, putting together suspect serums to turn yourself into a monster?
See? Like that.
Like that.
It's funny because, like, I actually like wearing a suit, you know, because I don't get to. So I like looking all snazzy. But because I teach, you know, acting classes, which require movement and warming up and sometimes stage combat. So I'll wear either a suit and I'll be like, oh, blam, you know, or I will, basically look like Skull. One of the two. There's no in between for me. Like, I have no idea how to wear a sweater properly. You know, I don't know how to be like, that's it. It's either t-shirts or a suit. That's it. Nothing in between, you know?
So, like, how much of Skull's fashion sense is you and how much of your fashion sense is Skull?
All of Skull's fashion sense is me. I mean, it's all. We got lucky because the first season, the wardrobe department, they were old punk rockers. And so Skull looked very Clash, you know, very much like the Clash. But I was a big Sex Pistols fan, so it slowly morphs over to Sid Vicious. You know, over the years. And then we just kind of, had a happy medium because if they got where I was coming from and I got where they were coming from, so it's very much, but they would always like, here's what we got for you. You like it? And it would be yes or no. Usually it would be yes, and they'd be like, here, do your thing. And they'd give me, they had a whole kit for Bulk and Skull of safety pins and spray paint and, stuff so we can slash and burn and safety pin and mark it up the way we think it should look, So when we did the film, the wardrobe crew from the film loved us because we went down to Hollywood Boulevard, went to Supply Sergeant and some punk rock stores, and we just went, we'll take that, we'll take that, we'll take that. What do you think about this? You know what? We'll make our own thing for that, So actually my coat in the film, it really looks more like something Prince would have worn. Because I know Prince ain't punk rock, but Prince was welcome in all camps, man. Back, so Prince is, so Skull is actually far more 80s than 90s when you think about it. I mean, there's also a lot of Ducky Dale in there, from Pretty in Pink. There's a lot of John Cryer in Skull.
I can definitely see that. Oh, man. So, to those following along at home, we are still with wonderful Dr. Jason Narvey. And we have just wrapped up episode 12 of Power Rangers Zeo, Instrument of Destruction. Episode 13, Mean Screen, is good to go.
Yeah! All right, so I am going to have to bust out of here then now, folks. I've spent my time with you. We laughed. We cried. We tried, but, I might drop in on you guys later, but I should probably get back to the rest of my day and family who haven't seen me in days.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming.
Hey, guys.
Do all the grading I'm refusing to do right now.
What's that?
I said go do all the grading that I'm refusing to do right now.
I will grade all your papers for you. It'll be great. So, hey, guys, thanks for doing this. This is a great cause. Thank you for all the viewers who are tuning in.
Yeah. Well,
thank
you so much for joining us.
We just got another donation, too.
Oh, thank you. So, whoever that was. Who was that donated?
Oh, somebody just donated? Oh.
It looks like it was Jenny again.
Hey, Jenny again!
Hey, Jenny again!
Jenny from down the block. Did we ever find out which borough she's from?
I don't think we asked which borough. But I always have that delay on my end. But we are up to 245 right now.
55.
So we're chugging along towards that 600 mark.
Yeah!
Yes.
We're going to hit it. I feel good about it.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed being had.
Oh, we enjoyed. We all feel like we've been had. Just
good. As long as we all feel equally screwed, we're good.
There we go. But yeah, everybody just keep spreading the word. Keep getting more people on this stream, and we'll see if we can see more of.
Enough people, all come on back. How about that?
Yeah, anyone who you want to point our way, feel free. Like, if anyone who you can direct our way, we appreciate that as well, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Awesome, folks. Keep in touch. Let me know how it goes. We'll talk soon.
Will do.
Bye, everybody.
You, awesome.
Okay.
That was great.
That was fantastic.
All right. So shall we begin the next episode then?
Yes. All right, here we are, episode 13 of Power Rangers Zeo. Mean Screen, skipping over the opening credits, going 1 minute in. Here we go, Zeo. Boom. We're 1 minute in. Here we go, opening up on Angel Grove High School.
Oh, and we're about to meet Raymond the Token Jew.
Internet episode.
The internet was the new hotness in Zeo.
Media Central! Exclamation point.
Raymond! Hey, Raymond!
Raymond the Token Jew.
Was this Raymond's first episode?
This is Raymond's first episode, and then he comes to be our token Jewish Ranger when we do the the holiday episode.
Holiday season to remember.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is totally how viruses work.
Don't click on it. It's the internet.
See, Once again, this should be a crossover with Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad.
Yes. You will catch a bug in 45 seconds. Oh no! What's gonna happen? You
can't just unplug the computer.
Well, obviously what you need to do is immediately send money through the streamlabs.com/database rangers power review.
Donate to stop the virus.
You need to donate to stop the virus. Donate now to stop the virus.
See, this would again be where Billy would be useful.
I know, right?
So I'm just popping that link back in there. We've got 9 seconds left. We need to stop it. Let's hope it works. Will it work? Will anyone?
Know how deadly computer virus could be in the PRU.
Oh, wait, we still don't have a donation yet.
Hasn't this computer lab got a teacher? Like, shouldn't somebody be supervising these youths to use the internet responsibly?
Miss Appleby can be in charge of everything.
Yeah, I think Miss Appleby is the system administrator, I think.
See, that's why we need to know the importance of question marks.
Yes, so we can ask why Miss Appleby, our system administrator. The question. We are.
I just love, in retrospect, all of these, like, super scary internet virus, oh no. This is, like, the most peak 90s that I think this show gets.
It's great.
Including Tanya's ridiculous suspenders there.
Zio did try to be a bit more cutting edge. Was kind of their goal there.
The fashion definitely changes from MMPR Season 3 to Zio. That major sense.
And this is another episode where clearly Johnny and Bosch got into a fight with the wardrobe designer.
I don't know. Those back. He looks comfortable. He looks so comfortable. Those clothes are so, like, they look so cozy. They're just like you can just bundle yourself up and just take a nap.
Yes, but we get everyone else showing off the gun show, and then
we went from all tank tops to like everybody wearing like sweater vests.
He's comfortable with his body. He doesn't need to show off.
So all of Mighty Morphin, it was just like all tank tops all the time, and then
Tank Top City.
Transition to Zio, and everybody dresses for cold weather.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like turtlenecks and thermal shirts and weird sweaters and.
Well, we were saying before that Angel Grove is on a nexus that moves, so maybe it's moved into a colder climate area.
Yeah, it's possible.
And I love that, like, this stuff that's happening right now, that's all supposed to be the result of, like, computers going haywire. It just is stuff like a traffic gate is not going to have anything to do with.
Yeah.
In 1996, 1997, it's not
Would
going
a
to have
computer virus affect it like that? It would just not work. Probably.
Machine means computer. Computer means machine. Internet, computer means.
And this is pre-Y2K, so all those fears are still around.
Yeah, exactly.
To ramp up.
Yeah, we are nearing our halfway point in the day. We are almost 12 and a half episodes in through our 25 episodes. We need to try and hit that halfway goal of 300. So we're about $45 away to 300. Again, all of our funds are going to be all the funds that we raise will be split between Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. So while we have one raise 255, if we can get it up to 300 at the end of this episode, that would put us on a good track to hitting 600 by the end of the day.
Yeah, that would.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Those computers. Oh, they just name dropped Billy.
Now you get it. Just unplug them.
Yeah, like on the one. Yeah. I know that we just. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. You can fix this, right? Yeah. You've got curly hair, so you got that going for you, sir. We're gonna leave now. Bye.
This is really why Raymond is here, right? Because I feel like if Billy was still on the show at this point, this would be his job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I wonder if he didn't come back, if Raymond would have eventually found out the Ranger's identity and would have taken a similar role in the command power chamber at this point. Could be.
Possible.
Or maybe the Gold Ranger.
I would like to have a conversation about Kat's necklace.
Yeah.
Did she do that on purpose?
Oh, I didn't get a good enough look at it. What was the necklace?
It is a big, obvious star.
It's a big, obvious star. Oh. Like so. So what are you doing? What are you doing, Mr. Tomei?
This is before the Dear John letter, though.
He wouldn't notice something like that.
Oh, he wouldn't.
Because he's oblivious. Because he's a giant himbo idiot.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the bigger himbo, Tommy or Rocky?
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Well,
thank you.
Well, Tommy's always oblivious to affection, whereas Rocky is oblivious to the lack of affection. So it depends upon, I guess, your definition of what you're looking for in the world of the himbos.
We are at 275 now.
Woo! Oh, rocket!
Nice, almost halfway there.
I can't wait to see the little Starman dance across my screen. It's so exciting. He's my friend. Big bang. Oh, there we go. Was that more from Jenny C?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it looks like there's a whole message there.
Ooh.
But I could not read it because of where I positioned this dancing star on the beach. Sorry.
It's okay. You know what? Let me take a look at my. Maybe I can see that through my dashboard. We've got a virus to catch. Wait. That. How are you? Wait.
Just rip a hole into the. Just rip a hole.
Can I tell you that
it's
taking everything in me to not make 1,500 X-Aid jokes right now?
No,
fair.
you should make at least one.
Yeah.
If I see an opportunity, I'll take it.
Virus spread to the laser pistols. Oh no!
So wait, so why is a gun internet enabled? And why is it enabled to the Earth internet?
I wonder if when Billy set up all of this tech stuff, he put it on a network and somehow, we've joked before about the Rangers having their own private email domain and servers. So maybe it's managed to tap into whatever it is that Billy built. Or maybe since Billy is no longer there to maintain it, it needed a kernel patch.
Because
Alpha's useless in this season.
How to establish things like, proper Wi-Fi defenses and whatnot, because Wi-Fi hadn't been invented yet. Wi-Fi might have been invented at that point. I'm
kind of behaving like the Borg here too. Like he's downloading all of the information from the weapons and using it to shield himself.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I realize that I should actually put something here on my end, because I realized that it was still saying donate to spread the vote instead of fair fight.
Oops.
And yeah, the font is unfortunately tiny, so I hadn't really noticed. Just double checking to see if I have any of it. Yeah, that should do the trick. Usually computers don't like bombs.
It's a bomb.
We all do that.
Shouldn't it be a detonator? Oh wait, that's next season.
Like, I haven't actually seen O-Ranger. Do we have anyone in the stream who has seen O-Ranger?
No, but I have been interested in when they say the footage, they say O, just the letter O space Rangers when they're talking about the footage in the credits.
Most I've seen is a theme song.
On YouTube, I saw videos of side-by-side footage.
When Tara gets here towards the end of the day, we can talk to her because she is our resident O-Ranger expert.
Yeah, because I'd really like to know where they are that they're, like, running around right now. Like, what's the context of this? Is that their base?
That's the military base.
Yeah, it could be. They're doing their olays.
Yeah, that's like a military base season, right, or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. I was talking before about the little Zeo play sets that I had of the Zeozords, and if I recall correctly, I think the Zeo, the Red Battlezord actually came with a little defender wheel that you could put the tiny little Tommy in. And
that's cute.
That is amazing.
Those I love mini playsets so much because it turned into a Zord, which is a toy unto itself. But then you could also take one Zord with you wherever in your pocket, and then you could open it up and play with the tiny little mini characters inside. Those things were amazing. I love them so much. I wish that Hasbro had the good sense to make those sorts of things again. Mini playsets, while probably not great for the 3-year-old market, are just
little
amazing.
No one really makes those anymore, though, and that makes me sad.
Yeah, like the Mighty Max and the Polly Pocket. Like, Polly Pocket's like this big. Like, she's like an inch tall now. I'm guessing too many kids shoved them up their noses.
Yeah.
Raymond's hard at work on that fancy little laptop he's got. I love that there's the little Zeo flares.
I ship it.
Why?
Look,
wow.
I kept my mouth shut about shipping during the Adam Skull episode. So...
Well, to be fair, we also had, we had Dr. Narvi himself bringing...
We can't cross the streams. It's against the rules.
Exactly, so I kept my mouth shut then. So now I'm going to talk about Adam Raymond.
Can you imagine just like having this happen? What would it be like if you're just like, you're going about your business and all of a sudden here is a superhero that you know in an academic sense lives in your hometown, but you don't expect to see a superhero in your school while you're in the computer lab.
That's fair.
I really wish that would happen on this show.
I feel like we live in such a different...
if it was then, I would just be like, oh my god, and now I would be like, can I have a selfie for Twitter?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it would be like Spider-Man's Twitter in the PlayStation game.
Oh, man. Spider-Man has a Twitter in the PlayStation game? That's amazing.
Yes. J. Jonah Jameson has a podcast. It's fantastic.
Sorry. I will admit that I've seen the Let's... I think I saw, I don't know, probably Jacksepticeye do the Let's Play of the first Spider-Man game. It just looks so fun. I was definitely a huge Spider-Man fan growing up. I have grown away from it a little bit.
Really? Because there's a time when he teaches high school math in New York City.
Oh yeah, during the JMS run. Oh, that was beautiful. J. Michael Straczynski did a great Spider-Man run. And actually, as I'm seeing Mean Screen on the screen, I am just recalling, speaking of these little trips down memory lane, I'm a little bit behind here. So, here we have the Pollinator and Adrian.
Adrian.
And then over here, we have Fortissimoto and Mean Screen.
Nice.
That is awesome.
Nice.
Mean Screen in particular, I always thought was a really cool monster. Mean Screen was probably one of my favorites of the Zeo monsters.
You know, the battle helmets were kind of a cool gimmick now that I think about it.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much of them.
Yeah, it's like most of those gimmicks in Sentai. Like, they give up it after episode 10. Like, the Tokyuger color change, they gave up that after episode 10.
Yeah, it was a big show the toy, sell the toy moment early on in the series when the Megazord was first introduced. And like, I feel like it's been some episodes since we've seen it. It was cool to see it again.
And then they switched to the next toy that it's show the toy, sell the toy.
Move on. Rinse, repeat.
I kind of really want to, like, next time I visit my parents' place, whenever that's viable again, get my own Zeo Zord play sets out. But it was also great because each one of the individual Zeo Zords came with a ranger and a little monster. So Zeo Zord 5 had a little Tommy and a Hydro Contaminator. I'm like looking on.
Oh.
Let's see. Number 4 had Adam and Staroid. 3 had Rocky and Drillmaster. 2 had Tanya and Silo. And 1 had Cat and I think it's Mace Face, maybe? Hard to tell. And then the Red Battlezord playset just had oh hey, look who's back!
Oh wow, that was long.
I really want to know the details of that treaty so badly. How did you negotiate with the Hydro Contaminators peacefully? Like, what was
peacefully?
That? What happened?
Are they all the robots, or was that Hydro Contaminator like a special, like... Is the Hydro Contaminator like an empire, and that was just a robot? I don't know. I don't know how you could just solve that with a peace treaty, unless you just give up part of the Aquachar to just contaminate as you will.
Oh, cliffhangers. Oh. Dang it. I tried to... I gotta double back now for those golden bloopers. Because, of course, the watch credits button was right... I hit the watch credit button, great, and then the other buttons popped up, and I hit the skip to the next episode button. I'm like, no! I love they got blooper voiceovers for the monsters now. Young Navi.
All right.
He hasn't aged really.
He's like, I feel like he and I look like the same age, and I watched him when I was 10. That's not fair. Why do I look older than, like, the people who I watched as a child?
I mean, like, Ranger actors don't really age to begin with, but I think if he shaved,
oh yeah,
he would look exactly the same.
Like, He hasn't
Oh,
aged,
boy.
but I sure have. How does that work? But then again, I know where most of my age is apparent. It varies. Different. There's a whole like range where aging is not that obvious. I'd say from like your mid-20s to like your mid-30s, especially. Like apart from maybe bits of gray, or in some cases the thinning of the hair, facially, I feel from like 25 to 35, aging is not that obvious.
There was a period of time in my early 30s that I had a birther movement on Twitter where a non-zero number of people just absolutely refused to believe that I'm as old as I actually am.
I have not had that problem.
It's not
you
that
have
way.
my sympathy.
I'm just loud enough about it, or if I just look objectively older now than I did at the time. But
no, I have actually had people guess that I'm still in my late 20s, which I am always flattered by. And then I've had people who were like surprised that I was only 35, and I'm less flattered by that.
So, sometimes I get carded, and I'm like, bless your heart. Thank you.
Now you see, I've had this goatee for a very long time. So I was 17, and they were asking what I would like to drink at a restaurant. So I've never had the carding scenario.
This is a thing that people with facial hair can do, is shave and immediately drop a decade.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If I were to shave, like I haven't been clean shaven in 12 years, bitch? Something like that. Probably longer.
I've never seen you without facial hair.
I think I have. I think I was last clean shaven about 13 years ago. And if I were to shave off my beard, one, it would just be weird because I haven't been without my beard in so long. But two, if I were to shave my beard and wear a hat, you would probably guess I was 15 years younger. Because my actual facial structure hasn't really changed in the last 15 years. All right, so it's been quite a ride so far. But are we ready for episode 14, where things are going to get really wild?
Pocky's got the bear to prepare.
Oh, bear to prepare for Mr. Billy's Wild Ride, episode 14. We're jumping over those opening credits. Ready? 1 minute in, and go Zio. And zooming here, we got Angel Grove High School, people walking out, and there's a compass on the screen for reason. Helmets, because of course, why not? Mr. Billy's Wild Ride has just came across the screen. It's great. One of the things that's great about Bulk and Skull at this point is that they're comic relief characters who don't necessarily have a gimmick that's tied to anything else in any particular way. They just somehow, their personalities just cause them to interact with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Victor and Monty, had very clearly defined roles in their that fit into specific stereotypes.
50th trophy.
And Bulk and Skull aren't really any one stereotype. They're just themselves.
They adapt as the situation demands.
From season. We go from police officers, detectives, odd jobs, monkeys.
Yes.
Alien hunters.
They all go through different
Thank
roles.
you.
Cafe owners.
Little Starman?
Club owners. Samurais.
Looked like Chris, I think. Thank you. Crispy, we have hit $300. We are halfway there.
Boom! Chugging right along.
We're living on a prayer.
Yay!
Love it. So so yeah, this is at this point we're basically we're you know we've been solidly caught up with like where we are in the show. There we go, 300. Oh, there we go. There's that little dancing. Oh, there's that little Starman. Thank you so much, Chris. We appreciate that so much. Oh, this is great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I get to spoil it for everyone every time we get a donation.
Yeah, wonderful. I appreciate it. But oh, I think I was working off a theory the other earlier about how Angel Grove works and how it moves. Oh, now I remember what I was thinking of. Has anyone here seen Doom Patrol?
I've read the comics, but that was actually Queen Riley, my old cold blogger from Ranger Recaps, who got us to 300.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There we go.
That takes me back.
Yep.
So
right.
Batgirl, you've read Doom Patrol. You remember the character Danny the Street?
No, actually, it's been a while. I fell out of comic book fandom back in 2009-ish. So it's been a while since I've read anything. But
so okay, I do want to say, if you have the opportunity to check out Doom Patrol, it's not a child-friendly series by any means. But I've been watching it on HBO Max. And there's a character called Danny the Street, who is literally a non-binary sentient street. That and he's just and they're just a wonderfully wholesome character. Danny does explicitly use they them pronouns. And they're a street that can just move around to different places and has a group of people that live with them that are called the Dannysons. And Danny finds strength in their happiness. So their goal is just to make the citizens of the street happy and living their best lives.
that is fantastic. Oh no, Billy is in danger.
I would love to have the idea that Angel Grove is also just a shifting nexus location in that same vein that can move wherever and has a will of its own.
Is that the reason why they start wearing warmer clothes in Zeo? Because it moved?
I mean, it would explain how back in Mighty Morphin we had, glaciers and a volcano and
Tokyo Tower.
Tokyo Tower.
Not to mention everywhere that... Maybe it's Night Vale.
Maybe Angel Grove has changed names over the years. Maybe we've always been in Angel Grove.
Now I want a Welcome to Night Vale crossover.
Oh God, Billy, your face.
Hurting you so badly, I know.
And this spaceship is a significant upgrade from the one that he left in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was did Sestro have trouble getting there on the way? Did he get into a space battle?
I don't know if maybe Billy has a more human-friendly ship this time that's not just full of water. That might help.
Yeah, maybe that was built to hold water. This one clearly wasn't. Or needed to.
This one they can use a model for the ship, where the last one
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Billy just made this ship himself.
Valid.
Yeah.
It's been a couple weeks, so he would. Been 3 weeks? Yeah, he could totally build a ship.
3 episodes.
After, establishing world peace on an alien planet. He had some time left over.
A teenager.
he went to build weapons, and then it turned out he didn't have to, so he had some time on his hands. He built a spaceship, found a girlfriend, you know.
Like, there's just so much that Billy has undoubtedly accomplished over the course of the decades. We need to get David Yost in this stream.
God, I wish.
I'd lose my mind. I don't think I can handle that.
You know, I wonder how annoyed Billy was that Tommy got a doctorate before he did.
Are you sure that Tommy got a doctorate before he did?
A doctorate on Earth.
Oh, okay.
Unless he, did it remote?
He could long distance grad school.
Yeah, he could probably have done it online. I'm not sure who to be capable of peer reviewing him, but, like...
He has no peers. He can't be peer reviewed.
Kat is wearing a second star necklace.
I mean, when we get up to the snow business, like, she's getting even less subtle. Yeah. Which is kind of rude. I mean, he's still technically dating Kimberly at this point. Not that she's been mentioned.
The Dear John letter hasn't happened yet.
She's been after that man from day one. Like, let's not mince words here. She
like when she was a cat.
Like, what? That's not how orbits work.
Oh, that
teach
ain't good.
Orbital motion, and that's not how that works. It's not an orbit if you're not going around something. That's called crashing. That's just a straight trajectory. That's not an orbit, Zordon.
Can we have a conversation about how this man is still capable of having a sense of humor while he's in mortal peril in space?
I mean, if you can't have a sense of humor.
I mean, I do the same.
In space, when can you? Like,
oh, I'm about to fry in the sun. Typical Tuesday.
Well, I mean, he's been a ranger for years at this point. I guess it is kind of like if you don't find the gallows humor somewhere.
Yeah, if you don't find the gallows humor while you're on the gap.
Those rangers are always throwing out puns when they're fighting monsters on the daily.
Yeah.
We were talking about Star Wars earlier. It's the Obi-Wan Kenobi school of fighting.
So hold on a second. Why is Billy stashing ranger tech at the university? When we have established that there is plenty of storage at the command center.
I don't know. Why does Zordon stash Zords on a moon
to the university?
Like, why do squirrels hide their acorns, Liz? Like,
why was Alpha 5 in a crate when Adam had to go get him in Once a Ranger?
Yeah, was the trip from Miranoi too much that you had to shut down for a few years?
It's like you're talking about with Alpha 4, who would put all the boxes below the command center. It's just like, now we boxed everything.
Alpha 4?
Almost everything. But they're in a warehouse district. That's
why did they just make it a university, though? They just need it in an abandoned warehouse. That's normal for colleges.
It's in a warehouse in the warehouse district that the university has in the warehouse district.
Is it the abandoned warehouse district, though?
It's always the abandoned warehouse district.
Dad, they've gone to the warehouse district. Yes, we've already sent someone down to the abandoned warehouse district. No. The warehouse district that's still in use.
Oh, no.
What? How?
And now that they're actually like fighting in the warehouse, it doesn't actually look like it's a used warehouse. There's nothing in there.
Yeah, I don't even know what this space is. It looks like less of a warehouse and more of, well, almost like an abandoned factory kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like the second floor of something that clearly used to have like, oh, mechanizer.
There are definitely some people who know more about like reused toku locations than I do. And I do kind of wonder if this is like the same as some of the other. I can't tell if it is or not.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen this place before.
Probably.
I don't.
I love mechanizers like Peter Lorre, like, oh, yes, master, I want to destroy. And but also I had the toy of Mechanizer, and that was just really fun because he had like a little button that made his mouth just go crump, and you can see he's got a big chomp mouth. So Mechanizer was one I really got enjoyed. I still got that stored somewhere.
Just set the entire place on fire. That's a good strategy.
I'm kind of amused at this point I didn't really know how to like draw hands off to the side, so they were always just like out and open. So it looks like Mechanizer's just doing like a big shrug. He's like, "Hey, I'm a Mechanizer."
No, he's doing jazz hands.
It kind of looks like a "come at me, bro."
Come on, I'm the Mechanizer.
Be right back.
All right, see you in a bit, Chris. And now I'm looking over at myself on the stream making absurd hand motions.
See, this is why you cannot see me, because I was doing the jazz hands.
You were doing the jazz hands too? Oh, wow. Actually, as I'm...
Yep, Tommy definitely died.
Time for Cat
He's
to
gone.
yell.
This is how Tommy died.
When we were recapping this season on Ranger Recaps, we literally had a category for every time Cat screamed Tommy's name.
Tommy!
Tommy!
I think we just
This is an interesting sketchbook because after...
Oh, there he is.
So we're coming up on... We're getting towards almost to the point where Zeo had its mid-season hiatus. And I'm looking through my sketchbook, and I forgot that after when Zeo went on hiatus, they played back old Mighty Morphin reruns. So there's a bunch of season 1 monsters in this sketchbook that I didn't have out before because I didn't.
Oh.
I was showing off the season 2, but I have the season 1 here as well, so I'll have to show those off later. Okay.
That was all for nothing.
Yeah. I like this whole fire on command kind of. It's like, all right, we got the enemy in our sights kind of situation. It's very much like, sort of a Star Trek kind of thing. It's like lock on those photons for torpedoes and whatnot. Quadrifighters. This was something that I felt made the Machine Empire feel like more of a threat. The vehicles,
they had actual ships that blasted people.
It felt like an invasion
instead of a goofy rubber-suited monster.
Yeah, and few villains really had that sort of invasion feel to them.
The ones I can think of are Machine Empire, United Alliance, and In Space.
Yeah.
And Vengeance and RPM, really.
Yep. I'll give it to the Armada. There's the Armada as well.
Oh yeah, the Armada.
I mean, obviously Super Megaforce had its issues, but visually, there's nothing wrong with its aesthetics. They did have that overwhelming force kind of thing going.
It is aesthetically pleasing.
Yes. Philly is just going straight into the sun and turning towards the sun.
Because that's how gravity works, for sure.
That isn't, though. I one thing that's always fun to explain to students when it comes to gravity is, it's like, okay, so what direction is gravity? And you always think of down. I'm like, okay, and then I draw a picture of Earth. Let's say you're here. Which way is gravity pushing? Okay. Let's say you're here. Which way is gravity pulling you? What if you're down here? Which way is gravity pulling you? I'm like, wait, why? And then it's like, oh, wait, it's got to be pulling up there. Because otherwise you'd fall off the Earth. And And that connection just kind of takes sort of a moment to sink in.
I hate Orson Scott Card, but I'm so tempted to make a "the enemy's gate is down" joke here.
I love that we trusted Tommy to know how the tractor beam works well enough to reset it by hand.
Well, it was he had to do the pushy thing. They had to hit the buttony things. He had to do the pushy thing.
Tommy had to have his moments. Even though it's Billy's episode, Tommy needs to steal some of the spotlight.
Well, we were talking earlier on Twitter about, are there any episodes that are not secretly about Tommy?
I mean, to be fair, so far this
Zio. Oof. I mean, we have that whole arc about his Native American heritage. So
that's going to be.
And then Snow Business next, and King for a Day.
But yeah, he's got like 3 separate major arcs this season, which is crazy. But what's
say
actually
that about anybody else really, except for Billy.
Up until now, with what we've watched, these first 14 episodes, like he sort of was, he shared focus with Kat and Crying Out Loud, but that's been it so far in Zio. It's like, which is focus, which is kind of crazy. We go through almost a third of the season before he actually starts getting a focus, and then it's just boom.
And then it's just
Tommy, and occasionally Jason.
Yeah. And that's kind of interesting. These early episodes of Zio are very Tommy-like.
That's not a smoothie.
It's just too smooth. It's just too smooth. It may not be a smoothie, but it goes down smooth.
What on earth is Rocky's vest?
It's a vest belonging to Rocky.
It just doesn't feel like Rocky's style.
But yeah, we're about to have our marathon second shows in a row.
The mid to late 1990s.
Yeah, it's great that it's like we get 14 episodes of everybody else, and then we're about to get 7 episodes in a row of Tommy.
Oh my God, you're right. After Snow Business, it's the Native American subplot. Oof.
Like that balances out, right? Hey, we're given twice as much focus to all the not Tommy characters, so that's.
Well, I think the first one is partially Adam focused with his boxing thing.
Yeah, his whole boxing business there. But I mean, it's still his arc.
They should have him box with Xander. That would have been a good reference.
Ooh. We're coming up with more fanfic ideas.
Oh yeah. What sort of fanfic ideas we got going there?
Adam and Xander boxing.
Wait, who with boxing?
Well,
Xander
Adam has his boxing episode coming up in a minute or so. In like an hour or so. And then Xander, of course, has some boxing gloves anyway.
With the Mystic Force fighters.
Yep. So there should clearly be boxing. It makes sense in my head. Okay.
Sarah Brown.
Are we ready?
I'm sorry, I didn't say it out loud. We have kicked off now the epic There's No Business Like Snow Business. It just rolled right in there.
There's no business like snow business like no business I know.
There's the title. There's No Business Like Snow Business Part 1. We have officially kicked it off. And guest starring Sarah Brown as Heather. And here comes that letter.
Folks, I am going to need to dip and go do house stuff.
Okay.
Bye, Pocky.
Bye.
For more of my content.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll get there. Need $300 more.
I'm donating more.
Okay. Yeah, we're halfway. We're halfway through the day. Well, we're a little bit we're more than halfway through our time for today, but we are at a halfway point on our donation schedule, so we're doing quite well. Just another 300 to go, and that'll guarantee tomorrow. Oh, this is out loud. Oof.
I mean, why would she send
another donation?
Why would she send the letter directly to the youth center? And also, Tommy, like, why would you ask someone to read a letter from your girlfriend out loud? And also, Adam, you should stop reading right now.
This is just brutal.
It's so bad. It's so bad. All right. So that I'm not cringing any further, I'll read it. Bye, folks.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Foggy, you have a great one. We'll see you again soon. Oh. Everything would be perfect if it weren't for hurting you. Ouch.
I maintain that her whole like a brother is because she met a nice girl at gymnastics.
Liz, I think you tried to. Oh, there you
go.
Okay, there was a delayed sign out there.
Yeah, I maintain that the like brother is because she met a nice girl at the gymnastics facility.
Oh, I'm here for that too.
Oh my! And the star is the full on.
Yeah, Kat is not being subtle at this point.
Well, the Netflix description for this episode is Tommy receives a Dear John letter. How blunt can you be?
Welcome back, Scott. Oh my goodness.
And it's the episode that spawned a million fanfics. Literally.
There's so many fan fictions to explain that letter. I remember reading one years ago where it was like a mythical Firebird wrote the Dear John letter.
What?
That is not the most ridiculous thing I've seen as an excuse for it.
Break up.
Oh, this song.
It happens. They're teenagers.
The You Are
They're
Gone.
long distance.
The Skip and Rock.
Tommy and Kim are clearly not endgame.
I mean, they're endgame if you want them to be, because everything is...
Yeah.
Our little montage.
Of course.
She really did get the best send-off out of anybody, even if we did get this sort of very cheap breakup. Like, her character was given a lot of...
It's weird because you think she's going to be in this episode because you see her credited as Amy Jo Johnson as Kimberly. So it's like, really she's going to come back?
It's crazy.
But they probably just credited her so they could use this footage.
Yeah.
That's exactly why they did it.
Yeah.
But again, these are, you know, again, like we were saying before, seeing them dealing with more emotionally mature issues.
Ooh!
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Pocky!
Did Pocky just do her donation?
Yes, she did.
Woo!
I do love that little spin around. Like, I do not ship them. My wife ships them, but, like...
What? Kim and Tommy?
Mm-hmm. I do not ship them, but I don't ship Tommy Cat either, but
I'm not really big on any of the Tommy ships.
They were so not subtle. I like that she's talking to Billy about this right now, because Billy is, at this point... and there's Pocky's donation of $40. Thank you so much, Pocky, for making Little Starman dance.
Nice.
But yeah, I do like that Kat's talking to Billy about this, because he's basically Tommy's oldest friend at this stage, and you don't really think much about it. But you know, he's the one who he's known for the longest.
I cannot believe that she's being that. Not, I mean, to be fair, to get Tommy's attention, you might actually need to be that blatant.
Yeah. But yeah, no, she wants him so bad.
So bad.
I don't get it.
It was a first, she knew what she wanted from day one.
Okay, I guess a 10-year-old me got it because I started watching because my brother was watching it, and I went, "Who's that?" and started watching, and it was an early Tommy episode.
Yeah.
I don't get it now, though.
I think part of it was that there's always something that she clearly felt attracted to with regards to him, whether it was because she was evil and she wanted a guy who was unavailable, or if it was because they connected in terms of both having
I connected to trauma, I guess.
Yeah, the shared trauma of both having been under Rita's control for extended periods of time.
I wish they'd gone more into that. Like, that would have...
Yeah, that would have made maybe a little bit more concrete as to why they connected. Because they really don't feel connected.
I still want, there to be a support group for formerly evil Rangers. Where, they just have a chat every now and then, and they try and help the new members go through every time someone's placed under a spell.
Yeah, Blazing Rocks, you could use that.
Well, I think
especially since they had evil doppelgangers running around after they got out of their coma.
Well, I think the strongest case for their relationship is what you see in King for a Day. And it really comes down to I think she just she sees him as someone who is, he's a leader, not necessarily by sort of natural take charge nature, like Jason was, but he's more so a leader of by circumstance, where he seems to always have a lot of responsibility thrust upon him. A lot of things were never really his choice to make. Like he's
Who is that?
Give me a moment. Okay, yeah. Every now and again, Chris's audio acts up a little bit. So sorry, Chris. I just muted you for now, while your audio's causing background. Whenever that's cleared away, feel free to unmute yourself then. But yeah, he's had a lot of responsibility thrust upon him, and tremendous power compared to other Rangers, always being first the Green Ranger, then the White Ranger, then now the Red Ranger, where it's like he's always in that position of having to save everyone. And I think,
don't forget Donald Black.
Yeah, a part of her just wants to keep trying to save him. Seems to be where she's at, and it's not even necessarily romantic a lot of the time. It seems more so like she just wants to be there for him in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that might even be a feeling of guilt from how they first met. I don't know. But there's a lot of different aspects to Kat's relationship with Tommy. Whereas Tommy's relationship with Kat is far weaker and far less developed.
I'd say it's more like, she is still the rebound girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they technically don't have a date till the second to last episode of Zeo.
Exactly.
So that is a long time coming.
And I feel like, their canonical marriage is based off things that we never get to see. Because
they clearly break up, and then because Dino Thunder, he doesn't even mention Kat, and then there's a timeline where between Dino Thunder and Super Ninja Steel where those two reconnected and eventually developed a romance again.
Yeah.
Parallel universes are a thing. There's probably...
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've seen plenty of arguments for pretty much every pairing that exists in this show.
Yeah.
And Oh, it's this episode.
Yeah, where they're all in love with machines.
Well,
You got a little distracted from that shipping discussion and forgot that there is literal cargo shipping going on right now on screen.
Okay, my wife is gonna kill me, but it's my wife with her new PlayStation right there.
Oh my goodness. Is she like that, like off screen right now? Just hugging it?
When it got here, yes.
Okay. What? Oh, I love the snowboarding cogs. The snowboarding cogs are amazing.
I think I'm a minute or so behind you, but
It's amazing. This guy's just like, this is
stupid hats.
You gotta love how they came up with all these different, just like excuses for the Rangers to
A ski trip.
snowboarding.
I like the hats.
The hats are great. I love that. Those look like comfy hats. But yeah, I honestly suspect that what happened with Tommy and Kat was their relationship, the way it was at this stage, was never really one that was built to last. I feel like with her, it was very one-sided for her, and for him, he was still trying to figure out how to move on past his first love. Whereas I could see them, due to their shared experiences, matching up much better as adults when they get to know each other again and have had a chance to be with other people.
I feel like
I do like there was like a time where there was like a moment where they weren't together and then they reconnected.
Like a post Dino Thunder Tommy who's, fought his past selves and made peace with things and his Kimberly box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And gone into the mentor role, possibly reconnecting then. I could see it. But
yeah, exactly.
Not here. It's just Redown City.
And I do have plenty of friends who ship both Tommy Kim and Tommy Cat, or...
Yeah, Chris, you should be able to unmute yourself if you haven't already. I'm not seeing you as muted on my end anymore.
Oh.
Yep, there you are. Yeah, probably not.
Mm.
It's double diamond. Like, you're a professional and you're just daring these two teenagers, which is a little dicey. Also, I so wanted this to. I always wanted to see a VR Troopers Power Rangers crossover, and I'm a little sad that never truly happened.
I mean, 2 out of the 3 VR Troopers show up in this season, so
I mean, it's true.
I guess that's the closest we're gonna get.
There was a really, really epic fanfic that managed to cross over like every single one of the American Toku shows.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is all just crazy. This just downward ski race with the cogs. And it just really also emphasizes just how insanely talented all these people working on this show are. I mean, I've gone skiing a grand total of once when I was like 16, and this was me going down the slope.
Me walking in snow is a half. I can never ski.
You just go so fast, so quickly. It's very overwhelming. Like, you want to just put the brakes on it immediately, and the only way you know how to put on the brakes is just to fall over. I mean, it's effective. You're fine, but it's a bit overwhelming. Comes the power. I had the Turbo Power Rangers movie soundtrack and included all of the songs from Zeo on it, and it was great. It was that's a bop. That is a bop. There are plenty of bops.
I wish Hasbro would release more music. Like, you have all those theme songs and you can't play them anywhere. Also the insert songs. Damn it, that would be nice.
Oh, that musical number! I still can't believe.
Oh my gosh. We recorded an episode of The Grid the other day, and I had 12 pages of notes on it. Talking about it.
I just can't believe that it took this long for me to get a musical episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's always on my wish list.
Musical episode. I still had so much fun with the with our musical review in Zeo with Another Song and Dance.
That's my favorite episode of Power Reviews.
It was so much fun to write, and the only thing that I really wish was that my voice was a little bit that I had more time to rehearse for it, to really get my skills there, because my skills were not there.
I still want an entire season that's just like, and I'll take it in either Sentai or Power Rangers, to be like based around a band where it's just like music the entire time.
Oh.
That is my dream season.
I loved all of Kira's songs back in Dino Thunder. That was amazing.
Yeah, I still stand by my personal headcanon that eventually Tanya and Kira go on tour together.
Oh, that'd be...
Possibly with Cassie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cassie with those songs of confusion. She can rock the guitar.
Hey, she wanted to be Tina Turner. She had good taste.
That reminds me again of one of my very early Power Reviews episodes where I was first foreshadowing Database Ranger's identity before that was even a question.
Mm-hmm. Very subtle there.
Very, well, it was like, people like to point out, that's why he was talking about Cassie when he was covering Power Rangers Turbo and Power Rangers in Space. Yeah, okay, that was the hint with the Cassie thing. Sense. But I had a hint way earlier than that, back in episode 7.
Really?
Yes. When I did the review of Broken Dreams from Power Ranger Samurai. And Database was
the
on defensive.
Guitar.
Yeah, it's like, I knew a chick who played guitar once, and she was awesome.
There you go.
Oh, to be continued. Oh, these bloopers, gotta see these. What, people just falling over.
Yeah, I'm definitely behind you because I have not yet hit to be continued.
Okay. But yeah, just that was just such a fun thing to sneak in there. Where I'm just like, I'm gonna do a cool Cassie reference here, and no one's gonna realize that it's not just. There's a fair amount of foreshadowing in that episode where he's just speaking nonsense.
Okay, now I'm at to be continued.
All right, here we go.
1 second on bloopers. Still bloopers.
All right, I'll give you a moment then. So we just wrapped up part 1 of There's No Business Like No Business Like No Business I Know. And we are about to kick off part 2. Is everybody ready to go on part 2? There's no business like no. No? No.
Not quite.
I'll give you a moment then. Been very excited. Hopefully, everyone following along in the chat has been enjoying.
I am ready.
All right, here we go. Skipping over the opening credits because Netflix hates things. And we are going to start off 1 minute into There's No Business Like No Business Part 2 in 3, 2, 1. Zio, go. Oh, that's right, Sarah. We have Heather just trapped on the ledge.
And see, she is competition for Kat because she's screaming Tommy's name dramatically.
Tommy! 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 Oh. Something terrible just popped into my head.
Oh?
Tommy and Kat reconnecting years later. You know, Kat, over all these years, nobody's ever screamed my name quite like you.
Oh, God. That is such a hideous shade of green. Why did they put Adam in such a bad shade of green?
Because they knew he could make it work.
I think that the costume designer just hated him.
Oh, that stupid hat.
No, the Tommy hat is amazing.
Oh.
But no, she's complaining about Adam's shade of green right now. Being like olive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Adam, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of great outfits this season.
I find it hilarious that, like, the big monster of this three-parter is Robo-Cupid.
Well, I mean, it's thematically appropriate for Tommy getting dumped.
Love.
I mean, that being said, you know, Robo-Cupid is not the only monster in this trilogy.
The Foley Eater. The climate change monster.
Yes, the climate change monster, very important.
Did you draw this one?
I did. At this point, I believe from this point onwards, I've drawn all of them. Like, they might not always all be finished, but there's that big, beautiful lady, Robo-Cupid, right there.
Nice.
Ooh, love.
But yeah, like when I flipped ahead, and there's a few nice ones here, like that I didn't get to show off during season 1. Like here we got Spitflower and the Dark Warrior and the Wheel of Misfortune.
Oh.
Oh.
And you can see with Dark Warrior, I'm starting to finally get a little bit better with arms on that guy.
Mm-hmm. Process.
Oh, the power punch! Boom, boom.
There's the punch in.
Adam's having a great fight right there. Oh,
Clearly a green focus episode in the Sentai.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, honey, honey. Adam's your candy girl. All right, now here we've got some. Also got some Rockstar and Madame Woe.
Oh, that's awesome.
A few of these, I remember when I would see them on TV a second time, I would go back and try and improve the monster. So some of them were, you know, ones I drew in the moment. Others I took a little longer on. So I'll keep popping in those season 1 monsters as we go. As we can see this slow evolution. Oh man, I haven't done any proper sketching in forever. And it's a shame that I was drawing in those that newspaper kind of style of sketchbook that has definitely yellowed with age. There we go. That's what you get for not taking the Widowmaker more seriously.
I mean, I'm sure there's a reason why it's called a Widowmaker.
Yeah.
Should be more cautious.
Exactly. It was. Yeah, they totally just saved your life.
And everyone else that helped.
Yeah. Yeah, they're always kind of in that zone where it's like, thank you to everyone. I mean, Tommy. Thank you to all of you that did all this. I mean, Tommy.
Tommy. Tommy!
We really got started there. Poof. Boom.
We're getting the long Zord intro today because they...
Oh, no one heavy out there.
Gotta burn some time.
Yep.
Summon all the Zeozords just so he can use the Defender wheel.
I really hope somebody draws that hamster wheel, Tommy.
Yes, please somebody do that. It's going to be great.
I will commission someone. Well, Taki has first dibs on the commission, but I'll split it with her.
Okay, you know what? Let me see here. What do I got here? I got something here? Oh, there we go. Let's see what I can do here. Oh, Orbis, you're adorable. All right. Let's see here. Try and see if I can find a good image. That's a good reference. All right. Whoa. Definitely out of practice here. Let's see what I can do.
When's the last time we got the full Zeo Crystal power up? And
I don't
every
think we have. Maybe in the introduction of the Zeozords, but I'm not even sure if we got it then. This might be the longest that we've had.
They really needed to stretch this out.
They need to flesh it out.
I mean, this three-parter doesn't really have that much meat to it, so I can see why they need to burn some extra footage.
Zeo love spell.
I mean, I do appreciate... Oh, and we get multiple helmets.
Yes. Oh, gotta love the battle helmets.
It's such a good gimmick. Although, I have no idea how they switch places in the cockpit.
Yeah, that is a tiny cockpit.
I think the chairs just kind of rotate. I don't know how that works, but I'm pretty sure that everything's just sort of spinning, or that everything's sort of on caster wheels, something like that.
I mean,
that is tiny for a solo cockpit. I have no idea how they fit all 5 of them in there.
One thing I do love about these episodes, though, is that it is... I really enjoy, like, superhero secret identity porn, for lack of a better term, where it's just like, this is why I can't date civilians. Oh, no, this is why it's ruining my life. And that's always been, like, the thing I super enjoy about, like, okay, like, I have an AP exam, but there's a monster attacking the city. What am I supposed to do? And
heck of a game. Heck of a game.
Yeah, let's pretend that didn't happen.
That's adorable. Aw. He's so sad that he didn't get to destroy the Rangers by making them fall in love with machines for no apparent reason. The Folietta.
Well, you know, a climate change monster is very thematically appropriate.
Yes, exactly.
Again, your reminder that what we are raising money for.
Yes, because obviously climate change action needs to be taken. And while executive orders are all well and good, including reconnecting to the Paris Climate Accord, so we can start negotiating with our fellow countries, if we want to enact permanent or at the very least long-term change, that's going to need to be handled legislatively, and we can't do that unless we manage to secure the Senate. And that can only be done if everybody is able to really turn out the vote in Georgia, be well informed about what's at stake, and have the right to vote. Consistently, when we have more people able to vote, people are able to vote better in the interests of the entire community and not just a select few. So let's work to make that happen. And we're continuing to raise those funds for Fair Fight so that anyone who has their voting rights challenged are able to fight that challenge and maintain their rights.
And I think we've seen recently the importance of being able to have these organizations in place.
Yes, big time.
Oh, yeah. The results show.
Oh, yay, sparring. And New Georgia Project, which is also voter outreach and registration.
Exactly.
OT3.
All right. Yeah, Adam's got some fancy. I feel like Tanya's little. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, we know. I know you want this. I know you want this. We'll see if you ever get to make those moves. But
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I'm keeping at this here.
Man, there is some serious filler here.
Oh, big time.
Oh my gosh. Why is this a 3-parter again?
Because they wanted to go snowmobiling. Because Jason David Frank was like, "Hey, could we just snowboard for a while? Like, could we do that? Like, I haven't gotten any Focus episodes this year, but when I do, could it be when I do snowboarding?
Can we go snowboarding? I really want to do that. How are we gonna get to snowboarding though? Oh, just break me up with Kim.
There we go. And she's just setting it up.
This is kind of awkward. I think I'm gonna go.
I'm still playing with things here. Yeah. I mean, Kat, you could have a nice Billy Boy there instead of going after Tomei.
That was a really popular side pairing for a while. Was Billy and Kat?
Yeah.
Oh, though
it makes sense because they spent a lot of time together.
I was also on the Billy and Kim train, but
yeah.
And then it was Jason Cat was popular for a while also.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I can see all of those.
That one was actually, I remember, there was a fan fiction that basically paired off everybody at one point or another, and I think it actually did. No, wait, no, the one I read was, I remember it was Rocky and Cat. I remember that was one. Probably leaning on that nice leaves scenario.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, that's a moment.
They have zero chemistry.
And we don't
Yeah,
need.
how old is Heather supposed to be, anyways? She's clearly not a high school student.
Does she even know he's in high school? Or is she going to be horrified later on when she's like,
"Wait, you're how old? I thought you were like
you're a junior, you're a senior in high school."
She'd be like, "Oh God, I thought you were at least in college."
when something needs to happen and you need to do it yourself. It's still in progress, but when something needs to happen, sometimes you need to do it yourself.
Oh my gosh, that's okay. I was wondering what you were working on. That is hilarious. You should tweet that.
I'm still obviously it still needs to be some polish in there, but I thought that you guys might appreciate it being brought into existence.
Yes,
love it.
Like I said, I haven't done my sketching in a long time, but it's coming together. It's coming together.
See, this is why Power Rangers really cannot date people who don't know their secret identities.
Yeah. A snowboarding movie?
Yeah.
I don't know why that counts as a cliffhanger. Like it's not really.
That's a to be continued? Okay.
That's not so much a.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Well, I guess the important question is,
girl we just met last episode?
Will Tommy get the girl?
Saban Brains. All right, here we go. Ready for part 3. So, and it's kicking right off. Minute in, 2. There's no business like no business. Part 3, running now. The greenhouse effect. That's not something we still need to worry about, right? No, that's certainly not something we're dealing with right now. I love that. You are
all well informed. Good job. I guess Miss Appleby went beyond question marks this year. And show and tell.
Again, a blustering blowhard who gets all his ideas from whatever he sees on TV and is directly contributing to the rise of climate change. Totally unrealistic as a villain.
Completely.
Clearly.
Only evil robots from space can handle that kind of damage to the Earth.
Only evil robots from space can do that sort of thing. Ooh, I just realized I have a grading pencil.
I do like that Lieutenant Stone has a flower garden. That's cute.
Yeah.
He's a botanist.
He's just laying down those threats there.
Yes, let's destroy the entire world just to get the heat shield down at the power chamber.
Why not? That seems like a valid plan. I mean, they have investment in the quality.
If his tube cracks and you're wiped out, joke's on you.
Oh.
Kat, you're being great right now. Like, part of it is clearly that you don't want to be the rebound. You want that man for yourself. It is sad that you do still end up.
Cat wants Heather to be the rebound, date her for a while, so she's not the rebound.
Exactly. But I can't because reasons.
I have a karate tournament to do.
Yeah, she really likes him. Oh, she.
Are you kidding me? A kiss? Those two get to kiss.
Yeah, I know.
And yet Adam and Tanya never get to.
I know. Well, I'm sorry. Is either of them named Tommy? Last I checked, neither of them were named Tommy. So I'm pretty sure they don't get to kiss.
Yeah.
You want to see two Rangers kiss again? They're both going to have to be named Tommy. That's the way that works. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. And Alpha's just like, Zordon, what I just said, I'm trying already. Not helping here, boss. Not helping.
But only here in Angel Grove, you know. That's it.
Only in Angel Grove.
It's not global.
That's how it works.
It's just
Well-
Angel. It's Angel Grove warming. Not global warming, but Angel Grove warming.
Maybe Angel Grove is the one in a pocket dimension.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, that's possible.
It would add up. I'm just saying. Ley lines, Nexus, and all that good stuff.
And the monster attacks from all the various villains are slowly bringing more cities into this pocket dimension, which explains why that one lady in Lost Galaxy has never heard of monsters.
Exactly.
We know there. No such thing as monsters.
Well, we're getting a slightly shorter, more Megazord sequence, but
Yeah, we got to shoot on a date with Heather later on, so we got to rush this stuff out.
Yeah.
that is a creepy looking monster.
Yeah. Scorpion thing for some reason with a monocle.
I really do not remember the battle helmets being used as much as they apparently were. So yeah, tossed in a little bit of work with the grading pencil there.
Oh my god, that is so great.
That looks great.
That was a really bad pun.
That's what we come here for, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I decided to just add a little something by the helmet there. You gotta stay hydrated in there.
Wow, you just left the monster there. Don't want to double tap.
Well, usually the monster just blows up, so they're like, "What? Wait, what? What do you mean? What?"
Yeah,
what?
let's leave this monster corpse here. Someone will find it and clean it up.
The foliator is a little bit more of a bit of a sloppy one because I stayed focused on the head there, but he's a bit of a weird one. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been like what, a day, 2 maybe. Yeah, he's gonna still be bothered. This is the longest relationship of his life. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, here we go. A little bit better. It was some Samurai Fan Man, little Fang.
Aww.
Some good stuff. Whoa. There's a couple more. And the original, the Cyclops from Green No More, and Tachosaurus.
Nice.
Ooh.
You guys seem to be getting a kick out of these, so I figured I'd keep rolling through.
Mm-hmm.
Shay Ernie.
I mean, they use the youth center for pretty much everything, so I'm not surprised.
How on earth?
It's like that mostly with everything. Like the Riptide Gym was pretty much used for everything. Beast Morphers.
It sort of reinforces what I was saying before about her interest in Tommy is something that's a little bit different from romantic at this stage. Like she genuinely, she does want something. She does want him to be happy, but not necessarily with her.
I think she just wants to be important in his life and to have a role in it. And she'll take whatever role he'll give her or be what he needs her to be. But a lot of Kat's arc is, although this could also be, seen as pretty manipulating considering the dress she's wearing and everything.
That suit that he's got is amazing.
Yeah. But, I mean, Kat's whole thing is trying to find her identity after, is not just being the replacement Kimberly, but also after her injury as a diver and moving.
He's got some. Yeah, good.
Moving across the world, and not to mention, them being turned evil, and how much of it is her trying to put her personality back together after everything.
Yeah. I feel like she also has something of a self-esteem issue, something of a complex when it comes to living in Kim's shadow, and she can't see herself as being with Tommy at this point.
Yeah.
And you cannot blame him for misreading this scenario.
Nope. I mean, especially considering that dress.
Oh, she looks fantastic. Her hair looks great. Great dress. She just looks fantastic.
Yeah, she showed Heather up in that one, and that is not okay.
Yeah.
This is what she cooked.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is where she's kind of dealing with the fact that she does also still have that romantic attraction to Tommy, unquestionably. During this season, Kat really her hair was just kind of great.
Her hair is fantastic. I wish I could get my hair to look like that.
I can't get that body and volume anymore, personally.
Now, my hair is too frizzy. It will not do that.
My hair is very selectively frizzy. It's just here on the sides. So if I don't keep the sides trimmed, then it'll sometimes it'll just sort of grow out and I'll look kind of all mad sciencey.
Well, you do teach physics. I'm pretty sure that's part of the job description.
So that, yeah, it fits. This is a nice little bit of original fighting going on here.
Plus, I appreciate when the two ladies get to fight together.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That girl power action.
This is uncomfortable. And he's just like, dude, really? Really? Are you kidding me?
Are you serious?
That awkward little wave.
That is so awkward. You're in a suit and everything. It's like, no, guys, just.
I mean, they could have at least tried to do it without ruining his date.
Yeah.
And seeing if the four of them could manage it.
Put up with this
I
nonsense.
mean, I could have just been like, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah, no, she's not sticking around. She's like, no, this guy is not respecting my time.
To be fair, if a guy kept doing that to me, with no real excuse, that is prime sorry, no.
Yeah, exactly. No,
yeah.
he's right for not putting up with that.
And I mean,
He's not explaining why. There's not open dialogue.
It's the curse of being a superhero and attempting to date.
Yep.
It would only be more classic if she then developed a crush on the Red Power Ranger.
Yes. No, it would be really funny if she actually had a crush on Blue. It's like, no, I like the Blue Ranger. I mean, you're cool, dude, but Personally, it was always like, that's why she's wearing the blue dress.
Yeah. Well, what is it? Ranger Rule 23, you can wear your significant other's colors.
Oh, snap. I feel like we haven't seen too much of that. Although I will admit, probably one of the sneakier bits that that's been placed in Power Rangers media with regards to a relationship in recent years was with Haley and Calvin in the comics, where
Oh, right. Where they implied they slept together.
she made mention of him being woken up by a nightmare, and it's like, anyone reading that might be like, how'd you know about that, Haley? Were you there?
And that was written by the show writers too. So
show writers.
The Bolt and Skull music is so good.
Yeah. Poor Detective Stone. Poor Lieutenant Stone here. You should not have left this to them. That was a mistake. That was an error in judgment on your part. Nope. They're laughing for their lives are over. $1.59. Couldn't have spent a little bit more than that. Can't move the muscle. Aw. She tried so hard. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little too fast though. Yeah. Aw. This, yeah. And you see, they do have some genuinely cute moments together. This is a genuinely sweet little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and she is just so over the moon for him, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This scene kind of sells the ship a little bit. There's a lot of issues with the ship as a rebound ship.
Yeah.
And Ernie sees it. Ernie sees it so much. But it's clear that she took the time to really build the foundation of a friendship there. Because when you get right down to it, like the relationships that actually last, the relationships that are the ones that do become, marriage, are the ones that, are based off strong friendships. Those are the relationships that really, lead to partnerships and raising of children.
Mm-hmm.
I tell MJ all the time that he's my best friend. They're
Yeah.
my best friend in the world.
My wife is my best friend.
Yeah, and
No.
I feel like that's something that not enough people really really state in media, that your spouse should be your best friend. That's who you're spending all your time with, all your life with. And that's not something I feel like enough people really recognize. They always think that it's sort of something else. something that's very different from friendship. And it's worth remembering that friendship is an important part of it. Far too many people just, you know, act as though their spouses are like, you know, just someone someone they have to put up with, or someone they, you know, it's like, oh, I gotta go spend time with the wife. That should be a fun thing. That should be, you know, a nice thing. And I think that's one of the reasons that Tommy and Kat do have that chance at making sense as a more long-term couple, because they have that strong foundation.
Well,
all right.
Are we bringing back a special guest?
I believe it is time. So let me message him to make sure that he's all good to go. I know I get a little sentimental here on my part. I'm getting a little baked in the room here. It's a little toasty. Let's see if we are ready to go for our next big installment in the saga of Tome. Also, I just now, as I was double checking social medias and whatnot, I saw that now you have updated your screen name on Twitter.
Yes, I have.
I approve. But yeah, I just messaged Mark. I know that we are ahead of schedule, as we tend to be. So I should have messaged him a little bit ago. That was my bad. But we are chugging right along here.
While we're waiting, you know, this would be a very good time for you to donate.
Oh yes, and to spread the word. We should definitely point out that we have we once again are about to have a very special guest. So feel free to share to the world that we are about to once again have good old Mark Litton join us. Actually, I'm going to send that to my Twitters real quick. All right. Let's make the call happen. Here we go. Boom and boom. All right. Everybody ready for this?
Hi.
Ringing that. Welcome back, Sean.
Hi.
Hey.
Welcome back to Mark.
I have returned.
You arrived just in time. Yeah, Sean just rejoined us. Mark Litton is once again on the line.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome back. Can everyone hear him okay?
Yep.
Man, I was just spreading the word on the social medias so that other people can come and
do that thing.
Benefit from your wisdom.
Well, let's see what I have to share this time.
Yes, I know this is obviously a big saga. Is there with 4 episodes in a row is what we're about to look at. Feels like we get to keep stretching out those sagas each time that each new season we look at.
That's about right.
Anything that you would like to tell us before we kick it off?
Let's see. This had a lot of writers on it. We'll note them as they come by. But I believe we started in one direction and then we kind of moved to a different direction, and they brought me in. So in many respects, I knew all of these writers, but the other Mark and it's Stuart St. John.
Right.
And we didn't write it together in that sense. think I came in and did some work after everybody. But I was in contact with them at the time to try and coordinate some things. But that's about it. So in one, I believe it was Mark. I believe it was Hoffmeyer.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, Hoffmeyer.
And the other one was Stuart St. John. And then I took the other 2 episodes.
Yes. But yeah, and you were still working with them on the 2
right,
that
they
were.
The other 2. So yeah, I touched each one of these episodes.
Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, I think now's a good time to kick them off. Once again, we're about a minute into the episode, and this is episode 18 of Power Rangers Zeo, Inner Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's kick it off. Ready? And go, Zeo. And good old Sam Trueheart coming back again. Now I assume that the Arrowhead, when it was introduced during Alien Rangers, was introduced with this arc somewhat in mind.
I couldn't confirm that or not.
Okay.
They might have. I knew that this time around what they wanted to do is they wanted to cast Jason David Frank's brother.
Right.
And so that was the big issue here, how to bring, because we hadn't introduced any other family member of Tommy's.
Yeah.
And I believe this is the first time it may not be in this episode, but it's the first time
the nightcap.
We mentioned that Tommy's adopted.
Right. I think we may have skirted it on occasion with him just never having parents at any of the parent events.
Right.
Return of an old friend, maybe? It might have been the first time it was mentioned.
Yeah,
that was Parents' Day.
Yeah, Return of the Green Ranger. He didn't have any parents at Parents' Day when all the other Rangers did for whatever reason. So this is an interesting.
I was just surprised that they let me do it.
Having him be adopted.
Yeah, but it was something that seemed to work with the story point, and it made sense, and to have them both adopted into different families.
Yeah. So just the cultural representation here in this art is something that we really haven't really seen since in many regards, and it was very interesting that you guys got this.
Yeah, I was wanting to make sure that we tried to do this as well as we could. So yeah, when I was watching this morning, I was like, I hope we did this all right. But the thing that people might not know is that my brother and I were raised for about 8 years on a reservation.
Right.
In Colville Indian Reservation.
Yeah.
And my father worked for the Bureau of Indian Affairs as a forester.
Okay. So that's very interesting.
And so we spent a lot of time up there, and that's how part of this came into play.
So, did everybody already know your connection there, or was it that they already had this plot idea in mind and then they learned of your connection?
Well, I let them know of it. I came up with some of the storylines here.
Right. It was just something I was curious about because I know that the seeds of this story were placed during Alien Rangers.
Right.
One of those which one's the chicken, which one's the egg kind of situation.
Well, it's kind of like we you have certain things. You have an arrowhead that you have to do. You have certain characters that you have to play, and then how does that play out later?
Yeah.
That you figure out later on.
Right. Exactly.
Chekhov's arrowhead.
Yes. Now, here's Is Sam Trueheart supposed to be the same person as True of Heart, or what is their connection, or what did you see their connection as being?
Well, it's interesting because as you watch this episode, Sam Trueheart, he's more like a magical character at times.
Yeah.
And in other places, he's not. So I'm not entirely sure how to answer on that one.
That's perfectly fair. It was an interesting thing. They never never was fully clear, but always was left there sort of a hanging question. So I didn't know if it was.
We certainly didn't answer everything.
Right.
That's his way of telling Tom that he keeps his eyes on the road.
Yeah. He just likes to spout those phrases wherever he can. Here's some wisdom. Enjoy the wisdom.
Yep.
He's just kind of giving him those little hints that, hey, you've got a plot arc coming up. And there he goes again.
See, there's clearly something magical with it.
Yeah. I haven't seen this arc in so long. It's so different than anything else as far as arcs go for the series.
For the viewing GlobeCon, part of this arc was the one that Jason Frank decided to do the live commentary on. I think it's the next episode.
No, I was it that one? I think I can't remember if it was this episode or the next episode. But yeah, I remember him talking about how he had really pushed for his brother to be a part of the show, so his brother could start an acting career. And that being a big driver of this. Now, as far as the Native American connection, like, if I recall correctly, do Jason David Frank and his brother have any Native American relation, or no? I thought it was no, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm pretty sure it was no.
Yeah. So I was kind of.
So in these times, it would probably be considered inappropriate, but.
Yeah.
Or would shy away from it for that reason.
Right. Yeah, it's. I mean, I recognize the idea that you want to sort of have an exploration of that demonstrates additional cultures, and to a certain extent, when you already have the character, you are, I suppose, limited on what you can do while still making it focused on a Power Ranger.
Right.
Oh, and there's that monsters right behind you situation again. Main Drain's also just a cool.
You want to buy a ticket, Mr. Monster?
There we go.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Main Drain wants a trip to Hawaii.
What was this season's thing about going to Hawaii? Because we've got a Hawaii episode later also.
That is true.
Hawaii.
Oh, right. Yeah, Hawaii Zio.
In part, the Hawaii things comes out of, I think, were we making the movie around then?
You guys probably were at least getting ready for it, I would imagine.
Right. Because there's a couple of times I think they went to Hawaii
for the island scenes.
Yeah, and well, the second movie it was shot in Hawaii.
Right. I forgot about that.
Dark.
So there we go. There is a Hawaii connection.
Did I put these on backwards? Or no?
I imagine that was a great time for the casts. filming out there.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. We didn't get to go. I mean,
Right, of course.
right, writers needed help.
Yeah, as tends to be the case.
Roman's from
So this is also a little bit of an interesting saga in that it's not a multi-parter per se. It's more of a string of connected episodes, which we didn't really see a whole lot of back then. This was
It's more story arc than anything else.
yeah outside of obviously Alien Rangers. So was this something that required extra planning in that regard? Obviously you were working with additional writers. What were some of the additional bits of planning that went into this, sort of longer cooperative arc here?
Well, anytime we had an arc like this, it was usually coordinated by Doug Sloan.
Okay.
Credited as Douglas Sloan.
Right. And I know he had just wrote the previous 3 episodes to this, which were additional Tommy focus on the breakup with Kimberly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of this goes back. It's been over 20 years since I've seen these episodes.
Yeah.
And I did take a quick look at these 4 this morning.
Yeah.
Just to remind myself of anything.
Oh, were you able to find out where that spaceship came from? I know you were talking about that earlier in the previous episode.
Well, I showed a picture of it to my brother.
Yeah.
And what apparently Mark Richardson he purchased or rented the spaceship from a guy who had some old NASA capsules.
Really?
These were space capsules that never went into space.
Huh.
But they were originally used by NASA.
Wow.
That is awesome.
That's where that capsule came from.
Oh, that is fascinating.
On the time code, where are we, by the way?
I'm about 12 minutes 45 seconds ish.
Yeah.
Okay, it jumped for me here. So
Okay.
I'll get myself back.
Yeah. Oh, and I like that here you tied back to the to the whole trip to Aquitar here for the introduction of the Red Battlezord.
It's a good way to introduce it, since it's like very glitchy cases. So that's one way to explain why it's so glitchy, because Tommy's unfocused.
Yeah.
I didn't quite hear the question there.
Oh.
Or if there was a question.
No, it was more of a commentary on how it was nice to connect the Red Battlezord to these previous plot arcs of Billy going to Aquitar, and also the alien technology behind the battle boards as well.
Right.
Tommy's wrecking up Zord Bay.
Yep.
Doing a little dance too.
Punch those mountains.
He's mad.
Yeah. The Red Battlezord was a really cool Zord too. Just it was neat to have a separate Zord for the Red Ranger that was
downfalls.
Oh, I had a question earlier that I forgot to ask.
Yes, you were going to ask a question last time.
Yes, I forgot to ask. So one of my friends had a theory that the reason that they let Billy graduate was because they knew he was doing the tech for the Power Rangers. Is there any truth to that?
That he was doing the test for the Power Rangers?
Oh, the fan theory was that Principal Kaplan let Billy graduate early because he of his extracurriculars helping the Power Rangers.
I see. I would say no.
Yeah.
I would say no. I mean, our thought, our thinking there was simply that we found it funny that Billy would be so smart that he would blow through all of these college courses, high school courses, but also that nobody would notice it.
Exactly.
For almost, until they suddenly realized, oh no, we need to get you out of here.
Yeah, exactly. He was obviously way too smart for high school. Now, although I could imagine at the very least with how things were managed with No Child Left Behind, that they probably would have wanted to keep him around to keep their standardized test scores up. But
I'm just imagining going, oh God, my college applications, I haven't done them yet. What do you mean I'm graduating?
yeah, it's sort of a very strange situation to be in.
Oh, it's doing the hokey pokey.
They had a gap year counting on.
Yeah. Which, I mean, is great. I think many of us who've been to college probably could have benefited from gap years.
Yep.
That being said, I guess you could say that for the rest of us, our gap years were sort of after college when we tried to figure out what to do.
How do you know I'm a Power Ranger?
Well, that's absolutely true.
I do love that little Zord.
It's pretty great. So yeah, this one was clearly one where a lot of the main plot of the episode is driven by the Sentai footage. Now,
right, that was often the case.
Yeah, because I think you've said before, a lot of times the goal was to try and make use of as much Sentai footage as possible to sort of keep those margins low. And
I love the Gatling gun arms.
Everybody loves the Gatling gun arms.
Everything's good at the Red Battles are pretty much.
So I forget if I've asked this before. Did you find it easier to write for episodes where there was a lot of usable Sentai footage, where it was more fitting their story, or did you find it more comfortable when you kind of got to create more of your own story separate from the Sentai?
Well, I think we appreciated it when it was easier to create your own story, for the most part, but because sometimes you could feel really constrained by the number of by the footage,
right?
Because there was at least one or two times I know that we went to producers and said, look, the only story that we can really tell is the story that the original Sentai footage was telling.
Right.
And then, and this is why. And there was one of the directors was like, no, there's got to be something else here. And so we all sat down together and watched the show in its entirety. And then at the end of it, he said, yeah, that's all you can do is really follow what they did.
Right.
So that was fairly rare, though. Usually we'd get about 3 to 4 minutes of usable footage out of the Sentai, and we would be able to, and normally would be able to come up with something on our own.
Yeah. This was our first introduction to Delmar as being son of the chief of police. I believe he may have popped into. Was he only in this episode? I'm trying to remember now. I definitely remember Delmar popping up at least once or twice.
I actually don't know. I think this was one of Mark's characters.
Oh, Mark Hoffenmeyer?
Yeah.
Take a quick look.
Maybe the episode where Bulk falls in love with the... Wait, doesn't the police chief have a daughter too?
Yeah, he had a daughter in that that
In bulk fiction.
Bulk Fiction, which I believe might be our last episode of the evening, or possibly first one of tomorrow.
It's our second to last one of the evening.
Yes.
Because we are ending on Song Sung Yellow, which is a Tanya episode.
That's a good one. I love that one.
Trying to see if I... Dun dun!
Random person.
See, Angel Grove is in a separate dimension.
Angel Grove is in the separate dimension.
Dramatic thing as Tommy sees some guy.
I'm surprised Ranger Wiki doesn't have more for their own Gomer.
There we go. It played like 2 seconds of the bloopers and then jumped into the next episode.
Yeah, you gotta be careful on that.
So I'm at like 110.
All right.
Sync back up.
You ready for the next one? Challenges. It's gonna skip right past the opening credits.
Oh, it does skip right past the opening credits.
Yep. So I'm just gonna hit next episode, and here we go. We're gonna pan out on Challenges, episode 19 of Power Rangers Zeo.
Yeah, this is definitely the one that Jason David Frank was talking about, because he spent half the episode talking about the horse and his brother on the horse.
Oh, okay.
And now he just vanished. Just to be...
Tommy's like, am I going crazy? Listen, second. People keep showing up and disappearing, and I'm confused.
You gotta prove you're always proving yourself worthy, Tommy.
Not like he's a Power Ranger or anything.
It's funny too, because last time we had you speak about a major saga that you wrote, it was Master Vile in the Metallic Armor, where Tommy had to prove himself worthy of the Zeo Crystal to begin with in the Cave of Deception. So Tommy's always got to be proving himself worthy, it seems.
It's an interesting look into Tommy's psyche, because like the fact that he constantly has to prove himself, I wonder, considering throwing in like Green with Evil and everything, if it's just also part of his way of being able to say that he still deserves to be a Power Ranger after everything.
Behold my magical evil powers, or Hawk.
Yeah, is now the question, is it a falcon? It could be a falcon, because he has the spirit of the falcon and the way of the falcon.
Yeah, it's supposed to be falcon.
Yeah, that's what I thought. To connect back to his White Ranger powers from season 3, I would expect.
Yeah, falcon. Falcon screeching.
Now, you had said before how you had grown up on a Native American reservation. Did you reach out to anyone from your past when working on this episode?
No, not really. We didn't have the resources to reach out back in the mid '90s that we do today.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm so used to just being able to call people up, message people, and it's easy to forget that it hasn't always been that way with communication.
We were starting to get that way, but then because we've had obviously the email ability since the mid '80s, at least in colleges.
Yeah.
But the mid '90s, you were still on America Online, and you had all sorts of your connectivity issues and so on.
Yeah, everything was still pretty new.
Takes you half an hour to download a JPEG, that sort of thing.
Which was amazing. We were joking before with everything with regards to the sort of internet references this season, and how it's like, oh, what's wrong with this computer? Oh, well, we're sure this somebody must have just been like, trying to download a song and it's taking 8 hours, because that's how that works. back in the late 90s.
That is exactly how that worked.
So, what were some things? Obviously, Dio. There was some pressure.
Orbis won the boxes.
The first season that didn't have those Mighty Morphin suits. And I would expect there's a pressure to try and make it stand out from its predecessor. What were some of the discussions that you guys had back then about, making Zeo be different from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers?
Well, that's more into the producers would be working on that sort of thing, and then they would just kind of inform us what we needed to think about and what we needed to stress. If we needed to introduce a new item or a new suit or a new, for instance, like the metallic armor, that kind of thing. They would just kind of issue a command to us. Let's do it this way.
Okay.
Look at him jump.
So yeah, that makes sense. Those would be those higher level decisions.
And let's just giving Vulcan Skulls ropes is always good. Just give them jump ropes. They'll do something with it.
Yeah, I expect that was just like, they start
just give them anything,
like
they'll work around it.
Where they start jumping rope, hijinks ensue. Let Paul and Jason do whatever they're going to do.
It was probably a little more and a little less than that, but
yeah. Yes. So once again, reminder to everyone in the chat: we are raising funds for the people to vote in the Senate runoffs down in Georgia. This includes raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, making sure that people are able to get registered to vote through the New Georgia Project, and that their voting rights are protected through Fair Fight. So all funds that we are raising here will be split between those two fantastic causes to help determine, to help make sure that the decisions that are made that will determine who has control over the U.S. Congress will be made by as many clear voices as possible from the state of Georgia. And thank you again to Orange Ranger Videos for hosting us on this channel to raise the funds for his state of Georgia, where obviously Sean is currently living, as well as Second Batgirl, our stream queen, also from the state of Georgia, helping make all this possible. And especially now to our special guest, Mark Litton, who is talking to us about his work writing the Power Rangers episodes we are watching right now. So if you want to see this keep going, keep on donating. We want to get to $600 today. We will continue tomorrow.
Speaking of, Jacob, take a look at what came in the mail today.
What came in the mail today? Oh, you're at
the end of the second.
There you go. Congratulations. Yes, if you live in the state of Georgia, you can already order your absentee ballots.
Yep. They will come quick. I ordered that like a couple days ago.
Fantastic. I'm really kind of amused at how often the song Big Bang is used during this first half of the season at the very least.
Interesting red-blue color scheme on this monster.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's
like rusted blue.
Red. It feels a little bit more of a yellowy red. Is there a name for that color? What was that? For like a yellowy red? I don't know what
like
color
a rusty orange, I think.
Oh, orange. That's what the color is.
Orange.
Yes.
Monster. Whoa!
Oh, he just got teleported away.
Adam turned into radioactive fire and then disappeared.
Yes. And I realize, that I've been also people like see. I love this little moment. I know how much you like playing with those hallways. And
now we'll take one step further into the hallway and be totally safe.
So that was a lovely moment. Oh, by the way, here is the showing off for the stream again. My childhood drawings of the monsters from last episode. And
let's see it. You're probably showing it now. It'll catch up on the stream in a minute.
And we got the old Punch-a-Punch going on right there.
By the way, in case anybody's curious as to why I'm constantly looking up, it's because I'm watching the episode on my TV, which is above the Mac that I'm streaming on.
Yeah,
that's why
it's up to get that.
He's paying attention to the episode, watching the monster grow.
So, it looks like basically what the big thing as far as the Sentai arc that's being aligned with this was the introduction of the Red Battlezord and the and eventually the Zeo Mega Battlezord. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine that was sort of how it was decided that this string of episodes would be the big Tommy focus.
I believe so, yes.
But Zordon! Alright, Zordon.
I got a Falcon to follow.
Zordon.
Oh my gosh, I did it.
I can't save the world right now in the middle of chasing a bird. Also, as always, if anyone in the chat does have any questions, feel free to let us know. We'd love to hear them. We'd love to, obviously, this is, we're running, we're going 4 episodes straight through here. So, I know I've already picked your brain very thoroughly over the course of these last streams. So I'm always open for more people to ask questions.
I want to kind of speak to a question in the chat right now. It's not for Mark. Well, it's not even a question. It's more of a comment. Just when we brought up how the monster was orange, Jenny mentioned why she doesn't understand why Power Rangers seems to have a problem with the color orange, how seasons with Orange Rangers keep getting skipped over. The only one we really had is the Imaginary Boom from SPD. And speaking as the panel's Orange Ranger representative, while I can joke about them doing that, I actually remember Jason Bischoff said once that someone came to him at a convention. I don't remember if it was specifically Power Morphicon, and they were like angry about it. It was like, what problem does Hasbro have with Orange Rangers? It's not literally that. That's such a small aesthetic thing for them to actually have a problem with. It's just a variety of other circumstances that happen to be surrounding seasons that have Orange Rangers.
Yeah.
It's just a little run of bad luck.
As a trophy? Thank you.
I also love Adam as a trophy with the high-pitched voice.
Wouldn't it be the last times Rangers would be turned into trophies? They've done it at least 2 or 3 times after this, so.
Yeah.
That's one of the things we did like to do is miniaturize the Rangers.
Yeah, I know that happened later with what I think it's called A Small Problem when they get shrunk during the Gold Ranger saga. A little later in the season. And then, of course, Honey the Ranger Turbo.
Yep.
Ever trust a villain.
She is practically standing on him.
Yeah. What was that?
Like a cat.
Oh yeah, she's just like
right practically standing on Tommy.
She's a woman who knows what she wants. As we've said.
Meanwhile, in the evil sword bay. Aw, Mommy, they broke my toy.
Aww. Oh, and he gets the super spiky gloves.
On the hand that they just fixed. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's alright. Purple and orange alarm. Not a chance.
Yeah. But yeah, it does seem that a lot of times with regards to the color lineups of the various seasons and what does and does not get adapted does seem very coincidental. Yeah.
That was a funny line.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna have ringside seats to the main event, I guess I better set up a ring.
I imagine that that when you are writing a more clearly themed episode like this one, where it's clearly boxing themed.
Yeah, get out the boxing puns.
Yeah, different episodes lean into different puns, and I imagine that those are probably quite a bit of fun.
Yes, they do, and sometimes I'm doing the puns, and sometimes the ADR writers are doing the puns.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yeah, I can see that.
Can't forget the contributions of the ADR writers on that front, since they do fill in. They do tend to do so many adjustments when they're putting together the footage itself. Now, if I recall correctly, you worked on VR Troopers as well.
Yes, I did.
Did you? And I may have asked this before. Did you find there to be any notable differences in the experience between working on VR Troopers and working on Power Rangers?
Well, the main difference is you have different people in charge. I mean, Doug actually worked on both. Doug Sloan did. So I worked with him on both of those. But the main producer on VR Troopers was oh shoot! Hold on a second.
Is that Bob Hughes?
Bob Hughes, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
For some reason, his last name was escaping me for a second. But and Bob was great to work with. So we had a lot of good times working with him.
Right. Yeah, he seemed to be given a lot of the sort of spin-off series work. What with, if I recall correctly, Big Bad Beetleborgs and Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog as well.
Yep, and Masked Rider too.
Right. I forget. Did you get to work on any of those series, or at that point were you firmly entrenched in Power Rangers exclusively?
I worked on Masked Rider as well.
Okay.
And I was in on some of the early planning stages for Big Bad Beetleborg.
Right. I'm remembering now. You worked on the Super Gold episodes. For Masked Rider.
For Masked Rider, yes. Well, there was about 8 episodes I did.
Right. Masked Rider, I'm not going to pretend to have as much clear recollection on.
I don't understand how we just said Masked Rider 4 times and didn't summon Seamus.
Yeah. Somebody should. I actually probably should just message Seamus right now, just to be like, hey, by the way, just in case you were wondering.
This is what we're up to this afternoon.
Yeah. Good times. I love how Tommy's just like always like ready to give up on something, and then boom, there it is.
Never find it. Oh wait.
Tommy's like, I'm gonna die. The rocks fall and everyone dies. Oh, your little warp around spirit powers ain't helping you out so much now, huh?
And
they did.
There's
the bird. It was all a test. I could have touched the bird, but I helped this dude instead. But he's really the bird or something. I don't know.
Well, they're connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the bird all along. Wait, what?
You were the bird all along. It just flew right into you.
Oh, no, you were the bird. Oh, I get those mixed up. I'm sorry. I'm the other half of your arrowhead.
I mean, technically I was, like
You're-
16 when I was little, but also, yeah.
Yeah.
Due to time shenanigans.
I mean, it was kind of like a few weeks ago, but I was technically a little boy, but I was adult brain. It's sorry.
I was going to say, are you going to show us the arrowhead?
There we go. And now it's all one arrowhead again. Somehow with only one string.
The magic resealing arrowhead.
Strings before.
Watch credits.
Always love to watch the bloopers on these closing credits. So, what are, I guess I can put
it does say O Rangers.
Yeah, it did say O Rangers with the letter O instead of OH as we
That's an O.
All right. So there we go. That was episode 19, challenges. Now we are coming up on the sort of mid-season finale. This was the big episode before the hiatus. Jumping straight in 1 minute in now to Found and Lost. 20th episode of Power Rangers Zeo.
Here we go.
Not to be confused with Lost and Found in translation. That's entirely different.
Very different episode there. Now,
Thomas, why did you just why these freaking questions?
Now,
and he's like, you're gonna meet this lady in a couple years. You need to get used to it now.
Did you know this was going to be sort of the last episode going into the summer? I don't know how much they tell you about the airing schedules.
No, actually, and I'm trying to remember exactly which one this is because I remember we wrote pretty much all of these episodes roughly at the same time. And then I got a call to do one of these episodes in a day, as I recall. They called me on like a Sunday and said, could you have an outline ready for this by Monday afternoon, and then could you have the script by Tuesday night?
Oy vey.
And I said, sure.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Let's do this. And because it said we'll take any rewrites of it. We'll do any rewrites that are necessary after that. But we just need the script ready to go. So I'm trying to think if that was this episode or if it was
just watching people.
Oh, that's really interesting. Well, Brother Can You Spare an Arrowhead is sort of this episode ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, and then Brother Can You Spare an Episode? Brother Can You Spare an Episode? An Arrowhead.
We'll be asking that tomorrow.
Conclusion of the story.
Right.
So the conclusion of the story was actually.
So it may have been the other way around. It may have been this episode, and then that we did this fast, and then it was the second one that I took some more time with. Okay.
Because this one, you were credited alongside Stuart St. John, so.
Right.
So.
Right. So yeah. So it wouldn't have been this episode. It would be the next episode.
Interesting. That's fascinating. That the conclusion of this arc was sort of the last minute episode, which I wouldn't have expected.
Well, what you had to do is you had to shoot all of these at the same time.
Right.
And they made some changes in terms of what they wanted to do with it, I think. And that's why I got brought in to do all of these, to touch all of these episodes.
Okay.
Were there any other episodes that were planned and then had to be scrapped that included Tommy's brother?
Not that I know I don't know if we had any others with the brother in it. I think these four were the only ones where we did this.
Yeah. Well, I know that he appeared briefly in another episode during the Gold Ranger saga.
Okay.
I think that was, and then they were pretty much done with the
Because
character.
he was a red herring for the Gold Ranger.
Yeah,
When was the Gold Ranger saga? When did that appear?
that was a little bit later in the season.
Day one, karate.
Because this was like episodes like 27 through 33. There was the question of who the Gold Ranger was, and I know I know that
like they're establishing this early.
Yeah.
Some of the red herrings.
Yeah. So I know that he was played up as a potential Gold Ranger. Billy was played up as a potential Gold Ranger. Skull was played up as a potential Gold Ranger. And then it ended up being none of those. Which was pretty fun.
None of them at all.
With the voice of the VR.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and we haven't seen Rito and Goldar in a couple episodes, so it's always great to sort of check back. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have monsters too.
I still have to tell my students that sometimes if they're ever working on something that's not a Google Doc, because they're just used to everything autosaving.
You got save.
Whoop. And down he goes.
That looks like it hurt.
Why is he upset over him being better than him?
Yeah.
You made me better than me. Yep, that's Tommy's brother.
So this was one of the two episodes that you worked on with Stuart St. John. Or this was one of the two episodes that you worked on. The other one was Mark Hoffmeyer.
The other one was Mark Hoffmeyer. This one was Stuart St. John. We never really we talked about it, but we never really worked together on this.
Okay.
So he did a draft, and then I came in and did a draft.
I love them.
Okay, so that's why you were saying it couldn't have been this one because he had done the first draft for this one.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Interesting. So basically, they said, okay, Mark, you work on the second draft for this one because you're already working on the arc, and then, oh, by the way, we also need you to finish the arc.
Yeah, it was about like that.
Okay. But yeah, one thing that's interesting because of the crazy production code numbers and whatnot is the last episode of this arc is actually labeled as being the beginning of the next season, because it's post hiatus.
Okay.
So see, it was kind of dicey for a while there, where season 3 of Mighty Morphin, started in the fall as typical seasons do. And then, there was Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers, and then we had Power Rangers Zeo, and then we took our break for the season. So, before we sort of settled into how we count Power Ranger seasons, this was sort of thought of as the third season finale for Power Rangers. And it was interesting sort of seeing how Power Rangers shifted to its new airing schedule. Do you know anything about, this is probably more of a producer style question again, about how Power Rangers ended up shifting from more of its September to May kind of production schedule, or airing schedule, to the sort of February to November airing schedule?
Well, that may have had something to do with the movies. It may have had, but I'm guessing more that it had something to do with just scheduling with Fox.
Yeah.
There was they tried all sorts of things. Originally, obviously, it began on August 28th in 1993.
Yes.
And then we had, excuse me, we from there we were a strip show, so we had like what was it, like 60 episodes in the first season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Airing every day, and then just from that we were constantly making the show all the time. We never stopped.
Right. It was just non-stop there. So you didn't really experience? So while there were airing hiatuses that we experienced,
yeah,
weren't really production hiatuses during that during the first several years.
Right. We did. I mean, the acting
Interesting. Just getting smashed around right now.
Yeah, I'm just watching this thing. You can sometimes get caught up in the footage.
Yeah, exactly. I've been getting caught up in it for the last 27 years.
Yep.
Going up. Oh, he's having a ball. Now it's a monster. Smack.
Oh.
Significant number of monsters that can turn into a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is not your first time with a monster that turns into a giant rolly ball.
No. That was the Sacagawea monster.
This looks like a penguin.
Yeah.
Since I love them some pangolins.
Yeah.
Well, they're fun monsters.
Did they just leave in the middle of a fight?
Yeah, they just kind of ran away.
Just leave the monster out there. I'm sure it won't do any harm.
Yeah.
They actually did that earlier.
This monster actually, going back to my little monster sketchbook here, this was the first monster that I didn't actually get around to finishing drawing for whatever reason. I forget why. I think it was because it had so many spikes on there. It was taking me forever to draw all the spikes. So he's missing an arm there. And then I just never really came back to it. Another cave with illusions. Seeing that sort of thing again here.
Mystical arrowhead hologram.
Arrowhead holograms.
Oh, someone said that I am frozen. So is that just on my end?
Excellent connection.
It's been going in and out, freezing and jumping. You appear to be frozen. Sean was frozen and now is unfrozen.
Okay.
But you're still frozen.
Let me see if I can turn my camera off there. Maybe that'll fix something. I don't know.
Yeah, that fixed you.
That fixed me?
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hopefully you didn't lose the audio of me and Mark at any point.
No, you didn't lose audio. It was just...
Okay, great.
No.
I apologize. I should have said something, but the first time it happened, it unfroze itself a minute later, so I was trying to see if it was going to fix itself.
I know these things are crazy. Your computer at the very least is much better than ours is.
Oh yeah.
Gaming PCs for the win.
Yeah, as opposed to 2015 MacBook Pro, that is what I'm on right now. Not exactly the best thing for streaming, but I think it'll do the trick in a pinch.
I like how they made that make sense.
So, as we were saying before, you had to kind of, get called in, sort of last minute for the conclusion of this arc. So when you were writing this this episode here, which ends on a cliffhanger. Did you know what the conclusion of the cliffhanger was supposed to be at this point? Was that sort of somebody else's job, and they just sort of said leave off here? How did that aspect work?
I think that might have been mine to do.
Okay.
Usually they gave us a lot of free reign.
Run away.
So on this one, you decide to leave it on a cliffhanger and sort of let somebody else pick it up, and then they're like, actually, Mark, could you come?
I was always going to be writing almost all of these in that sense.
Okay.
The fact that they just wanted it that quickly was the difference.
Oh, okay. I wonder if maybe it was might have been something like, you know, where you said this one, the first draft was Stuart St. John, then you got brought in for the second draft. Maybe they were going to do the same thing for the next one and just didn't, and then whoever was going to do the first draft fell through. Or my feeling is that I had a lot of that my memory on this is not exact. Okay.
So it's a question. It's one of these episodes I know that I did in the day.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure it was Brother Can You Spare an Arrowhead, but as I look at it, it feels almost like it might be this episode, even though it's got Stuart St. John's name on it as well.
Right. Interesting. So I gotta love that the Arrowhead apparently comes with GPS. That's always fun.
I mean, it has holographic powers too.
Yes.
Mr. Alman in the chat was asking if people have ever seen Gravity Falls. I have seen Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is an excellent series. Heavily recommend it. There's been a lot of good material in children's television in recent years that I definitely recommend to a lot of people.
Really, it's been a hot minute since I built a thing.
Actually, that's a question mark. Do you still follow children's television? Obviously, you worked in it. Do you follow it as well?
Only once in a great while. I really haven't done a lot in children's television recently, so
right.
So not as much. So, for instance, I haven't seen Gravity Falls. I'm aware of it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Any favorite shows outside of Power Rangers, obviously. That's if you don't have any, that's fine.
You know, I'm more of a kind of a science fiction person in terms of back in the day, especially. So at the same time, I have friends who were over
have
on.
You seen our?
I had friends over on Star Trek.
Yeah.
And so we did. You know, there was a lot of things going on there, so I do keep up with that kind of thing. I've been, you know, watching Star Trek Discovery. I just watched Queen's Gambit by Scott Frank.
Mm.
I don't know if you know that show.
I've heard good things about the Queen's Gambit. I haven't seen it yet, but I have very good.
It's very strong, and it feels more like a movie than it does a series.
Yeah. Well, now I definitely need to check it out. I've heard nothing but good. I've heard a tremendous amount of good hype on Star Trek Discovery. I just don't have CBS All Access.
And this is where I don't know how we didn't summon Pocky.
Yeah, I know. Pocky loves Discovery. It was Liz who we had on earlier. Our big Billy fan who will be back later.
And I think this season has been very strong. So
yeah,
so far.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. What did you grow up on? What were some of your big shows?
Well, I grew up at a time where there were like 3 network stations in PBS, and that was maybe one independent station after that. So
that's fair.
Everybody watched pretty much the same thing. So it was very much a different time in television.
Yeah.
For kids, you'd have everything from the Brady Bunch to Beverly Hillbillies, Green Acres to But in terms of science fiction, obviously there was Star Trek.
Yeah.
In syndication, mostly for in my day. But there was all the Irwin Allen productions of Lost in Space, but Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Time Tunnel, and those are kinds of things that I'd watch.
Yeah, I have watched back in when I was a kid. These were sort of the Nick at Night kind of shows and things like that. And whenever they were on in reruns, my dad would always want to watch. Oh, you gotta check out this one. This is what I saw when I was a kid.
Watch credits.
But yeah, that is. It was going to be the cliffhanger that we were going into on the summer. That was a nice cliffhanger to end on with Tommy facing down the main villain of the series for really the first time.
Now the Zed fight.
They reunited in the credits.
Glad we got to see that. That was a little. So actually, yeah, that's a question there with that scene right there with Bulk and Skull reuniting with Rito and Goldar. And we're just diving right into episode 21. Brother, can you spare an arrowhead? We're a minute in already.
Are we hitting start or?
Yep, I just kind of let it roll. It hasn't been waiting on me anymore.
Okay.
Really, I had one for Mark at this point here.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mark can hear me, but if he can just talk a little bit about the importance of this scene, like having Tommy face off with the big bad at this point, kind of earlier on in the season, and just kind of be ineffective, because we know that they're going to face off again later, but just how much of an intent was there to just establish, like, Tommy's not on Mondo's level right now?
Well, I think, again, it's mostly following footage. So some of it is us.
This one was an original.
But we did think about that a little bit about when you're facing off with the big bad as opposed to one of his minion monsters.
Yeah, that was definitely American footage right there with that little exchange.
Yeah.
Because obviously the changes in film grain are clearer during these seasons than some of the others.
They're way more obvious also as an adult than as a child.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one that I remember.
Yeah, because for me, we were for us, I guess, as fans, we'd waited all summer for this conclusion. It's like, and then it's just kind of funny to find out, that thing that you waited all summer for was written in a day.
Yeah. Doug came by and did work on it too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Although it did seem like they kept pretty much my script intact.
Well, that's always great.
But I know that they had to immediately go into planning the production of it.
Yeah.
And which is one of the reasons they needed the script so fast.
I guess they were maybe hoping on a hiatus actually happening, and then it just did, because you guys were always working.
All of these scripts were shot at the same time.
Right. Well,
so that was part of it too.
I know there was the previous 3 episodes. I know the director on all 3 of those were Robert Radler, and then here we're on these next 2 are Terrence Winkless.
Okay.
So this was
so he did get a different. That was a different cycle then.
Yeah, this would have been a new block after having just wrapped up the previous block.
Yep.
And your shoulders around backwards, Battlesword. Rack.
That at least isn't my fault.
Yeah.
Look what was on the other side of that helmet the whole time.
Yeah, I know. He had that little face back there the whole time, which was always pretty cool. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how fun a lot of the toys were for Power Rangers Zeo. I kept hyping about the little play sets that we got to have and how they could all combine.
And boom. Okay.
Did you end up having any Power Ranger toys in your personal collection as mementos of your time with the series?
I have a couple. Obviously I have the Sakadilla monster because that was my first monster.
Excellent.
I have a miniature Master Vial over here on a dresser.
Great.
And but over the years, I think I've gotten rid of most of them. For a long time, I had a deluxe Megazord in a closet, and eventually I gave that away as a gift as a Christmas gift to a friend.
Oh, that's sweet.
And I knew at the time that these things I saw.
You're
familiar with Godzilla, right?
Yes.
And I think he was selling them for somewhere around $300 at the time.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah, I know that those things go for a lot. Especially the ones that are actually from that.
Right, and that was an original one that I gave.
Oh. The little arc with sort of mini arc with Bulk and Skull hunting down Rito and Goldar. We were just noting how that was their subplot for the previous episode, and then it actually got resolved in the blooper reel. Do you have any explanation for how that panned out in that way? Is that
probably just because that's what we get time for?
Okay. So it was just sort of a little stinger where I wasn't sure if that was a scene that was necessarily written or got lost or improvised or got lost in between the episodes because it was just in such an odd spot. I didn't know if it was...
My guess is that it was written and that's just for the timing of it. Like, they had too much footage to use and they said, well, we can...
That makes sense. Yeah, in a lot of times, usually what we get are outtakes, but every now and again, it's like, I guess that was arguably a sort of pseudo-deleted scene that was then undeleted for the credits.
Right.
Oh no, Tommy. Had this Falcon looking for 5 hours and hasn't found a thing.
I feel like that I was able to introduce a word to an audience that they would not have ever come across. The Autochthon.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the Autochthon. Because that always seemed like such an interesting name. Is that rooted in Native American mythology?
That part, there's not per se. Not exactly. But obviously there's a lot of mythology and to work from there. But that wasn't a specific one. These are just supposed to be primal spirits as old as you could make them.
No.
And
Interesting.
so you come across the phrase, it means an original or indigenous inhabitant of a place. You just kind of throw that in.
So that's what the word Autochthon actually means? I didn't realize that. I do appreciate that that little element there.
Yeah, usually I would have to throw in pronunciation guides to when I was writing episodes that had Billy in them, or if I had to write episodes that had something like that in it.
Yeah, because that was
I wouldn't be on set for it to guide them.
Yeah, I'm actually looking up sort of the org. Okay, so that's a Greek word, apparently. So that's fascinating. I had no idea of the. Because it was such an unfamiliar word. I didn't know if it had and it doesn't have the inherent puns of many other monster names.
Right. It's very blunt.
Yeah. And it is one of the few monsters in this season that, is not clearly robotic. So I could see you wanting to go for something very different for its origin.
And especially since it's not sent by the Machine Empire.
Yeah. And actually, that makes me want to check something here with that good old monster sketchbook. I've been flipping through.
Yes. For the body and the body part.
Oh, this was when I kicked off the next.
Mondo. Hello.
Because I had taken a break.
I don't even know that girl.
Because I'm curious how young me thought a talkathon was spelled at the time when I was 11.
Oh, he did it again.
I got close. I think I was missing a. I think. Oh, okay. I gave it a K instead of a CH, but I was close. So there we go.
That's not too bad.
There's a talkathon from. So I'm just showing that to the stream because they enjoy those. And
safety is here.
Yeah, during the course of that whole hiatus, I was doing drawings from season 1 monsters that were replaying. And there's like the jellyfish monster. And of course, one of the big ones.
Oh, the reveal!
Oh, the reveal of the identity.
Oh, Zord on the chest.
Whoa.
Where is it?
So that's why you always wear red.
And I figure I'll show off to the chat. The
Thank you, Seamus.
Commander Crayfish. And of course, the Sockadillo.
Is that a dono?
Thank you, Seamus. We very much appreciate that.
Seamus?
It's a dono! Woo!
Woo!
We're going to see the star dance.
Oh, there we go. Seamus Kelly skyrocketing through with $100. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Just 160, and we'll be doing episodes tomorrow.
Hi, Athena. Welcome to the stream.
Fantastic. Seamus. For Edenoi and democracy.
And democracy. For a democratic Edenoi.
Love it. Love it so much.
It's because we summoned him with Masked Rider, isn't it?
Maybe a little.
Yeah. Can you hear Kitty?
There
yeah, my cat is 4 minutes away from dinner time, and he is very upset.
I feel like there are a few things that can summon Seamus quite so well as discussions of Masked Rider and Field Troopers.
Athena, I've got a cat I can show you on camera.
Oh, there we go.
You're my buddy. I woke him up. He's looking at me like, why? I was sleeping.
So yeah, Seamus, if you've got any questions regarding VR Troopers or Masked Rider, we do once again have Mark Litton on the line. And you're always welcome to join me in the Skype conversations.
Somebody wanted to see a kitty. That's why I moved you.
This little plot line right now with the arrowhead in the boulder feels very Dark Crystal. with putting the shard into the larger stone.
Doing his neck. Okay.
I've always loved the red battle Zord cannon that just launches the Zord across the city.
It does seem like that'd be
VO5 carpet bombing.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know if I can argue with its efficiency though.
No, it probably is pretty good to get you there.
It beats the traffic. Wouldn't mind that for my commute.
Jacob, you're frozen again.
Oh, am I frozen again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll play with my camera. Hopefully my voice is still there.
Thank you, Athena.
Woo!
Oh, Athena contributing as well. Fantastic.
So you guys are going to get to see the star dance in a second.
I'm watching.
I'm being very amused by I can see my frozen face on there. And it's just like, I'm just like, just mid-phrase. Oh, there it started a little dancing star, man. Giving us another $10. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shadow Ray.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
That is such a nice dancing star.
We're getting so close to Sunday.
Yeah, one.
Sunday.
Yeah, I know you can't see it from your end, but anytime that somebody makes a donation, we have a little animation of a dancing star that spins around.
There it is.
Give a little smile in front of a Georgia peach.
Oh, okay. that makes
all over.
A dancing peach would be amazing, though. That would be amazing.
Well, we work with.
We are $150 away from tomorrow.
So as you said, you wrote this one in basically a day. Did you manage to get any sleep, sir?
Yeah, how long?
Time. I was actually able to. I probably went to pretty late that night.
Yeah.
On it, probably about 2 a.m. or something like that, which is what I did when I first started writing these episodes. And then there was a moment when I said, I don't need to do this anymore. I would cut off the writing at about 10.
Yeah.
I will say this monster is a good fit for a Native American episode.
I feel like when you get to at least for me personally, when I got to about 30, it's around the time when I'm like, maybe I should sleep sometimes.
Yeah, I think when you hit 30, all-nighters don't work anymore.
I mean, I still do close to all-nighters on a semi-regular basis. But I try not.
Editing episodes of The Grid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that there was diminishing returns after a while.
Yeah, exactly. When I did the first one of these marathon streams, it was after I had already been up all night working on the 90th episode of Power Reviews, which probably not the best thing for right before going into 30 straight episodes of Power Rangers.
Sure.
Kaboom!
My brain was pretty fried that weekend.
I mean, when I host couch cons, we do an entire season of Sentai in 2 to 3 days. So
that's 50 episodes.
Oh, the
We
Rorschach
gotta pay
test.
attention to that because we gotta read it.
sorry, what?
Whenever the show just does those little
The
whenever
monster manual.
you get those nice little nods to the past, it's great.
But here in Angel Grove, it makes you uniquely qualified. Skulls.
This is just a very fun little subplot for them. This is just a string of just good subplots with them.
Half of that belongs to Tommy. But all right.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, they need to split it back up.
That's the thing. I always knew that I could trust Bulk and Skull.
Exactly.
Tommy, your friends are
How
spying on
fun
you.
were they to write for?
Oh, they were a lot of fun to write for. Especially whenever you have an actor that you know is going to be able to do something. It's a pleasure to do that.
Yeah.
VR Troopers was fun to write for the same reason.
Yeah.
Sarah Brown, who on that show, she was amazing. She could take any line you threw at her, and she could make it work.
Yeah, and I know she appeared in the episodes just prior to this with her guest spot as Heather in No Business Like Snow Business trilogy.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. So,
shoot.
What was?
I wasn't paying attention.
So, were you told that that Tommy's brother David was going to find out that Tommy was the Red Ranger, or was that a decision that you made independently?
Are we just rolling right through? By the way, Jake.
I think we're pausing for a second after this.
I'm stopped on the title card for Trust in Me.
Okay. I figure because now we've just wrapped up that big arc, and we still have here, so we can chat about that for a few more minutes before we before we release it from our grasp.
We're paused on the title card of Trust in Me, which looks to be about 48, 49 seconds.
Yeah,
maybe earlier.
We are flying through things
earlier
today. We only have 4 episodes left.
Yeah, we're good at schedule.
Excuse me.
We can stop and talk for a minute.
Yeah. So,
as far as I recall, whenever we were going to reveal, let somebody know who the Rangers were, that was you would certainly put that in the outline first, so that and then it would get approved there. But you certainly wouldn't just it is the kind of thing that often it would say, okay, we would like this to happen.
Yeah.
And then you'd incorporate it into it.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I think he was the first one, the first person to learn the Rangers' identities who did not then go on to become a Ranger himself. Unless I'm mistaken.
You're probably right. It's awfully specific.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know.
To get the category classification.
That is true. But in each case prior to this, we had Rocky, Adam, and Aisha learn about them being the Power Rangers, and then they become Power Rangers. Kat knows about them being Power Rangers, and then she becomes a Power Ranger. Tanya knows about them, is introduced becoming a Power Ranger. And so I think that establishing David as knowing that Tommy's a Power Ranger really sort of put him, I think, on everyone's radar as potentially the next in line to become a Ranger, because that was the pattern that had been established.
That was the pattern. You're right.
Yeah. And then came along the Turbo movie, where a 12-year-old finds out that they're all the Power Rangers, and then he becomes a Power Ranger.
On the other hand, future Ranger Sylvie from space did not become a Power Ranger.
That's true. They did that pattern did sort of decay over time, but this was the first time that it broke.
Set up a trope, you gotta subvert it now and then.
Yeah. So that was our that was the whole Arrowhead arc. Are there any other thing else that you would like to share about that? I know we've been picking your brain for almost two full hours today.
Well, I think we've covered a lot in those episodes. If anybody has any questions that they want, I'm happy to answer them, of course. At least 3 more episodes.
Right, with Mondo's Last Stand and the Rangers of Two Worlds two-parter, which are again episodes that just they really mean a lot for either for both the status quo of the show and do some really interesting character deep dives.
Honestly, both of them.
Ranger of Two Worlds was also directed by my brother.
Oh, right, I'd forgotten about that.
I know.
So, if you have any story, if you think that he has any stories that he could share with you, feel free to reach out to him. I wouldn't even know how to start.
I'll ask him. I'll see if he's got anything he'd like to pass along.
And hopefully, people keep donating so we can get there and hear the stories.
We've got
that too.
We've got about 2 hours left in the day. We've got about another $240.
$140.
$140 left to raise in the next 2 hours. To put things through.
35 an episode.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing. We've gotten through this. This I think has been our out of the 3 streams. I think this is the most productive first day that we've had.
Yes.
We've done 21 episodes and we've already raised $460.
Which is $230 each for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project.
Exactly. So that is, we've been averaging, a good $20 per episode that we've watched. So we just want to get a little bit more, push ourselves over the edge to guarantee tomorrow.
Almost there. Tomorrow.
Which is going to be amazing. So I have faith in our audience to keep that up. Again, if anybody wants to link, I will. Nope. I went to hit paste because I thought that the last thing I copied and pasted was the link, but nope, it was the word a talkathon. Just because I had to double check that. So again, thank you so much, Mark. It's always great to learn of your experiences and get those added bits of insight. And you really have contributed fantastically to the show. Like pretty much, like speaking as internet reviewers who revel in sometimes in tearing the show apart. We have found consistently good things to say in each of the episodes that we've gone over with you. So
thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it.
So yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say that I guess we'll talk if the funds are willing tomorrow.
Excellent, fantastic. We look forward to it. We got to get up to Mondo's Last Stand and that big Alien Rangers two-parter. I think Pocky will lose her mind if we don't get to see the Alien Rangers again. She's a huge fan of both Billy and the Alien Rangers, so of course we need to get to that big send-off.
Yep.
All right. So you feel free to enjoy the rest of your day, and have a great evening, and sleep well. Hopefully, when you wake up, we'll be ready to go for another round. Looking forward to it as well, Mark. You have a great one.
Thank you again.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye.
Bye.
Zeo.
Oh, more Zeo time. There we go.
Power Rangers Zeo.
All right.
I'm looking at Lieutenant Stone peeking out of a tree.
Why would he be doing that?
Well, I guess we're going to find out, aren't we?
When are we pressing play?
So, here we go. I'm going to skip right over to episode 22 of Power Rangers Zio. Trust in me.
Trust in me.
There we go. And we're a minute in with Lieutenant Stone looking through his
Not quite even,
little goggle there.
like 40-ish seconds.
Yep.
Now I'm imagining a Zio and Kamen Rider Zio crossover.
Yes. There. This whole undercover operation is amazing. That's a fun thing for a kid to see. The foot in front of his face, the fake wiggling foot. And somehow he has his hand behind his head. That's not where his hand would be. Whose hand is that? Because that's not his.
Yeah, those weren't his arms and legs.
Yeah. That skull's very limber. Stretchy.
I mean, he may be. We've seen him do that cartwheel for Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers.
Ooh, this girl's gonna beat somebody up.
Yep. Martial Arts Expo time.
Mm-hmm.
And again, just Power Rangers, delivering strong representation in this episode as well.
3-on-1. This girl don't care.
3-on-1 is tough. I've done 2-on-1 sparring, and that in and of itself is a challenge. It's interesting because you are developing a different skill set when you are fighting with multiple opponents, and it is also a different skill set to work in cooperation against a single opponent. Because you need to make sure that you're not getting in each other's way when you're all attacking one person, and if you are the person who's fighting off multiple opponents, you have the goal of trying to use their numbers against them, stack them if you can, kind of get them, to get
and he's blind.
Which is,
but yeah, my brother does a lot of Renaissance fair stuff, and one of the things he does is, I think, like a 3-on-1 sword fighting demonstration.
Mm. Rocky is always looking for a new girl to chat up.
Right.
Well, he's blue now, so he inherited that from Billy.
Yeah, he inherited that from Billy, having 15 love interests.
Oh,
and she's the girl with the disability that's like, back the heck off. I don't need anybody's help.
And this is also just an interesting alternate take on this sort of episode. Like, she's obviously very used to people treating her different, and she doesn't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do genuinely miss these sorts of really interesting representation episodes from earlier Power Rangers that we don't see anymore. Like, to my recollection, the only instance of the only
that was the Thunderzord lightning, by the way. Sorry.
Yes, that's the lightning from when Zed was first arrived. But if you think back, I think this was the last time that we had a character with a disability up until
Master Swoop
in Jungle Fury. And Master Swoop is not necessarily even a great example because he has, he's got his whole, he can fly. He's got his whole magical, like, bat powers, basically. So, like, it is good. It's great to have, have that representation as well. In terms of a down-to-earth person dealing with a disability, this is the last time that we had that. After previously encountering it with in the 6th episode of the series with the different drum.
It can be really tricky to write well, because if you don't, it can feel really token and really hokey.
And and we were talking with dyslexia as well, which Mark had written, the dyslexia episode.
Cat's back there working on a computer that's not on.
That's true. Cat is working on.
Cat is staring at a blank screen.
Oh yeah.
Cat, it's alright.
Oh, okay, no. She's reading. She's reading in a notebook in front of the computer.
Can I make a little quick personal announcement?
Yes.
I just got the email that I made it to round 2 of Now Voice This.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Nice.
I forget what that actually is, but I knew that you were trying for it, so congratulations.
Now Voice This is a weekly voiceover competition. You get little prompts and submit the voiceover thing.
Oh, that sounds fun. I wouldn't mind doing
it. But yeah, this is my first time doing it. And I mean, round 2 at least, yay.
Yeah, you know what? Feel free to send me info on that, because that sounds like that'd be a fun thing too. Because
sure.
Obviously, I also enjoy doing voices. I know.
Yeah.
It's
well, like my entry, the first round prompt was "This is my OC original character," and I did Chomsky from my videos.
Oh, that's fun.
Hey, I did Chomsky. I'm a little robot alligator. I like to help out the Orange Ranger. Me and my friend Bolts. And vote for my guy, Orange Ranger. Appreciate you.
This is... I'm really, really loving this positive representation that we get in... It's sad that we didn't really get any of this after Zeo. In many regards, the show changed what it was after Power Rangers Zeo.
Yeah.
Not in the way that really
probably because production changed so much.
Yeah. I love this.
Okay, bye.
Wonderful. This whole plot of them being, undercover and hiding in all these different places is fantastic.
I hope they get literal tree hats at some point, because they need tree hats.
I love that
she detected them because she could smell them.
Yes. You're doing such a good job hiding from Lieutenant Stone.
Rocky, you're coming on a little strong at this point.
That's what he does.
That's kind of his whole problem this season.
That's kind of his move.
And it's just like, okay, first of all, you don't touch someone without their permission, Rocky. I love you.
Especially when they're blind.
In general.
In general, absolutely. But I mean, even more so when they're blind and they don't know what's coming.
Yeah. I wonder if they actually...
I was wondering if they consulted with the community before when they were writing this.
Like, I do wonder whether this actress is
I was just gonna say it seems like she is. I mean, I don't know one way or the other.
Yeah. Like,
but it looks like a little more than acting.
She's delivering a strong performance, but I don't know.
If the dub is on you,
kudos. This is great. This is such a cute
Thanks, Mr. Unconvincing Statues.
This is just so cute.
I just love how everyone in Angel Grove just kind of rolls with this.
That was my beeper.
Yeah, they're used to it by now. It's been like, what, 3 years? 4 years?
Yeah.
I mean, they have had the longest high school career of it.
Yeah.
I mean, considering they're driving in season 1. They have to be at least 16 then.
Yeah.
And then we've had 4 seasons before they graduate.
I just kind of roll with the idea of, okay, they're, freshmen, sophomore, junior, seniors, and right now.
Well, if Angel Grove's its own country, maybe you can drive at 14.
Right.
Rocky, more quietly.
That's right. What? That was hilarious. That little move. He knows that she's going to be able to hear it really well.
I think that's the first time they've actually been considerate about secret identities, instead of just standing in a hallway and morphing where anyone could be just looking at them.
This is also, again, sort of an interesting introduction to the idea of a hypothetically good monster. Clearly, in this case, it's a ploy, but just
right off the bat, they tell you it's a ploy.
Yeah.
I don't wish they didn't. It would have been nice if it was just a twist that he wasn't.
But just the fact that it's a ploy that they could even hypothetically believe introduces the idea that it could be a monster that is that way. Oh man, yeah.
Wasp of the Heart was the first one that did that. Truly, right?
Yeah.
In space.
Now the question is, can he? Yeah, he says that they're the Power Rangers, and she's heard Tanya's voice. Like she only met with Tanya briefly, but Kat needs to not speak because.
Or there's always the question of do the helmets distort their voices enough, or
which they clearly don't, because she recognized Rocky's voice. And I don't care who you are. Like, if you hear an Australian woman speaking, you're probably going to notice another Australian woman speaking and be a little suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of narrows it down.
So you happen to be friends with a young Australian woman, and I just heard a Power Ranger speak who is a young Australian woman in your vicinity. I feel very suspicious right now. MJ in the background was just saying, I'm hearing Pink's voice and Pink is sus. I love that. They're recognizing that this is something where they don't know enough about how the Machine Empire works. And, that is a strategic advantage. These Rangers have been just blowing up monsters willy-nilly for years now. And this, it's a decent ploy. It's one they haven't seen before. And MJ has brought me my dinner, some ravioli. Oh no, the zappy eyes. Oh.
I get the Sci-Fi Channel. Oh, wait. I've got to make an impulsive decision. Gosh dang it. Oh, look, it's rocking, baby. We should go help. King Mondo attacking directly again.
Which is still such a big change after, Rita and Zed. And
yeah, Mondo got involved. A little more than I remember.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about this one.
Zed fought Tommy once, and that's about it.
He was much more hands-on.
He turned on my evil switch.
All right, so
wait.
Guys, so I'm gonna put this out there to Ranger fans.
What?
I don't want to quite push it over myself, but I'm gonna say, since we haven't made our contributions from our end yet, I know I'm going to be making contributions at the end to just sort of cover the PayPal fees, etc. We are up for matching the next $60 contributed. So if people put in $60, we put in $60. That's going to get us another $120, and then we'll just be $20 away. So that is our next challenge here, people. Across the course of these next couple episodes, you put in $60, we'll put in $60, and keep it rolling from there. And then we'll just be $20 away from hitting our $600 mark for the evening. So if you want to see us continuing tomorrow, if you've been enjoying this content throughout today and want to see more of it tomorrow, now is a great time to contribute, because that's going to push us towards our goal of continuing this tomorrow and continuing to support Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, getting people the right to vote and defending their rights to vote, making sure that the new Congress moving forward is one that reflects the views of the people by making sure that all their voices are
blue hamster.
I already drew the red hamster. I can't do a blue one now. Oh, I just saw who the voice was on Defector. And that was Lex Lang.
That was?
Oh, really?
That must have been one of his first roles.
That
was his first role on Power Rangers. I love Lex Lang. This is amazing. This is ridiculous.
They sound a lot like you. Well, not you, Billy, but that sounded mean.
I feel like she's wise to what's going on here. It's like they think their identities are secret.
Yay, Dancing Star!
Yay for Dancing Star! Oh my!
Dancing Star? What happened?
I can't see it.
I couldn't begin to imagine what might have happened.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh my!
So, Jacob, start your match now, because this is the $20 that was left over after the match.
Oh, okay.
So start the match now, and now the match will get us to $600.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we only have $60 left to go to get us through to tomorrow.
Oh, it came from Angel Grove.
And we got 3 more episodes, so that's $20 an episode.
Yep. We can do this. We can hit this.
Do it for the spookies. It came from Angel Grove.
which is honestly just one of the most. It's just
Might be my favorite Power Rangers Halloween episode.
It is one of my favorite episodes.
It's legit.
All right, are we just going straight into it, or?
I've got it playing.
We just got another star.
Stars,
Thank you again, Jenny.
Thank you so much. Oh, and we're a minute into episode 23. It's Hey from Angel Grove.
So I'm gonna wait about 30 seconds.
Should I hit play?
Yep. I have it rolling on my end now.
Okay.
We're gonna keep going a while. Adam, you know every page in this book. Here we go. There we go. Jenny donating another $20. There we go. Nice.
Nice. So that's actually 40. Right?
We only have 40 left to go.
40 more.
See, we were talking about pulling all-nighters. Adam, don't pull an all-nighter.
For real.
Anya's just messing with them. Great.
Alright. Alright, dum-dum. See you later. Bye. All I'm gonna say is I don't ever remember a time that my high school would have let somebody stay in the building the entire night.
Yeah. This study hall.
Clear that place out. Just saying.
They really like to make use of this study hall space this season.
Well, they built it this season. They're gonna get their money's worth out of it.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. We haven't seen a classroom this whole season. Well, outside.
Probably because this replaced the classrooms.
Yeah.
They probably tore down those classrooms and replaced it with this.
Yeah.
I do love that they need Tanya to escort them home.
Aww.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is playing almost more like a college study hall than a high school study hall.
Yep.
Adam's parents are just cool with him spending the entire night at the school.
They don't care.
Alright.
None of their parents.
None of their parents care. There's a lot to say about this episode as a reflection of Adam's psyche. I wrote an essay about it at one point.
There are never enough deep dives into Ranger psyches.
Also, why?
Oh, Batgirl, I believe Tara wanted to be in on this one, right?
Yes.
Ahead of schedule.
We are ahead of schedule.
I don't have her information.
I'm sending it to you.
Okay, good.
Hi, random cat in high school. With a collar.
I mean, all high schools should have a random cat.
Well, yeah, that's the cat works for the school. It's the rodent control.
And she is waiting for an invitation.
This was an amazing, amazing moment. Yeah, I just invited her. I believe. I hope I called the right person.
Hi, Zed and Rita.
That was just such an amazing moment to see Zed and Rita right there.
Yeah, after being gone since the premiere.
I'll throw this out to everyone. Question from the chat. Scott Chandler, when was the last time we had such a stylistic episode like this?
I mean, we did just have a musical number.
We did just get a musical.
But you know, again, it's not a musical episode. It's an episode that has a random musical number in it. Amazing as it is.
Fair. Let me think for a moment.
Yeah. Okay, I glanced over at my season list, and I do have a candidate in mind. Although I don't know if I remember what the episode was called.
If you describe the episode, I can name it.
It was one of Samurai's Halloween specials.
Trickster Treat?
Probably, where they got stuck in the movies.
Yes. Oh, trust me. I know Trickster Treat. That was
yeah. We did a commentary on it up for Halloween, and that was a trip.
It is so insane because there's no. It's like the only Power Rangers episode ever with no original footage
at all. Zero.
Now that being said, it was so just. It was such a disaster of an episode that it was amazing to review. Honestly, my review of Trickster Treat is still one of my favorite reviews that I've done.
This must have been so much fun to film.
Oh yeah.
And look, this is Ernie's. Like they've just thrown a bunch of Halloween stuff on Ernie's.
Like even in your dreams, like they gotta use Ernie's.
Yeah.
I am Temecula.
So my analysis of Tommy is either two things. One, he thinks Tommy sucks. Or two, well, three, because one is the shippy thing. And the third would be vampires are kind of always the center of attention, narcissistic in a way, and just kind of thinking about Tommy as being the one who gathers the group of followers. So that is my analysis of this part.
Here, have a cup of dry ice.
Well, I'm about.
We all drink dry ice at this bar.
I can give you a much shallower take on it.
Yeah.
Blood's red.
That works too.
I think that's the shallowest of the takes.
I don't know. I think Tommy sucks is the shallowest of the takes.
Adam, that was so completely unnecessary.
Okay, no. Dramatic flips are never unnecessary.
I mean, it was Flair.
Oh, and we get a second unmorphed fight, both of which have been Adam.
I love the spelling on the Netflix captions. It spelled it Gurlick. 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 Where is it?
I don't believe it.
Grab this rope.
Can you call Tara again? Her Skype froze.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay, so this is the most shippy of all of the interpretations, but basically I ship them. And werewolves tend to be.
I see it.
I like that it's just like the interpretation is I ship them.
Okay, also, werewolves are only useful at some points, and poor Rocky this season has kind of gotten shafted, so he's only allowed to come out and do things during the full moon.
Fantastic.
Hey, Tara.
Hey.
Hello. Welcome.
I mean, the other part is just he wants to see Rocky in a nice suit.
We are right in the midst of It Came from Angel Grove, the 23rd episode of Power Rangers Zeo. And they're running around the woods.
Being chased by wolves.
So what I'm hearing from, so what I'm hearing on your end, Batgirl, is that basically within this world of Twilight that Adam has found himself in, he's very much a Team Jacob.
Yes. I mean, I also made the argument for Tommy. I can make the argument for Adam and everyone. So.
Angel Grove cafeteria food. No.
Yeah, it's a half decent makeup job for him too.
I mean, if you read enough romance novels, werewolves tend to be the more passionate, ridiculous. And Rocky has a lot of energy.
I feel like, the werewolf versus, having not read any of this stuff, I feel like when it comes to the werewolf versus the vampire, it's two different forms of power fantasy. One is more in terms of physicality, and one is more in terms of mental and mental domination with regards to the vampire.
One of my really good friends runs a podcast called Worst Bestsellers, and you should listen to their analysis about Twilight.
You gotta love Lieutenant Stone's random village folk person.
I mean, in this case, he's still the vague authority who's chasing down the bad guys, so that's self-explanatory. Has nothing to do with it.
I like that, without flat out saying that he recognizes it as a dream, he's pretty much treating it as a dream.
I mean, it's not the weirdest thing that's ever happened to them.
And we just got a bunch of fun little props here. Nope, not Billy. I love that Skull is the professor, and then he became one, and that's great. And we got.
And in this one, he had his adventure with Skull earlier, and he recognizes how smart Skull is, which is why Skull is the professor.
Vulcan Hotep.
Okay.
So, would you say that the interpretation here is that Skull would be far more academically successful if he didn't get himself all wrapped up with Bulk?
Yes.
Good one.
Okay, so where are you guys in the episode? Because I just pulled it up.
We've got Bulk and Hotep. How far?
About 13:30.
Yeah, about 13.
About 13
minutes, 50 seconds ish.
Roundabout.
Yeah, we're just spinning out the mummy right now.
Okay.
I wish Bulk would relax. He seems wound up.
He's just following the black cat everywhere.
And then it became a Looney Tune.
Just a little bit. I think maybe that might have been the classic alternate dimension cave. Radium Hackens. Oh, and I love the Alpha as Igor. It's amazing.
I mean, in this case, you have Billy as the scientist, and Tanya as the bride, and as you know, I ship Adam and Tanya.
Yes.
But also, in some way, Billy giving up his powers, or his chance, created Tanya as a ranger, which is the other symbolism there.
Just a useless sidekick to Billy now.
What the crud is happening?
Lightning. Science is happening, Sean.
But now, Adam, look at Adam's face.
Maybe if you paid attention in class, you would know that science is happening.
What is going on?
The scientist outfit that they used later on in Operation Overdrive.
Also,
Well,
Tanya's
of course, nobody here would deny science. Hey, Jacob, on a totally unrelated note, what are we raising money for today?
not science. We are raising money for voting rights, to protect them, to grant them, to make sure that people are registered to vote down in Georgia, as well as to make sure that people's right to vote is defended and not suppressed through any sort of legal means. So these are to raise funds for legal defenses, as well as to get out the vote and to register people to vote.
Whoa.
And that is what we're doing for the state of Georgia, where the runoff Senate races will be happening in January 5th, I believe. They have the deadline of December 7th to get their to get their registrations in. And we want to make sure to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. So if you would like to help us contribute towards that and making sure that people get a voice in determining the shape of the Congress in the United States for the next several years, which will determine the legislation which can impact the world around us, then please donate. I will be matching the next $40 worth of donations. There's already been $20 towards that, so all we need is $40 more from you Ranger fans to push this stream over into tomorrow to see the other half of Power Rangers Zeo.
Let's do
So,
it.
going back to this, the cat being the witch who became the cat that became a witch is basically a reflection of Adam still possibly having some doubts about her and how she joined the team.
Yeah.
Because evil cat. And maybe in this case, now it's always about Tommy. Because he gets the solo fight.
Well, and then of course we had there that Zordon was literally the Wizard of Oz. They didn't even try. Zordon the Great and Powerful.
Well, he is the source of their powers in some way, so that is my analysis of Adam's insane dream.
Also,
I do love in this how, Adam couldn't make that choice, and he was just like, what would Tommy do? Zordon's like, Tommy? Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, we got this footage of just the red, so we might as well use it.
Tommy fighting a monster. We got to use a little Sentai footage in this, or there's going to be some problems.
Just a tad.
Oh, Tara, we had a question about O-Ranger earlier.
Drill master there.
I don't know if anybody noticed that. That shot of the monster's drill rotating was looped like 4 times over.
Yeah, it was great.
It was like a GIF. That was crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
We had a question about O-Ranger earlier, didn't we? And Tara is our expert.
What's the question?
Something about military.
It was like something like the military base, like Jacob.
Yeah, we were
how
checking
they're going around.
that we were observing at the time.
Y'all, we're cutting in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it the stream or the Skype call?
I think the Skype call.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So I'm not sure what to do about that at the moment.
That's fine.
Am I freezing up or anything?
Nope, it's done.
Oh,
probably my side.
We're just wrapping up. It came from Angel Grove. We only have 2 more episodes left to go for the evening, and we only have $40 more because there's $60 being matched by me and MJ. So the next $40 donated will guarantee that we are hitting our goals for tomorrow to continue with this tomorrow. So you could have just grabbed the cat while it was on your lap, Adam. Just saying.
And Zordon being Mondo, of course, is the reflection of Adam's fears that his efforts will ultimately be futile, and that evil will prevail.
Also, if you don't feel as though you can donate any further, please spread word of this stream. We've only got 2 episodes left in the evening. We're starting to wind down. So please spread the word. Let people know that we're only $40 away from hitting our goal of continuing this stream tomorrow, so you can get more content from us, more content from other Ranger fans, and more from Mark Litton, as well as any other guests that we're able to secure. We never know when we might get some surprise guests. We had the wonderful Dr. Jason Narvi here earlier. Who knows who we might have?
Narvi.
So please spread the word to keep this going, to keep raising funds for the cause, and so we can keep you guys all entertained this weekend. And if we're lucky, maybe continue into the next weekend with some Thanksgiving turbo turkey.
The fun of working with live animals.
And here we go. We are kicking it right off with episode 24 of Zeo, Bulk Fiction. And I will make sure that I have it ready to go for you guys. Okay, we are 1 minute in, ready to jump on it. Well, correction,
30 seconds.
What the heck?
Because we are on the shorter. It looks like we have transitioned into the shorter version of the opening credits.
And go.
And ready and go. We've got a little car flying around.
I have to catch up with you guys. Load for some reason.
And come on, guys, you know we want to get to at least the first episode tomorrow because it's about Adam and Tanya.
Yes. So don't deny that sweet Adam Tanya content. Like, also,
make it happen. Make it happen.
That guarantees our first 5 episodes. So that will get us through not just that sweet Tanya and Adam content, but also
the Gold Ranger.
The Gold Ranger and the class as well. How many kids does the captain have on the force?
12.
Really, Skull?
Nepotism at work.
And that zoom just, yeah, that it's interesting how just a simple camera zoom can really, demonstrate an emotion right there. That just sort of narrowing of focus on someone who you've just met. Okay. And that sniffing of the hand thing, I swear he did something similar back when he had that brief spell-ridden crush on Aisha. Okay. What is going on? Okay, toy donations. Okay, I'm like, what are these giant monstrosities from Babes in Toyland here?
I will be right back.
Oh man, there was like a.
Is this the one with Pinocchio? Sorry.
Oh, the Puppet Master. So you're thinking of Bear Pinocchio from Ranger? No, that was earlier. That was the Puppet Blaster.
Okay,
that was
thank God.
Yeah,
that
no,
puppet thing was creepy.
No, that was a much earlier episode.
Okay, apparently I don't get to watch this episode.
5th episode, was it? Am I right? No.
Billy, how did you get such range?
I used to be so much better at this. I'm getting rusty in my old age of 35. I know. I'm younger than you. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I'm sure I feel older. What with like dealing with teenagers every day and having arthritis, those go a long way to making you feel old. Plus the whole this up here business.
Okay, you actually.
I'm so glad I'm not on video because I'm like grinning so hard right now.
Well,
I
lovely.
love the villains in ORanger, so.
seeing this side of Bulk is just wonderful and genuine and honest.
I'll get to see it eventually.
One's rare.
Bulk, are you just writing on your hand?
Yeah.
Hey Jacob, can you give me a rough episode?
What's up?
General. Whereabouts we are?
I am currently 4.5 minutes in.
Oh wow.
And we've just switched.
That does make sense. I don't know what happened, but my Netflix just completely worked out and was not loading anything. But it seems to be better now.
Oh, look at Adam and Tanya on their date.
Yeah. This again.
I like that he's actually specifically talking with Tanya here because she
they have
a relationship with Sean earlier.
What?
She is someone who actually has relationship. She's the only character who's actually had a relationship in the series, even if it was a bad relationship.
Well, Tommy, but I wouldn't ask him.
Yeah. Tommy got dumped. She did the dumping. She clearly knows what's up. So again, anything that can be contributed, even $1 gets us a little bit closer to our goal of passing. I love that.
Tanya's like, this can only end in disaster.
And there's the chief right behind him.
Oh my god.
See, this is the problem with big romantic gestures. You put somebody on the spot like that, and especially if you don't know if they're comfortable with it or not, like, it's just kind of not okay.
You really need to kind of know what's up. I love how his problem is hitting on his daughter, not that he's pretending to be an Englishman in the middle of the station for no apparent reason.
You know what? It's Angel Grove. Weirder things happen.
Yeah. Who's that? Oh, that voice is so familiar. And I'm
Destroy that phone. If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again.
Please call.
Did you draw that monster?
Oh
yes.
yeah. Did
Yes.
you draw this one? I mean, you drew them all. I figure.
Yes, I did.
This is one worth seeing, because that monster is a giant face.
Sorry, I forgot I'm over into the newer sketchbook now. By the way,
oh jeez, sorry.
Here we go.
Just the obvious prop that is going to be like related.
Here's what I'm going to tell you guys. I had the toy of Drill Master, so I got to go into a lot more detail on that one than I got to go for the other one. So take a look at the Drill Master one.
Nice.
Ooh.
That one I got to go in a lot more detail because I didn't need to just record it and pause it. I could actually look at it.
Check out these graphics, guys.
Oh, and here we go.
Yeah, now the effect on the cogs teleporting in is neat. Oh, his communicator got busted.
Yep.
That's got to be so hard for him, especially, I mean, he's not a ranger anymore, and now his communicator is...
Oh. They're gonna take that remote control.
Hopefully Sprocket's new toy was enjoyable for you there.
What the heck are you doing? Oh, you got a magnet? You just carrying that strong of a magnet around on you, Billy?
Doesn't everybody?
That's not messing with a single bit of your nice boots, Billy.
So let's see. Let's keep chugging along through some of these other. Oh, there we go. Here's some more. There's Twin Man, aka Bryan Cranston. I never finished drawing the fighting flea, and Gotan, which I definitely put a lot of work into that one.
Nice.
As you can see, some of these are monsters I went back and reworked when I saw them on TV again. So Gotan obviously has a little bit more detail to him. It's a little bit more advanced than some of the others. There's Goofish and an incomplete Octophantom.
Oh, Goofish.
Here we go. The Praying Mantis and Dremel. Bulk, you sweet idiot. Who else we got here? Pexter, who for some reason I drew everything except his right arm on, along with Pete and Repeat and Slippery Shark. So we got quite a few on these. I think I showed these guys before. And then for some reason the rest of this is Bucky O'Hare drawings. I don't know why.
Again.
I love how
romantic gestures.
I love how supportive Skull is being right now, though.
Skull is being a very good wingman.
He's an amazing wingman.
They've only had one interaction, and she didn't even really talk much.
You gotta just keep going, Bulk. You gotta commit to the bit.
Chicken there. It's insane.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's a great idea. Put the fan on.
I think that one of the things.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Why are there chickens?
Chicken.
Why is there chicken?
Besides the feather gag.
Halfway through it at 11 minutes in.
Can we turn the fan off?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the chief is okay with that.
But they're so loyal, they love their boss.
Yeah. Even though, they've had such an antagonistic relationship up until this point. But I think one thing that sets Bulk and Skull apart in certain regards from other comedy duos is that there has been, specifically with Victor and Monty and Ben and Betty, a greater reliance on cartoonish physical comedy. Whereas a lot of, while Bulk and Skull have excellent physical comedy, a lot of their humor also just comes from their counterintuitive approaches to things. It's less that that they are physically cartoonish, although they are to an extent, and more that they are, mentally cartoonish. They go so overboard with things in very ridiculous ways that a normal person wouldn't do, and that's just part of their personality.
Did you ever watch any Big Time Rush?
I have not.
Okay, it was a fantastic show on Nickelodeon about a boy band, and that's why I watched it. But it was cartoonish in the same way.
Yeah.
That's why I was joking about Tree Hats earlier. Like, they again did that, and everyone was kind of just over the top and hammy, and they were a decent boy band. And one of them actually dated that actress who played Lauren Sheba, and spoiled the fact that she was going to be the Red Ranger like a year early. But anyway, my point was, like, that's the sort of comedy that we don't see as much anymore because it's usually reserved for cartoons, not for live actions.
I mean, I remember being a kid and absolutely losing it over the Keenan and Kel episode where Kel put the screw in the tuna. And I do not really know why that was so funny, but it was tremendous. I was just on the floor rolling as he was just running around that courtroom, just repeatedly screaming, "I put the screw in the tuna," just over and over again. And it's weird how some things just hit just right when it comes to comedy.
Yep.
The Neo Cannon.
There we go.
Maybe one of the most underutilized team blasters that we've ever gotten.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't remember if it was really used that much less than the power cannon.
I just can't believe that this is taking place in a Resident Evil.
I mean, I hardly even remember this thing.
I remember it about as well as I remember the power cannon. Actually, it actually had a little bit of a better intro, too, because they had all those power cells instead of random colored balls. Also,
say 0 number power cell, power up as fast as you possibly can.
The American footage with Sprocket is all like that suit always just looks like it's ready to fall off whenever we see the American version of it.
Clank, come over here from the Sentai footage and help me out. Around and around and away we go.
Yep.
Why, Tommy? Please explain why it can't be. How many times has this happened?
Fairly often.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 20.
The only time it doesn't happen is when there's plot relevance.
It can't be. I'm just saying.
Oh, I love this Megazord so much.
It is such a good Megazord.
Oh,
And now it's just covered in rainbow cotton candy.
You know what? It's the queer Megazord today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here, glitter.
It's just trying to eat him.
It's car wash foam. Now it's time for the rinse.
I don't remember this at all.
Neener, indeed.
Okay, Tara, what is going on in this in O-Ranger? Because this is insane.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I need to rewatch my episodes.
But yeah, if people would love to donate more to these wonderful causes, like you might even get a chance at more of these random little sketches from me, like good old
Tommy in a hamster wheel.
Hamster wheel Tommy, right?
ZO5 carpet bombing.
Boom.
Dun, 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 dun.
The Zeo Mega Battlezord is just that it's ready to mess you up.
Oh yeah.
I know I said I like that Megazord, but I also like the other Megazord too.
Powerful Zord.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
The Zeozords did genuinely feel powerful. They didn't feel necessarily as versatile as a lot of the Mighty Morphin Zords, but definitely felt powerful. With those gold aesthetics and the chunk artillery arms and everything.
Oscar blew up.
Oh, that 50s outfit is lovely. Oh, and Billy's from the future, which is great. Rocky's from the 70s. We got.
Nope, Adam's from the
from the 60s, 70s.
70s.
Yeah.
Warp again.
And
I love Flapper Tanya.
And there's Disco Tommy just showing up Rocky on every level right now, except for the hair. Like, let's face it, Rocky has. Hey, for respect on Rocky's wig right there. Like, he is.
Oh my look!
How dare you?
Be creative, Tommy.
Rocky had it first.
Yep.
Well, Tommy took Rocky's color. Now he took his costume.
I really like this whole.
Lieutenant Stone's like, you should know I hated being a cop. I was trying to quit that job.
I like this was a nice moment for them.
And for some reason, I'm gonna hire you to. I'm not gonna poke a hole through your shoulder.
It is such a nice moment for Bulk and Skull, though, because their surrogate dad loves him.
I kind of would have liked to see more with Bulk and Connie. Just a bit, because honestly, Bulk in love is so adorable.
Bulk is with the hot redhead.
Like, and him just trying to figure out how to properly be himself in a different context, especially for someone who is so very much himself in so many of his interactions. And of course, we got to have the Pulp Fiction music for the episode called Bulk Fiction.
Bro, is she leading the dance?
I feel like part of the reason for that was just so
everybody wiggle around randomly.
That's the title. But that was just it was really great. It's great whenever you get to see the side characters have those genuine emotions. It anchors them so well.
Pause.
All right.
Boy, my
all right, guys.
Sometimes.
This is our last episode of the stream, and we still need $40 more.
All right. So this is the time to pull it out, fans. So
before we start the episode,
yep,
we're gonna do some call to action. First of all,
little hype there. And for this next episode, I say
call to action.
For the next episode, we'll do the actual intro because it is the last episode of the day. But we don't want the last episode of the stream. So if you don't want it to be the last episode of the stream either, please reach out to your friends, reach into your wallets, reach into your friends. Don't reach into your friends' wallets. Ask your friends.
Don't reach into your friends. That would end badly.
Don't commit fraud.
We're looking to just raise another $40 for the fantastic causes of Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, to make sure that people in the state of Georgia not only are registered to vote, are informed about voting, but also that their rights are protected. There are constantly voting suppression efforts by people in power who want to stay in power and don't want people who have views other than theirs to have the right to choose who goes into power. Right now, these Senate runoff races are extremely important. They will determine who has control of the United States Senate moving forward. That determines the legislative future of our country for these next 2 years at the very least. And this can be pivotal. As I've said before, we are facing a major climate change crisis, and there have been serious rollbacks on protections for the environment that are endangering all of us across the planet. And in order to take appropriate action, we need legislative action so that it doesn't just get rolled back all over again if someone else takes the reins of power. So I'm being very frank on that this is to save the world. This is us taking action to save the world environmentally and to make sure that it's a better world for all of us living in it. For the people who are coming next after us, I'm expecting a kid in 5 weeks. I want to make it a better place for them, for their kids, their grandkids, their great-grandkids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the best ways that we can do that is by acting now. We have a unique, specific moment where we can change the course of things, where we can change the shape of things, where we can finally
come down to Georgia somehow.
Yes. Georgia has become this center point, and it's so rare in our life that things come down to such singular events that can sway history one way or another, and we're in that right now. So we've been watching Power Rangers rising up to their next level, these Zeo Rangers finding new powers within themselves. showing how important representation can be, respecting other cultures can be. And we want to make sure that everyone in Georgia is represented as they choose the direction of our future. So if you want to be a part of that, please donate or encourage others to join so they can donate as well. We are just $40 away because I'm matching the next 60.
I was going to say that came up in the chat, Jacob. So just to mention that out loud, our progress bar does say $500, but that's because there's a match from you that hasn't been applied yet.
Yes, I'm going to be putting $60 on there after the next 40 goes through for us to hit that 600.
So that's 40 from y'all and 60 from Jacob, and that's going to be the other 100 added to the bar that right now just says 500.
We currently have 14 people watching this stream. I'm a math teacher, and I can tell you that that if we were to just have $3 from each of those 14 people, that would push us over the edge. If it was an average of $3 from each of those.
And don't think a $3 donation doesn't make a difference. It adds up, and every little bit helps in this effort.
So even a dollar, $5, those matter because one and five, those round up to 3. So if everyone were to donate $1 to $5, that would push us over the edge. And so we're very close to hitting our goal. $600 in a day is outstanding. If we can hit it,
incredible.
Already hit 500. I'm so proud of all of you. That beats the first day of the first Mighty Morphin live stream, the second Mighty Morphin live stream. This is already our best performance for a first day. Not for a single day, but for a first day. And we can absolutely, I think, get those last $40 in if everyone just tosses in a little bit or brings in a friend or a few friends so that they can make their contributions too.
And Georgia has done so much work already turning blue. If you had asked me a few years ago, would never have guessed. And the vote was, it came down to the voter outreach.
Yes.
And the work that the hard work that the organizers have been doing, that the phone bankers have been doing, that the people who have been working really hard at the lawsuits because we should have had a different governor.
Oh yeah.
Agreed. That voter suppression is a serious issue.
Georgia fell in the rankings to almost the very bottom of how easy it is to vote. And Fair Fight is working to change that. And especially now, it is so important. Just look at all of the challenges there have been in the last week before the election was certified here in Georgia yesterday.
Yeah.
And that hand count certification had Georgia go blue by about 12,000 votes.
Everything is and
you think about how many people across the country voted, and even just how many in Georgia voted, just what a small margin that is.
Yes.
And every little bit of work can make a huge difference.
We have this election cycle has been obviously so fraught. And it is proved more than ever before that everyone does make a difference because these margins can be thin if they're not applied in the right places. If not enough people speak up.
And especially with it being a runoff, because historically runoffs do not get as many people to come out. So we need to raise awareness. We need the New Georgia Project to call people to remind them to go out and vote. We need Fair Fight to be there to make sure that we have fair and just elections with...
Yeah. A lot of people are going to go, the election's over, right? But no, we still got work to do.
Yep. And we've got these wonderful 2 Georgian Ranger fans right here that I'm so glad that we were able to come together to make sure that your state is well represented, because this is about making sure that that the voices are heard, not just the right voices, that all voices are heard.
Yeah.
And that the voices of Georgia are heard. That's why I didn't want to.
That's a great point. Obviously, the Senate overall is vital, but personally living in Georgia, and I'm sure Batgirl feels the same way, You know, we obviously, I think, have the same kind of leaning as far as who we think the right voices for Georgia are. And that representation that we're going to have in Washington for the state of Georgia.
Yes.
But it's still, everyone needs to vote because everyone's voice matters. I prefer it if racist people would. But anyway.
Well, what I think we've found, especially this year, is that the way that you combat those negative forces in the world is by being a positive force and by uplifting people. And yeah, the negative forces are going to try and bring people down, quiet the other voices in the room. And the best way is just to bring more voices into that room. Because we're seeing more and more that the more that people are engaged, the more that people are allowed to engage with the future of the world, the more you see how much they can make a difference. When the voices are limited, the people limiting those voices are the people who have control over making lives better for a limited number of people. When enough voices come together, we get to make those big changes, those big impacts that make it better for everyone. And that only happens.
I will say, and obviously we're kind of dancing around things a little bit carefully here, and I'll continue to do so, but just I will say, you look at the presidential election, both candidates broke the record for the most number of presidential votes ever received. Just such an excessively extra amount of participation. And then you can look at the results of what happened as a result of that much more participation. You know, but that's something to be praised from the election nonetheless, that, you know, that we saw so much more participation, and we want to see that level of participation here in Georgia for this election.
Obviously, it's not going to be, you know, 70
Well, no, obviously, yeah.
We want to see
we don't want the entire nation worth of Georgia, but proportionally.
Proportionally, of course. I feel like, you know, there are certain things that people do need to be aware of and contribute. Oh, and we see, you know, someone saying that they hope that these types of live streams continues, even if it takes years to have a charity live stream for every Power Rangers season. I agree, that would be fantastic. There's always ways that we can keep making the world a better place, and I'm going to keep trying to find them. This is the way we can do it right now, but we can act on it.
There's always little places here in the clean house.
That's a general good point to remember, even just beyond the idea of charity live streams or anything, that just however you feel about the presidential election and even however the Senate race goes, there's still going to be work to do. You know, it's not just like we flipped the switch and now everything's fine. There's still a lot of work to be done.
No, because if you are in the U.S. and you're watching this, call your senators, call your representatives, make your voice heard. Speak on the issues that you believe in, because that is what it is to be in a democracy.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you disagree with your representatives, let your voice be heard. If you agree with them, let your voice be heard as well. Because they deserve to know that they have the support of the people if they are doing things that are right for the nation, for the world. Because it's hard to keep doing the right thing. And I think we can all agree that, you know, it's easy sometimes people act like, oh, it's hard to avoid doing the wrong thing. And sometimes it can be. You know, you can be tempted at times to do the wrong thing.
Don't be Anakin Skywalker in Revenge of the Sith, okay?
Yeah. But also you should recognize that just not doing the wrong thing isn't always going to be enough. We need to also have people working hard to do the right things. Because there's always going to be somebody out there doing the wrong thing. And just not being them is not enough to make the world a better place. You've got to be fighting to do the right thing, to build up other people, to improve others' rights. I think a major thing from these past several years when it comes to voter suppression is we all kind of got a little complacent. The Voting Rights Act was passed back in the 1960s, and then a lot of it was rolled back about 5 years ago, specifically because they thought the work was done, that it was no longer necessary, and that's very much been proved wrong. The work keeps continuing. As with Power Rangers, there's always another villain to fight, there's always another monster. You always need to keep fighting if you want to keep the world safe. And I say that not to scare people, I say that to inspire you. These were the heroes that we grew up with. We always want to be like them. We have this opportunity right now.
Absolutely.
So, and right now, as far as continuing the fight for this weekend, we're approximately the price of one Megazord away. So
I will say, Jacob, just to throw it out there, we are still at this point 30 minutes ahead of schedule. So yeah, we can chat.
We've flown right through. So I mean, we're
scheduled to start at 8 o'clock.
We're all somewhat public figures within the Power Rangers fandom. So if we want to have a little moment here before we go in. I know we've been having a moment. We want to have a little bit more of a moment here before we go into our next episode. We have obviously second Batgirl with the Toku Ladies podcast, Shadow Ray with the Grid and Orphan Legacy, Sean, obviously, our wonderful host here at OrangeRangerVideos, and DB, your MC right here, Database Rangers Power Reviews.
And also Tara from Toku Ladies is here as well.
And Tara as well. Welcome.
All 4 Toku Ladies made it to the stream today.
Well, sorry. Was that a start of a question for a moment? Sorry, did I talk over somebody?
What happened?
Oh, sorry. I thought I talked over somebody for a moment. I couldn't quite hear.
It sounded like Ray was saying something.
Oh no, I was just saying that you have if anybody has a question, there's everything can come from your podcast, website running, database running, YouTube running, anything you got experts here.
Yeah, we've I know we have 14 people in there are 14 people in the stream right now, according to my observation.
That's what I've got.
And with all these people in the chat, I know that they, follow us closely. They're good. They've been loyal Ranger fans, and we appreciate that. So yeah, I'm hoping that we can get more people to join us for this final episode, and that we can get that last $40 in.
$40, we're so close.
It's a pair of legacy figures. It's as much as I know those. That beautiful Andros and Astronema 2-pack coming up soon. That costs more than this. So
Sonic Fan 123. I would be honored to do a collaboration with Database. The only problem is, knowing our writing style, the video would probably be an hour and a half long.
I think we could streamline it if we worked at it.
You think we could cut it down a little bit?
We can. It depends on what we want to work on.
True. You never know what might happen. Stay tuned, like they say in the business. Stay tuned.
And I don't think that it would necessarily. I have.
I mean, if we didn't do storyline stuff and we just reviewed something together, that would exactly. That wouldn't have to be that long.
Now that being said, Sean, at some point I may be reaching out to you. Something that I have in mind with regards to Power Reviews.
So
just give me that little tease.
In for that.
But I don't want to say anything publicly and give away.
Oh, yeah, we don't keep it under wraps, so it'll be a surprise. No spoilers.
Okay.
It wouldn't come through for a while. Oh man. So, just checking to see if we...
Mr. Owlman 8, absolutely. Work it out, y'all. All right, we'll work on it.
We watched a 3-hour video. Yeah, Hyperforce session.
Hey, Toku Ladies did, what was it, a 3-hour interview with the Sagarsa brothers?
Yeah, it was 3 hours.
We need
3 hours. The Hyperforce session, itself was 3 hours long. That was actually the one thing I reviewed where my reviews were shorter than the material.
But yeah, no, when we
anyway.
interviewed the Sidarsos, it was 3 hours. So
Yeah, that was
those had a lot of questions.
Hyperforce was American.
Sidarso brothers love to talk.
Oh yeah.
we asked a question, and then they would talk for like 25 minutes, and it was great.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How about this? If people donate those last $40 before we kick off this last episode, I will sing the opening credits for the next episode. From our review of another song and dance.
Make that man sing.
Remember another song and dance. The lyrics that we wrote for another song and dance. I will sing those instead of the main lyrics. But we're gonna be kicking this episode off. I say we might be kicking it off probably in about I give it another 5 minutes, and then we kick off the last episode of the evening.
Another 5 minutes.
And then it'll
5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
How did all that flashback?
So much stuff.
Come on, y'all.
Challenge has been thrown down. It's been thrown. I'm just throwing it down.
If we don't get to tomorrow, then you don't get to hear me talk about Johnny Young Bosch talking about the monkey in the Turbo movie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I hear we were singing?
At the very least, I will. Are you saying that you will sing along as well?
I ain't coming on camera, but...
Yeah. All right, so I might have my backup singer here.
A voice from the darkness, from the corners.
So MJ might be joining in to sing that as well. Not on screen, but just off screen.
Great.
High five to the staying off screen people.
Yes. I'm not going to pressure my 8-month pregnant wife to be joining me on screen.
If I hadn't just changed my Twitter name, I would change my Twitter name again to Narby Says I'm God.
Yes.
That was great.
Actually, I might change that anyway.
Yeah, you can do that.
No, it's going in my Twitter bio.
There you go. I know Scott wants to join us on the call tomorrow. I believe other people would also like to join us on the call. So yeah, if there's any other Ranger fans that you want to reach out to, that you want to see,
this is the whole wavelength where they monkeys.
Donate.
I'll join you for a bit tomorrow. It's my birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
No, wait.
Birthday. See if we can
I'm turning 30.
Happy birthday from the kickbox.
You gotta say, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you.
The first time he sings it on Oath. Happy birthday to you.
Get his voice just right.
I can't get it to fit in my profile.
Aww.
Oh, happy birthday.
Are we in O's now?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got stuck on Cake Boss.
Let me make sure that I'm sending this to you properly here. I'll Discord it over to you. There you go.
Perfect.
Whew.
But don't make
previous episode, or is it?
So you
was the last monster the Wrecking Ball?
Yes. No, the monster we just saw wasn't the Wrecking Ball. That's the next monster.
Oh, so we have 2 episodes in a row that are about Prince Sprocket and his new toy.
Basically.
Yes. Okay, just checking. I've got the Netflix episode summary up right now.
Yes.
That's hot. The Zeo Rangers fight to save Angel Grove from Prince Sprocket and his new birthday toy, the Wrecking Ball.
Yep. Yeah, because next up we've got songs.
It came in like a wrecking ball.
There's
DMCA
singing in the next episode. Don't you want us to be singing?
It's
All right. So, I think, unless we get the last $50, I'm not going to get that little song. So let's see. I think it might be time to... All right. I know I said 5 minutes. We got 1 minute left to go until we kick off our final episode of...
Ooh!
Ooh?
Guess what? You're going to be singing.
Really?
Thank you, pal, for the $50. We are going tomorrow.
Oh, wow. That's over.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm celebrating with the noise.
I guess we'll wait until after the rest of you get to see the little
There we
star.
go. Pal donating that 50, popping things up. And yeah, now I will just adjust on my end.
Now, some preparations must be made.
I will
we request a moment
now,
of the
correct
general audience.
the little alert box on my end.
Yeah, they gave 50.
Thank you so much. Not just them, but everybody that donated. Woo!
Yep. So let's see. Yeah, so I will I'll make note that we have hit you know what, I'll leave it as it is right now on the donation bar. I can update it after the episode. But basically at this point, every $20 past that will get us another episode into Zio. This guarantees that we meet again tomorrow.
We only need another $10 for the episode of Zio, so...
That'll get us... So right now we've got 5 episodes of Zio guaranteed for tomorrow. Another way through to another episode.
So, are we starting?
If everybody's ready.
Yep.
Are we starting?
All right, here we go.
I want to put a name on
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, so I'm gonna do my. MJ and I
Are you guys going to sing first and then we start the episode?
Away from Rock by Power Rangers.
I'm gonna do.
Sing along with the
For the
credits.
record.
I'm gonna sing along to the credits. So
All
I'm
right.
gonna do a 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna sing along, and hopefully you'll be. I know you probably can't hear it from over there.
Well, credits fun.
All right,
Singing
here we go.
DOV.
So ready
This is
and
gonna be short.
play. Start with the theme song.
Pat, Tanya, and Rocky.
It's not very long,
There's Adam and Tommy.
so you can't go wrong.
Here's that Jason and Billy. Where are Billy's glasses?
Bulk and Skull aren't monkeys yet.
Wait, when were they monkeys?
Turbo, but let's stay focused here.
Yay!
Yay, that was
All right,
great.
5 stars. A+. Oh, now Tanya's even singing.
There we go.
And now we have the most 90s music video in the history of 90s music videos.
Even the aspect ratio.
I love it when Yellow starts
That
singing.
aspect ratio is weird.
I still stand by my headcanon that she eventually
Written by
becomes the
Buzz Aldrin
Beyonce
and
of the Power Rangers universe.
Jacob, did you notice that writing credit?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Buzz Aldrin.
Lowercase Charlotte.
Charlotte in all lowercase.
Yeah, which was interesting. I've seen that writing credit before.
That was Instrument of Destruction.
Rocky
What is
just
this?
killed those flips.
What is this? The random backflips. The random backflip on the beach reminded me of the Oranger end credit scenes.
Yeah.
Where they're doing their training montages.
Well, as we established, random backflips are just kind of Adam's thing.
Yeah.
Unnecessary gymnastics.
Oh, by the way, I realized I didn't point out before, but Bulk Fiction was written by the wonderful Jackie Marchand. And you know, it just felt very, very much like the
Well,
sort of,
did Tommy turn that music video off twice?
possibly.
It looked like they cut to him with the remote, and then there was another couple of seconds of it, and then cut to him again.
Did
Tommy's like, I think this thing needs new batteries.
Did Billy just say that Adam was the director of that
Yes,
music video?
he did, because Adam also, it was mentioned in Instrument of Destruction, does a lot of writing.
Tommy.
He took the creative writing class so many times they wouldn't let him take it anymore.
I like
And
that.
which also then fits with his stunt guy stuff. However, I am judging whoever editing it because they had to have looked at that footage like 8,000 times. And
Yeah.
This is the first time they
didn't
noticed
know
the
there was cogs
Okay.
in there.
I'm just going to say, as someone who does a lot of editing, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens. It absolutely happens.
Wait,
You're
did
so
they just
focused
move
on the
on to
action that a lot of times you'll miss something going on in the background when you're filming or when you're editing.
And so everybody just moved on from that, or did they jump back?
I think it was just. I think we just had a
Are
commercial.
they like setting up for the music video here? Or what just happened?
I'm not quite sure.
They're just.
I think
it doesn't feed back to the camera.
I think just.
Oh, subtitles turned off. That's one thing.
Because I looked away.
But
Hey.
just like they saw the cog in the music video, and then next thing everybody's talking to Ernie about something.
Tanya's gonna have a concert because the entire town revolves around.
But they're stealing the plates.
There's
and everything.
That's right now.
Oh, that cog had some flair just there with that thing around his neck.
Yeah, it's amazing. Woo!
They're stealing the decorations.
I love the hat.
We have to protect the plates.
Protect the plates. The plates above all else.
More. They're stealing the silverware. Let's more.
Well, that's just kind of expensive. Ernie goes through a lot of it.
Note that we are 25 episodes into the season and they're still morphing to fight cogs.
Well, we've only had 2 or 3 unmorphed fights and they've all been at them.
And now they're outside.
Yeah.
Now we're just, here we go. Caught up with you.
Not the plates.
I love somebody to throw them. Okay. Like,
my
we
God,
gave
they're
them back.
pies,
What are you
aren't they?
attacking us for? Oh, that's going to come up their circuitry.
Little Stevies.
Okay, but can you imagine, like, the insurance claim for this? Like, a Power Ranger used my pies to attack cogs. I need to be reimbursed.
Yeah, I've got to have that off, right?
Can we have, like,
I'm
a
sure
pit
that's a
where they go
write-off
to
in
Little
his book,
Stevie's pie shop?
I feel like that should happen.
By the
I
way,
want to have an original footage fight that is literally just slapstick pies.
yeah. Hey, don't underestimate the damage that
No, I'm
just
they
saying.
got the pies. I'm like, oh, that's going to come up the circuits.
Did the pies short circuit them?
More pie. What,
I like that failback cog almost as much as I like that one random, I forgot the name of them, grinder in the Samurai RPM crossover.
Maybe they're not.
They're so supportive parents.
I mean, yeah, it is. I think to try and humanize.
You're screaming like a wrecking ball.
These stupid ass monsters, man.
No problemo.
It's a kendama.
Oh, that's not a wrecking ball.
It's a kendama.
I don't know what that thing's called. That little toy with the bouncy.
Kendama.
Catch the ball.
The thing that the Green Ranger uses in Tokuger.
Tokuger. Yeah.
That's the one.
Bara kendama.
I love Detective Bulk and Skull. This might actually be my favorite incarnation of Bulk and Skull.
It is pretty.
Oh,
good.
Same. Fairly good.
Okay.
Probably my tennis
just
move.
a great set.
Oh, so this point is meaningless. I like how Bulk set up that whole, this point decides it, and Skull's like, no, actually, the next point decides it. That's effective.
Like he's not going to notice the full trash can? Does he not have a key to the place?
He just said, I forgot my keys.
Oh, no.
What would he
forget the key?
I heard in the
They've
subtitles,
already
I think,
tricked this
actually
place
someone
out so much. It's amazing.
I love the costuming.
Wait, and how did you break the door?
Like, I love the lollipop too.
Yeah.
But this is such a great set.
And then years later, we would have Rebecca Black. So this is actually an actual thing that kind of happens.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ernie's new after-hours club.
Which is crazy.
All right.
What's after hours about it? They turn off the
So he
lights.
runs a juice bar during the day and an after-hours club at night. So when does the man sleep?
Ernie's?
Unless after-hours means like high school.
Remember, if you with the Power Rangers Twitter a year or so ago suggested that they originally intended Ernie to possibly be Zordon watching over the Power Rangers in one way. So you could always go with he's an interdimensional being.
Ernie leaves when Zordon leaves, just saying.
Yep.
I mean, they could be after hours, like high school after hours, so it's like 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
Those wardrobes just on point. Cat's styling there with that pink jacket.
And her hair.
Congratulations, you finished the whole song.
And look, she hugs her boyfriend.
Like, I do kind of find it hilarious just how much of this first half of the season is basically like random people just being like, oh, wow, Tanya, you're amazing. Oh, hey, Tanya, you're amazing. Oh, Tanya, you're amazing.
To be fair, Tanya's amazing.
Yeah.
I think this guy might be Sean's brother.
But it's also handled in such a way that it doesn't feel like it's forced. Like, because she handles things with genuine modesty in such a way where, and she's from a background where she wouldn't have had a chance to really show off what she can do in the same way. Like her.
Oh, look at that VHS! Oh my god!
Look at that tape box.
I still have like one of those tape boxes around that I like a pencil case for years.
I have one of those around because I still have some VHSs that I refuse to get rid of.
Oh, I also have several VHSs around.
If you're in school, doesn't that mean you can't sign a contract?
Yeah.
Okay, but
pretty sure you're not 18. Just throwing that out there. Your parents could sign it, yeah.
We still don't even know if Bulk and Skull are still in high school or not. We don't know what their deal is anymore.
I mean, this entire timeline is where's Roving when we need him? Who knows?
Yeah. Well,
Subject enjoys.
Don't stick your whole hand in the trash can.
Yeah,
Ew.
seriously, dude, that's gross.
Ew.
Those jam.
Well, except
one of those trash cans at Walmart that it's just jammed full. You're not getting anything in there.
Who throws out perfectly good fries like that? Look at those fries. Those fries are
fries too.
Yeah. At least not whatnot.
Don't eat it. Ah!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're just not. Fries, great.
That's no kidding. It's just in the trash.
Oh, the clean freak in me is grossed
Great
out.
fry.
See, this is why we have a pandemic.
Claudia,
Moving right
I'm
along.
loving the outfit.
Laszlo Trent. Wow. That's
You know,
certainly a name.
Should have asked Narvi when he was here earlier if he believes that Bulk and Skull actually ever graduated high school.
Maybe if next time we can get him to return at some point. But that would be an excellent question.
About graduations.
See,
wait, Kat just told you about that at the juice bar.
Yeah, but I think it's more real now. Like at first, the juice bar, it's like he won't even be interested, and now it's okay. Like after he sees the video.
It's also been interesting seeing Tanya work so hard to grow so much across the course of this first half of the season. And now she's like, oh, I put in so much work to become Power Ranger and to catch up to you guys, and now I'm being asked to maybe leave it all behind. Is that something I want to do? And
this would be a good time for them to have called back, it's okay to leave to find your dream, because Kimberly did.
Yeah.
To go follow. Yeah. But on the other hand, gymnastics, and this is why I maintain that Tanya stays, Kimberly's age, like she's already at the high end of the age to compete. Yeah. Tanya has the chance to do it later, which is why I maintain she calls literally the day after she gives her powers up in Turbo. And hey, at least
you know what would have been really interesting? I just had an idea of something that would be really cool for a Power Ranger season to do. If there were 5 sets of Ranger powers, but more than 5 Rangers. And so someone could swap out if need be. Like, imagine if Billy could just tag in as Yellow Ranger right now. Imagine how well that could protect their secret identities, but 2, how much that could make their lives easier to have,
Yeah, that'd be much easier.
That could be a really interesting dynamic to explore.
It's got to be one of those seasons where they don't establish the powers are like bonded to a particular individual.
Right. It would need to be something.
A lot of the seasons are bonded, chosen stories.
But I mean, look at SPD. Sky was able to use Jax Morpher with no problem.
Right. A season like that.
It's got to be like a tech-based season where it's not DNA bonded.
Yeah.
I mean, different people within the SPD Red Ranger.
But that could be really interesting exploration of the whole concept of anyone could be a Power Ranger, if you actually trade off who are the Power Rangers in any given situation. Sort of an inverse Q Ranger, if you will.
Yeah.
Where instead of just choosing parts of a very large Ranger team, you have a regular sized Ranger team, but a large group of people who could be the Rangers.
Yeah. The individual weapons.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've seen this.
And meanwhile, Kat
has a ball. And Tommy has a sword. A very hyperactive Sugar Rush sword.
It's very, very boxing oriented.
Wow.
Yeah. Fast forward on that. You've got to move around a little bit. You got Bob move. Move.
See, where's
test shots.
Here we go. Wrecking ball.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Artisticness.
And I feel the need to actually demonstrate just how old this sketchbook is by just showing the front of this one, which still has the cover on it.
Wow!
My little scribble pad. 80 sheets worth of doodles in here, so Yeah, actually, if I flip through here, how far does this go? Oh, yeah, this was the one for a long time.
Such supportive parents. Mondo and Machina really are supportive parents.
They really are.
Oh, man.
Like, you know what? That's all right. You did your best.
You know, this is where I need Mara to add to her good moms in Toku list.
Giving you a heads up, this one right here, this one goes halfway through Lost Galaxy.
Wow.
Wowsies.
Skull's just pointing to everyone. Yeah, like graduating high school.
Yeah.
I like how he just holsters his finger.
You would have been the next Aretha.
I like that. I'll wait. I love that. That is the correct answer. Like, you know what? I think that you really have what it takes. I'll give you the time.
So the door's open.
More here, you might pass along the powers to someone else. You know, we'll be here.
Which is, again, why I maintain that she becomes like Beyonce of the Power Rangers universe.
And I think Tanya mentions that in Turbo, like the episode where Kat tries out for that ballet course, and she's like, "Oh, you shouldn't give it up, Kat." Like, and then Kat was like, "Oh, well, you gave up musical," and she said, "Oh, still handle that in the future."
But yeah, you mentioned when Kimberly handed over her powers,
like, no,
Gordon left that little, you know, if you ever want to come back, be the Pink Ranger again.
But that's not the way. Oh yeah.
Right.
They did kind of put
They're
that.
breaking the door.
Great.
Trying to pull his jacket out of the door.
I love her dress.
There's a lot of great.
Tiny, you were literally on the stage singing. You leaving would have been incredibly suspicious.
It's true.
That was, I remember I was listening in when you guys were talking earlier about the theory of superhero identities.
See, he's hugging her again.
I know. Just bulk with the. Eyes up
what happens when a monster attacks and you're on stage singing a song? You gotta finish the song.
So I continue to be so proud of the Ranger fandom for how they've been, how everyone's just been turning out for these live streams, and we've been really doing a great job.
Solid number today. We hit the goal and then some.
Yep, 610, which is fantastic.
I love it.
That is $305 per organization.
We're and I'm already seeing as I back out Netflix saying, have you watched The Queen's Gambit yet? which I know Mark Litton was saying is a show that he very much enjoyed recently.
Meanwhile, the chat's talking about mustard, so it's all right.
What is going on with mustard?
With the condiments on the burgers. The producer got the burger with everything but onions and mustard.
Fair enough.
We just started a whole conversation about mustard.
I mean, I only do and veggie burgers and things like that.
I mean, that was a Yellow Ranger focus episode.
It's true. I've been much of a mustard man. I've been more down for a bit of mayonnaise. Well, that's tangy sweetness.
Mayo, a little bit of mustard. Yep.
Obviously, always keep some mayo in the house.
Took me a second, but I got there. I got there with you.
So good job, team. Way to go. Kudos to our stream queen today. Who managed to keep with us all day long, even if we couldn't hear from her for apparently the first 7 episodes.
Oh.
As I've said repeatedly, Toku ladies have never done anything without something technical going wrong.
And then we had it, but at least it was minor. I mean,
Well, no, they all missed my speech about the importance of Adam and Tanya.
Yeah. So that just you know what? It just raised the importance of continuing this tomorrow. I mean, we did have. At the very least, we managed to stream half.
Thank you, Jenny C. We are at 620.
No.
Wait, what just happened? What just happened?
Another dono.
Another dono.
Thank you again, Jenny.
Oh, thank you so much, Jenny.
Jenny's been the MVP so far, I think.
Oh, Jenny's been doing fantastic. I think.
Jenny.
Let me see where the who our leaderboard. What our leaderboard is showing.
On the leaderboard.
Jenny is our second biggest donor of the day. Seamus came in with a bang with $100.
Oh wow, yeah, that's true.
Jenny C has donated $70 today, so thank you so much, Jenny. And then after that, our third place is tied 1, 2, 3, 4 ways. Well, I know technically third place is me and MJ with 60, but after that we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4-way tie with Mara, Pal, second Batgirl, and Pocky Squirrel each donating $50. Ray putting forth 40, Orange Ranger putting forth 30, Lisa J with 25, Jen with 25, and I believe there are more there that I'm just only seeing the top 10 at the moment.
That's all right. Appreciate every single one.
And mine is from me and wifey. So
yes. So always putting in that work, doing the good work of, saving the world.
And tomorrow you get to come back and after the fantastic Adam Tanya episode we start with, we get Gold Ranger.
Yes.
And we Scott on tomorrow. We'll have other people and Mark again. Question mark?
Yes. Markland but he'll only be returning if we make it up to his episodes.
Oh, true.
So that's like towards the Kate Mondo's Last Stand, so that's a long ways.
I've got to reach out to Toku Chris to see.
And last on Rockabye Rangers.
He's gonna smack himself if he can't make it for some Gold Ranger episodes.
So Jacob, is the donation bar reflecting yours yet or not?
Is the it's up to 620 on my end. I missed the star, man.
Yeah, that includes his donation.
Okay, just checking.
Yes. No, I updated my donation.
Okay.
I changed the donation.
But that does mean we're now in for 6 episodes tomorrow.
Yes.
We've unlocked Rockabye Power Rangers.
Yep. So we're just chugging along there.
And they're working on Do I Know You?
Yeah, so we're still about another $40 away from revealing who the Gold Ranger is, and then we gotta keep
Revelation of Gold.
Sir Pal, absolutely. Will tomorrow's stream be stronger than before?
Go see ya.
The thing that I've seen consistently is that Ranger Nation, you guys pull it out even more with each new day. So make sure to get more friends in here. We'll try and get.
Tell everybody about how we're coming back tomorrow.
Yes.
That's 10 a.m. Eastern time once again.
Translate
as you go.
Today in only 25 episodes is more than what we did with the entirety of the first 60 episodes of Mighty Morphin when I did this first stream. So it's been fantastic watching this.
It really is stronger.
And working with all of you to make this grow and to keep it growing. So I'm hoping that this is just the beginning of a continued movement towards.
Jacob, it is. The power of Zeo gets stronger over time.
It does. It's true. All right. Also, I do want to give a little shout out, although we didn't see them today. I want to give a shout out to Ranger Vision, they're enjoying their 10-year anniversary today, and so I'm going to pop over to their stream a little bit after this to say a little hello. They're doing some work with Rent Games. But yeah, it's a solid 10-hour stream today, so we don't need to worry about getting cut off this time. YouTube can't tell me when to cut off my stream. I still have more to do. So.
I stream anytime you want to go streaming. 10:06.
I love that we keep having such wonderful guests. Mark has continued to be a delight, giving us that insight into the writing of Power Rangers. Having Jason here to talk about his experiences playing Skull, and I lost it when he pulled out that keyboard.
And he appreciates interlibrary loan.
Yes. It has been a great day. And I think if we keep at it this way, we'll have a lot to be thankful for this Thanksgiving. So let's keep making sure. And also, in the spirit of some of the episodes that we just watched, deep respect and to the Native American community here in the United States, especially I know in Arizona. They did tremendous voting. Despite voter suppression, voter suppression is absolutely an issue for the Native American community, and it's yet another thing for us to keep combating on. There's always going to be more ways that we can make the world a better place, and
the work continues.
Never look at that as a sign of futility, but a sign of opportunity, because it means that you get to keep being a Power Ranger for as long as you are willing to fight to make the world a better place, because there's always more to fight for. There's always more people who need help that need to make the world better for. And I when it comes to what we're all on this planet to do, I think it's to try and make this experience here together the best experience that it can be. And that means working together to make it better for everyone. So
together we are more.
Together we are more. Exactly. So thank you again to everyone. I know I think Ray just bowed out. Thank you, Tare, for joining us to round out our Toku Lady Rebel.
Yes. It was
Thank you again to Second Batgirl for being our stream queen of the evening and playing God with all
stream queen
faces here.
I might just make that a pin tweet.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't.
If we ever get cons again, I'm going to introduce myself to him next time with "You called me God once."
Yes, you should absolutely do that. That is, you don't let that go.
I'm not going to. I apologize to everyone who has to talk to me for the next month.
And thank you. Thank you again to Sean. Obviously, this is his channel. We are so lucky that we're able to do this through OrangeRangerVideos.
It's an honor to have y'all in my little YouTube house.
Thank you so much for having us and for agreeing to work with me on this. It was a pleasure working with all of you today, and I'm looking forward to doing it tomorrow.
Yes.
Honor. Zio Sunday.
Yeah. So with that said, to close out the evening, as I said, we have our 3 non-controversial phrases that I like to kick off. I've got 3 more non-controversial phrases to wrap things up. All right? It's like 6. Right. So these are going to be considered equally non-controversial in the same vein as the first 3.
Absolutely non-controversial.
Number 1. Say it with me, chat. Love is love.
Love is love.
Love is love.
Number 2. Say it with me, chat. Trans rights are human rights.
Trans rights are human rights.
Trans rights, human rights.
And number 3. Say it with me, chat. Robots are cool.
Holy shit. Oh, thank you, Arrow.
It sounds
We
like a
are
dono.
getting to the end of Zeo.
Wait, what?
What?
Whoa.
What?
Holy,
Scuzzy?
we just hit $1,000, y'all.
Whoa!
Kidding me?
What is happening?
Thank you, Arrow. Oh
Wow!
Thanks, Arrow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Thank you so much. Oh my
That
goodness!
was like $390?
$380.
$380. Oh my goodness!
Woo!
That is
Talk
amazing.
about a to be
Thank you
continued
so much.
cliffhanger.
Wow.
Hey, you guys, that means if we hit $100 more, we are watching the Turbo movie tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's I believe Aaroned.
Yeah, that's Arrow.
Aaron. Aaron. Okay. And I'm glad to see them pop up in chat and confirm that. And that wasn't just like a misprint.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Aaron, so much.
For those
Wow.
of you who've been around for a while,
Thank you.
Arrow was the one who ran the spandex report all the way back on the live journal days.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an OG.
That's amazing. That's super. Oh my goodness.
Woo! Thank you so much.
I remember those live journal days.
Yeah, so that's how Arrow and I know each other, and also he is probably waiting for me since I'm supposed to be raiding with him in Final Fantasy XIV right now.
That's what it was. He was like, "Listen, I'll do. Just what do I need to donate? I need my raid partner. Let's go."
All right. Well, I guess tomorrow we are absolutely finishing Zeo, and
we're finishing
this
out
puts us on
Zeo.
good track for Turbo.
You guys, $100
Yeah.
more, and I get to tell you about watching the Turbo movie with Jason David Frank, John Bosch, and Blake Foster.
Oh yeah, she's got stories about the Turbo movie.
Oh my goodness, that is absolutely amazing. I did.
That is amazing.
I did not expect that. Oh my
God.
Expectations. Thank
Sir
you.
Paladin just asked one more time. How much extra to get the Turbo movie?
$100 more.
Yeah.
$100 more. That's it. Get the Turbo movie.
We are currently $500 away from continuing next weekend with Turbo. So
100 away from the movie, 500 away from the series.
Yep.
But wow.
Oh, goodness.
What a way to wrap things up.
Oh, we were ready to sign off and just whoa.
You didn't.
I just knocked her
We worked through 3-second non-controversial statements.
Oh yeah, we still have one more.
Well, my last one was just robots are cool.
Robots are cool.
Robots are cool, and so is Aaron.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's add on the last one. Aaron is cool.
Yay,
Aaron is cool.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, that can take a second. Wow.
Should I end the stream?
I mean, both of these amazing organizations are getting $500 at least, and there's going to be more.
Yes.
Wow.
All right. So I think with that, what do you say we sign ourselves off with a little, and just a reminder, Sean, you'll be hitting the end stream button and then Batgirl for a picture there. So we look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. All of you and more. Feel free to invite more friends to this.
Invite everybody out and come on out.
And until tomorrow, farewell, Ranger fans, and let the power protect you.
Until next time, heroes, may the power protect you.
Bye-bye.